of steel.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on. Yo, get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The new Classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
I'm everybody's type, but nobody can deny. Yes, you know I get it, I'm getting free. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaking on. She can go all that out there. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaking on. She can go all that out there. Girl, not a boss, I'ma be alright, 'cause you know nothing got me out. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaking on. She can go all that out there.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to NODWIN's Valorant Conquerors Championship with Gillette as a grooming partner and Talk Esports as our digital publication partner. I'm Necro John, alongside with me is CA. And well, yesterday was quite a hell of a day, and today we have the two juggernauts clashing against each other.
Yeah, absolutely. Yesterday was a terrific day where all of the teams really stepped up. Unfortunately, we did lose one team, so we're now down to just 3. It's going to be started off for us with Velocity Gaming and Exploit. And this matchup, Necro, it's got me on my toes, really. It's got me on the edge of my seat because I do think it's one juggernaut against the other, especially given how both of these teams played yesterday.
Exactly, and you know, there's so many things on the line, right? There's so much things on the line. These two juggernauts, or you might as well just call them the Alpha Titans at this point. they are clashing for that prize pool. They're clashing for that money. They want to grab that cash, of course, and also at the same time, they want to represent their country in the finals. Now, things all really did start like how they were, you know, underestimating Team Exploit. That's how it really started, like, and then later on, Exploit just proving their mettle, and they're like, all right, you guys thought we're not really in the run. We are the run for to grab the money.
Yeah, definitely. I think if, as you said, Exploit has been really the dark horse across this entire tournament. Like from their initial loss in Q1 and the way they've ramped up since then with HSB back in the roster, they've looked like a formidable force. And I think for me, I'm excited to see how much further they can go and how much more of this kitty bag they can grab.
Exactly, and this is the exact prize pool that we were talking about. $33,000 and first place getting $16,500, second, of course, $8,000, $3,500, and of course, as you like to always point this out, MVP of the tournament getting $1,500. I mean, yeah, that's pretty much the extra money, you know, especially imagine if a team like GE wins. Eskaros is probably the MVP, and then he gets this much amount of money as well in the back, so it's just like the extra kind of a top-up in your backpack. But yeah, for now, Team Exploit and VLT are the ones. Now, in the past, they have clashed against each other once, and the main problem there was Exploit actually came out on top. And if you guys don't really have a clue about how really things went around, that's why we have the brackets as well lined up and right in front of your eyes. So you guys should at least get a little bit of a rough sketch right in front of your eyes.
Yeah, exactly. So as you were saying, Velocity versus Exploit, the last time around, it was in the playoffs. In the Group A, similar scenario. It was the upper bracket finals then. It is the upper bracket finals now. And back to that similar setting, I think it all really was decided in the first game. The mental edge that Exploit was able to grab in that first map really reverberated across the entire series with the way they especially closed it out after the loss of map 2, right? Similarly, you can see here in this bracket, Exploit, they demolished Enigma Gaming yesterday, while VLT, they had to go through a much more grueling affair, 34 rounds on Breeze. So I think coming into this matchup, Exploit definitely feeling a lot more comfortable.
Yeah, I really do feel like Exploit should definitely have a little edge because yesterday, I mean, they pretty much defeated Enigma in the upper brackets, and then they straight up moved up in the upper brackets. On the other hand, though, VLT quite had a rough of a day, I would say, because, I mean, going head-to-head against a team like GE, and they pretty much gave you a tough fight. So VLT, I'm expecting a little jitters as well against Exploit, considering the fact that Exploit, I mean, pretty much countered them easily the last time they faced again in the playoffs. Now, this also kind of brings us our attention to the kind of map select that we have. And this also kind of lets us talk about the Ascent map, right? That happened. So VLT actually kind of won in Ascent, right? I mean, pretty much they won 13-1. That's a huge gap. But for now, I mean, the players that we are really going to be having our eyes on, let's take a look at their stats. It's going to be Marzul and Shooter. I mean, Shooter, of course, from the side of Team Exploit, he's been pretty phenomenal. pretty phenomenal. But on the other hand, it's going to be VLT Marzo, which just chimed in yesterday, and he was already looking good.
Yeah, just across 2 maps, Marzel able to outpace Shooter with more kills, more deaths. I mean, but you don't want to look at that. And more first bloods really is what I have a keen eye on, because this player did not just play the Raze, he played the Viper too. And I remember in the Viper game, he had about 4 or 5 first bloods. So he has an ability to find pockets of space in the opposition team's defaults. And it really puts a ton in their sides. You know, when you know that there's a player always around you, always looking to exploit any tiny gap you leave. And it gives that mental edge over. And given the way today's matchup is set up, I'm curious to see if Marzel actually ends up coming onto the roster just for that mental edge.
Exactly, and these are kind of like the top players in this entire team that they have. But on the other hand, though, there are still 4 teams, right? I mean, yesterday Enigma left, so yeah, that is quite unfortunate. But you still do have some players right in front of you that are pretty much, you would like to say qualified for the top 5 players in here. And then you also do have Shooter. Take a look at that man. Of course, all the way on the top. Then right below him, you have SK Rossi with 85 kills, 76 deaths, and 14 assists. On the other hand, with 24 first bloods. This man's a beast.
Yeah, definitely. I think the SK Rossi show is a big discussion. We'll get to that. But I think I really want to highlight Shooter, because I remember the way the last series went. After that demolishing win for Velocity on Ascent, the momentum was on their side. You know, they were ready to take over Breeze, win the series there and there. And in that map, Shooter was the difference. The shots he was able to execute, the impact he was able to create on his Sky pick, nonetheless, after a very bad performance on Era right before. I think this player has shown the metal not just to be the top of the top, as you can see in the graph, but also in terms of mentality, be stable. Understand that, you know what, even if I have one bad map, I can bounce back and I can make that game-changing impact.
Exactly, and that's what the really good thing is about, right? The players of Exploit, they're just so flexible. They can play anything they want. Consider the fact, for example, HSB yesterday played Brimstone out and over. None of us expected this, because the only things they've been playing is pretty much that So Out Reyna we saw him play once, and then KO as well on the map of Split. But now that pretty much a curveball being thrown, Brimstone. So what do you think? So if Bind is going to be played, are you going to be seeing that Brimstone being whipped out or not?
So in my mind, I have 2 compositions that I expect Exploit Storm to pull out in Bind, and I have to say neither of them are what they played yesterday. What I expect Exploit Storm coming into this tournament, I think their plan is very simple. They have a dedicated idea of how to play against every single team, and they've done their pre-match preparation on point. I think a lot of them even applauded their coach Kaushi for the way he helps them do that. So they have that support structure in the background, you know. So coming back to those 2 compositions, I think the more unlikely one, the one I want is the KO composition. It could either be KO Sky or possibly Triple Initiator with that KO. I'm excited to see at least one of those pulled out, but I think more likely composition is just focusing on Shooter. Like, let him play that duelist while you once again run that Sova Sky or that Sky Breach composition, even to try to take the aggression to Velocity Gaming, because every single time you've seen Velocity on Bind, they play defensive setup. So you want to try to overwhelm them as soon as possible.
Defensive setup, yeah, that's for sure. But on the other hand, though, Team Exploit just has some cracked aimers in general, right? I mean, I feel like each and every single player has a cracked aim, and at the same time, if you have a man like HSB controlling the team, keeping the team together, he pretty much helps them quite a lot. You know, make sure, okay, guys, I do understand you guys have insane aim, but that means you guys also need to stay on the tactical side, right? So that's what HSB pretty much brings on the table inside this team. But in general, I mean, each and every single player, man, on this side. But on the other hand, though, now Marzu, as we were having to talk about that, lad, he definitely can be one of those players that can be a difference maker.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, as I was talking about, right, the idea of that mental edge that Marzel inherently brings to the squad is definitely a game changer in himself. But I think the player I've got my eye on today from Velocity Gaming has to be Hellfighter. He's one of the most consistent players throughout, and despite his role, you know, he's a controller usually, or the Sentinel sometimes on Breeze and other maps, and I think despite that role, he's always able to find consistent impact. But for now, I think Necro, I think it's time to find out where the desk is lined up.
Exactly. It's time to take a look at the predictions, and I'm pretty sure even the viewers do want to know where a lot of... Okay, well, the viewers already going for VLT all the way. You don't even see the bar from Exploit. It's only 14%, but... over here, so we do have Dinko this time on my side. That's a good thing. So Blay and CA has went with VLT.
Yeah, the
Dinko were on
tables
one
have
side,
turned. Yesterday
Yeah.
it was me and Dinko on one side, and this time we've just flipped the sides over and become turquoise. So we'll see which side actually ends up getting it right. But as you can see, as we expect, really every time Velocity plays a game, this organization has a tremendous fan base. The support they give every single time shows in the predictions.
Exactly, and these predictions, right? They pretty much heavily rely on what maps are like the game's gonna be played, right?
Yeah.
So talking about the maps, so as we were having a convo about Ascent, right? So last time, pretty much VLT smashed Exploit on Ascent. It was 13-1 scoreline, and none of us expected this as well. It was kind of like a moment that threw us all off guard or caught us all off guard. So what do you think? So Exploit this time, just so the same thing doesn't really repeat again. You think so? They're gonna be banning Ascent or no?
I don't think they're going to be banning Ascent because when you lose 13-1 like that, you're rarely ever looking at it like, well, that was our best. No, you're always looking at it, okay, that was off map for us. It was a one-off of sorts, and we're never going to let that happen again. But there definitely is the factor where they're like, okay, maybe are we weaker than Velocity on that map of Ascent? And I think the answer has to be, well, we might be, but we definitely don't want to play Haven. So just get that out of that ASAP. I think Exploit have consistently banned out Haven across every single series, irrespective of who their opponent is. And given the fact that despite Velocity's recent losses on Haven, they're still considered to be really strong, I think that's where we can expect the ban to continue. Now, Velocity sides, it is much more of a choice because I think, as you mentioned, the last series went unexpectedly. So now I want to see, do they ban out Split or do they take out Bind? Split would make more sense.
Oh, well, it seems like your wait has pretty much ended at this point. Map veto right in front of our eyes, and well, Haven being the ban and VLT banning Split, pretty much the standard one, right? Like we saw the same thing coming out last time as well, so nothing really changed out. But this time we do see that Bind being picked up, and the second map is going to be played on Icebox, and then third one, a Breeze again. I mean, yesterday I would say, especially when they step on those Caribbean islands, as you do mention like that, but they are going to be having nightmares of what exactly happened yesterday or how things really went around yesterday. So in general, man, Breeze is just a map which is just so open, right? And you need to heavily rely on aim, and that's why I feel like Team Exploit just has a really massive edge. But it seems like, guys, it's the game's lined up and ready for you all, so it's time for me to introduce you guys to the casters. It's going to be none other than Blay and Dinko.
Thank you very much, guys. I'm looking forward to getting into this one. We're getting into the meat and potatoes, the matches. There's no fallback plan for a lot of these teams now. We're getting into the final stages of the grand finals. And this matchup, Blood, this is what I've wanted to see since yesterday after seeing both of these teams perform. I think Exploit made their first game look very easy. They look so clean, so clinical. And now they've got their first test. VLT, it's a rematch, it's a grudge match. I've got Exploit based on just how easy it was for them yesterday, but VLT had a much tougher challenge. They had to show that they could do it in overtime.
Yeah, it also depends on who their opponents were, right? We saw them face off against Enigma, and Enigma got completely plastered all over the floor by GE. And that is GE after playing that marathon of a series yesterday against VLT. So I guess it depends on how it's going to play out. I do believe the game is live. We have everyone in the server. We should be jumping on in. Listen, Dinko, I'm excited about this. The last time these two teams faced off, it was on Breeze, where it was a 13-10 win coming in for the side of Team Exploit. It was an upset, some people might say. So for them today, it's about making sure, or rather trying to prove a point, that they are not to be trifled with, that they are here to stay, and that win wasn't just a flash in the pan for the side of VLT. It's revenge.
Yeah, I'm feeling coming into this one, Plaid, that there's a little bit of a grudge match with the fact that there is two large communities behind these two teams as well. So I think, when we're looking at this, the Twitch chat being fantastic, or should I say YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, everybody that's been watching it, Blood, it's been incredible just taking a look at chat, seeing everybody support their team. So continue to do that across NODWIN Gaming. Again, you have the choice of Twitch, YouTube, or Facebook, Blood. So yeah, plenty of options.
KO coming in? I'm just keeping an eye on that.
No, they always do this. I never really believe any of the players in this tournament because they always tease us, man. They always tease that they're going to go for something and they never actually select it. But HSB, does he go with the KO here on Bind?
Oh, there we go.
And then as soon as we think he's going to select it,
I'm a little disappointed there. The fact that they kind of debated us. But there we go. We have the Sky. The counterpart is going to be Sova for right to Ace. Did I just see a Sova and a Sky for the side of Exploit. It looks like it. And obviously, Sky being an agent, which can also kind of play the quasi-duelist role as well. So it all kind of makes sense. I'm excited. Their bind yesterday looked fantastic, Team Exploits, right? And they were able to dominate very, very convincingly over Enigma. Looking at VLT, everyone looks to be in good spirits. Marzel's back in the server again, and he's going to be playing his agent of choice, Tinko. He's going to be on the Raze, MW1 on the Reyna, who was very impactful as well on the map of Split. So this one, look, doesn't matter who, I mean, of course it matters who wins, but end of the day, we're going to be getting a hell of a series.
All I'm saying is, Blood, any map that they had Marzel play yesterday, VLT won. Any map they didn't have playing, they lost. So that's all I'm saying. Marzel was looking insane yesterday. I'm glad he's getting another shot. And Bind, you know, at the map, we did see TE play very well yesterday. You pointed that out. I'm looking forward to seeing if that can continue. The main players for me to watch will be Shooter on this map because he was doing some unthinkable things on Bind. Jet right now and the Ghost, and I don't know, maybe we got a party in here because this thing is getting started, Blood.
Yeah, it's getting started as we have MW1 with the Reyna. This is very aggressive. He might get spotted out. No, he hasn't. And MW1 hugging the wall. Dinko, he's gonna not continue pushing any more further. This is insane amount of information being gleaned, and they have no idea. He's hearing all the commotion. He knows it's going to be an A hit just with that push, but no, the spike is falling back. MW1 gets a kill. He's looking for more, finds a second kill as well, and he's looking for the third kill. MW1 popping off very, very early, and that's 2 kills, but he will be traded eventually.
What is he doing? He's had his breakfast, man. He's just pushing in behind him. Shooter coming in with a double. 3 kills in the round so far for Shooter, and now they're starting to charge down Amaterasu around the corner, holding on. Guiding light through, Frenzy lines them up. 2 kills in for him, but Storax will trade him out. He brings it right down to 1 versus 1. This is looking good for Storax's chances. Issue is Spike not planted. Right to Ace now moving forward. He's actually slipped the net. He's got into Lamps. Spike's going to go down safely on the other side of default. And right to Ace is actually going to drop back into Lamps. Storax, is he ready for this? Now he gets the info. Shot not going out. And the classic burst to the head, but it's not quick enough. The Frenzy is furious, and the pistol is won by TE.
That went back and forth so very quickly, Deco. Like, for a moment, you're like, all right, it's a 4v3 man advantage for the side of VLT. And then, of course, the Jet on the side of Exploit says, yeah, no, not going to happen. Shooter with a brilliant 3K. And it's those 2 players who I'm going to be keeping an eye out for on the side of Exploit, Deco. Has to be Shooter and Storax. They were magnificent yesterday. Amaterasu, valiant attempt with the Frenzy. He finds a collateral double kill. But in the end, the clutch will go the way of Team Exploit. And if this round is going to be any indication of how this game is going to be playing out, Denka, I, for one, am very, very excited.
It's been a fast and furious start to the game already, Blur. We need a little bit of a slower round here. Storax is going to hear that orb being picked up into showers. Amaterasu actually gets away with it. Throwing that drone on into Hookah. Shooter leading the way, charging through. Actually, okay, this is a quick TP. 2 players in, and King's actually taking down 3 of them. And that's a shutdown. HSB and Shooter find the follow-ups, and TE, they only lose 1 player.
Yeah, that's as clean as you like it, just losing the 1 singular player. Although, that being said, we shall be seeing the purchase coming out from the side of VLT. The rifles will come into play. And I'm excited to, obviously, I mean, I do enjoy the tactical side of things, but there is that animalistic little bit of me, Dinka, which loves enjoying just head-on-head duels coming in. And for that, Shooter, Storax versus MW1 and Marzel, it's going to be a treat indeed. As we do have a bit of an aggressive play coming in here towards the B-long area, and the recon dot immediately getting taken down. And look at Shooter just rushing through ahead, and he will be punished for that. MW1 gets the opening pick, all right to Ace, hugging the corner, finds 1, should get a second kill, but is completely blinded, but they don't push. MW1 in the meantime continuing his reign of terror, getting a second kill, but it's still even trades. Now, I take that back, they actually have a man advantage, and the TP has taken place. Both the players going to be legging it towards the A side where they might be able to get the spike down in time.
Well, they are charging through with these toxic screens that are up, and that will allow that spike plant no problem. And Soulmate's actually going to move up with the toxic screen to get in towards Hell. Right above him, though, MW1 has come forward, and he has looked crispy over the last 2 days. If he can start making some impact on the flanks, he can really make it work. He's got a headshot, and now put it down all onto Soulmate. He throws that toxic screen up to try and turn it into 1v1s, and he's done that so well. First headshot onto MW1. The Viper on the other side. Hellfighter's low health right now. Soulmate, he has the perfect setup to try and deal with this. He's going to throw up the screen again. Soulmate playing on the edge of it and a headshot. Hellfighter brought down. Fantastically played in the 1 versus 2.
Oh, he played that to perfection. The 1v2, the crosshair placement of the first player as well, coming out from the heavens. And then, of course, like I pointed out, it was a headshot required there from the Viper on the side of VLT. But considering how low he was and he had no idea what Soulmate had repositioned himself, this great repositioning coming out from him, right? He gets the first kill, immediately quietly puts up the wall, heads back towards Shower. Hellfighter, not a chance in hell for him. 3-0 for TE. Of course, reminding everyone, this is the map pick coming in from Team Exploit. The second map will be Icebox. That is a pick from VLT. And if needs be, we might be seeing Breeze coming out again, which was a deciding map the first time these two teams, or rather the last and the first time these two teams faced off against each other, Dinko. Right now, though, it's going to be just the few pistol upgrades coming out. The Sheriffs, the Deco, as we like to call it. And Marzel's going to be making first contact.
One Spectre in play. Hellfighter's actually got one, but yeah, like you're saying, you know, weaker bite coming in for the defense, so they should be getting chopped down. And it's a clean round coming in for the attacking side. Amaterasu, the last remaining player, with just the setup that you had on the A side as well, it's so likely to go this way, right? They weren't challenging for showers or A short, they were just giving it all up, so it's all about doing as much damage as possible. Ultimate out here for Amaterasu in the next round if he needs it. For TE right now, they don't want to lose too many members, and that's a little bit expensive, and nearly another shot coming in on the Sheriff. You don't want to lose that many players, but at least they get the round win.
I've seen Amaterasu just go ham on this map with that brim of his, so I'm looking to see. I remember watching a game, I think it was during the playoffs last week, where he had 4 ultimates used in one half on this very map. So he can be a little out of control at times. Right now, it's been a bit of a tepid start for the side of VLT. Although a couple of rounds, especially the first one, was exceedingly close indeed. And the third round as well coming down to a 1v1. So here we go. Yet another buy run, as you pointed out, Dinko. A lot of ultimates available for the side of VLT. The Reyna with the Empress if MW1 wants to pop it. And right now they have a much more heavier hold towards Hookah and towards B. And just the 2 players here, and MW1, that one-way poison orb. I guess Soulmate wasn't expecting anyone to be holding an angle, which is strange. A shooter just jumps marching in, Dinko, and takes down MW1, the Empress, neutralized.
Shooter has just been that kind of player. He just has that willingness to go aggressive, but HSB getting caught in that orbital strike. We talk about Amaterasu and his brim and getting the most out of his ultimates. Well, he's done it again. He's got that kill. Rifle picked up onto King as well. Shooter and Storax, they're going back and forth. They've actually doubled up for TE. And that's pulled it back into the 2v2. And this post plant becomes a little more difficult because now there's pressure and time on this retake. And Storax is a crossfire with his teammates. So Shooter's in a great spot, but he's going to be cleared out. And now that's all going to put the pressure on Storax. We know he's capable of pulling this off, but right to it, so the headshot has swooped in for the first round win for VLT. These rounds are close, Blah, but no cigar here. You got to get on the defuse.
Okay.
Hello? Okay,
all right.
Thank God for that, Blah. There we go. They want the orb.
I know they wanted the orb, but for a moment it looked like they forgot. I've seen that happen in some tournaments, Dinko. That was scary.
Yeah, I was getting G2 flashbacks, dude.
I mean, G2, man, like, I feel like it transcends games for them, right? Like, it's not just about one particular game, them and Spikes or C4s. This was an interesting 2v2, right? Like, they use a recon from right to ace, and when they saw the flashes, the guiding lights coming out from the player who was inside the showers, which was Storax, they knew exactly where the final 2 players were. So I kind of feel like if the guiding light wasn't used, they would still be questioning where the second player was. So I wouldn't really call it a misplay. You know, he probably wanted to use the guiding light to delay the push, but in the end, still a very good attempt coming out from the side of TE. However, first round on board for VLT. They did have only 2 players survive, so their economy, it's not looking that great right now. We do have the Viper's Pit being utilized early towards short. And Soulmate's being very brave. He's just going to be sitting inside, decayed down to 1 point of health, looking for any aggression to come out. Right now, they're going to be using the drone, and they can see that the poison orb coming in, and they haven't been able to spot out. But Soulmate, oh, I love that. They knew exactly. All right, we cleared all the angles. The one angle we didn't check was right here, and that has to be exactly where the Viper's lying in with, and Hellfighter gets taken down without even getting seen. And here we go, the counter ult coming in, and this is not looking good at all for VLT.
Wow, there goes the Hunter's Fury being invested into, trying to clear out this pit area. And now Marcel, his turn, he dives right in and gets one. Denies the spike from getting planted, and now MW1, he's come over towards this side of the map. Finally, the spike will start to get planted, this time confirmed to go down. The Viper's pit still up right now, but it's been taken out. The short dart right through it, and now on Shooter, he slipped the net, he's got one, but that's it. Taken down by Right to Ace. I don't know how they've done it, Bly, but that retake was just beautiful to watch.
It was Marzel. It was all Marzel, the absolute lunatic, just jumps into the pit, takes down the planter as the spike is going down, and even though he doesn't get a kill on his Soulmate, he deals so much damage that a shock dot from Right to Waste was able to take him down. These rounds, it's so close.
Crazy, man. Yeah, super close, super contested rounds, and these are the moments that can really turn the tide, right? We just have a player like Marzo willing to try and make the difference, diving right into the Viper's pit, taking that 1 kill away. The spike is down on the ground for a few more seconds, and that just creates that chaos, right? If they get the spike planted, then they have a much better chance of things. Also, shout out today, we've got Sylv joining us on the observing. Definitely happy to have him on board.
Take flight.
So definitely cool to see him on board with us today, Blood. We'll see if so basically, if he misses anything, you know who to blame.
Exactly. Like, if you miss any action, it's all Zild's fault. Jokes aside, though, Shooter. Perfectly placed blade there. And look at the ultimates getting utilized. And Shooter, oh, he's gonna go straight into the Brim ult, and yet he comes out alive. And Shooter has single-handedly, looks like, taken over this B site. The Grim Reaper with his blades, looking for more. He's been healed up as well, so he can look for more if he wants to. It's a 5v2. Spike still not planted, clearing out all the angles, ensuring there is no one lurking inside towards the elbow area. But the round is done, Dinko. In a blink of an eye, Shooter finds almost everyone. And a gun.
Yeah, Shooter is just... I said it earlier, Blah. You know, yesterday we seen Shooter doing some dirty things here on Bind, and I was excited to see if he could do it today. And so far, he has not disappointed. He has brought that same level of performance into Bind on day 2 of this tournament. And that just shows consistency and somewhat of a specialist map for him. And TE, they are looking so good right now on this attacking side. You know, for VLT, yeah, they win a few rounds. Maybe they make that retake happen. But none of these rounds have been convincing for them. It hasn't given me much faith in the defensive setups, because TE can just cut through them like a hot knife through butter, right? It's just nice and easy for them. So I want to see more of a solid hold, more a convincing hold, and not have to rely on some ridiculous play from Marzel jumping into a Viper's pit. Yeah, I want to see some good play coming in. I think VLT have realized that as well. So timeout coming through. We're currently on Bind, which is the map pick of TE, so this should be a comfort pick for them. And so far, they're looking very comfortable.
They are. And that's going to be even more gutting for the side of VLT, because that was a very light buy, right, if I'm not mistaken. And all the rifles they have right now have been the rifles from the defenders, which you managed to pick up. So not only do they win a round with minimal investment, they also get away with extra rifles. They keep 4 players alive, and they get the round win, and they have extra credits as well in their bank account. So they're looking feeling very, very happy as we have a timeout getting called by Amaterasu. I like the fact that it's calling this comparatively pretty early. We've seen games where, you know, things have spiraled really out of control, where it's like maybe a 10-1 scoreline or like a 8-2 scoreline or something before the first timeout gets called. So I like the fact that Amaterasu has called this timeout very, very early on. Now, if you've just tuned in, you might be forgiven for thinking this has been a one-sided game. It's not. A lot of these rounds which TE have won have come off the back of 1v1 clutches being won by them. So it has still been very neck-to-neck. This could easily, Dinko, have been 5-2 for VLT.
Yeah, it's been one of those games where you see those initial couple of rounds are super close and could have went either way, but it's all about whoever picks those rounds up. In a game like Valorant as well, there's not as many rounds to make up for, right? It's MR12, so you know you're in this situation where you have to try and get as many of these early rounds as possible, and 5-2 is a very comfortable scoreline for this attacking side. They're going very heavy towards B long, And that Trailblazer's actually caught the position of right to Is. Will they pounce on him? Flash is going through as well. The guiding light leads the way forward. And Snorax come in with a headshot. Showstopper in. 1 kill for Marzel. And that may just be 1 kill, but it's taken the sting out of the attack. It slowed things down completely. And TE, they looked like they wanted to pounce, but now they're going to have to think about a different avenue. And Shooter, he might just go through this teleporter or uptrap with the spike. Okay, what? Shooter, he's giving me anxiety blood.
I think that was a bit unintentional. I think he dashed the wrong direction. It did save his life, but that was hilarious. Now, Soulmate is aware there's a player close by, and oh no! Hellfighter caught looking the wrong way, and Amaterasu 10 points of health. He needs to land the headshot. What? That's not gonna happen, and it's gonna come down to Marzel. And he has a lot of work to do, Dinko. Both the players are flush with health, and Marzel's gonna come walking on invulnerable. It's going to take a while for his health to... Somehow he snaps onto the head, though. The Madman, decayed down to 1 HP, is still looking for more, but Soulmate, with the 4K, is going to ensure Marzel's not going to get the clutch. Nice attempt from him, but VLT, well, they're struggling a bit here.
Yeah, I think TE... they just have so many individuals to pull off moments where you can get a multi-kill or really make a difference. You know, Marzel's doing his best to try and take the sting out of this initial attack. Soulmate obviously got the initial info from his teammate, and then Marzel trying to make it as difficult as possible for himself to gain himself down. Now, okay, I'm on 50 health, let me put myself on 1. Then peeks into the fight that he was just looking at. So it really does feel TE just have some of those individuals just a bit more, they're performing better so far at the start of buying. And for VLT, there's going to be a big issue for them. This is not a play you want to see from MW1. Gets caught, Shooter going and getting a second kill here for TE. The weaker weapons, not really expected to do much, but and this is exactly kind of the outcome you expected.
Marzel able to spot out just the one player. Deploys his paint shells before the smoke gets deployed. But yeah, this is going to be an easy round. And I gotta say, like, sure. There were a few rounds where it's like came down to the 1v1 to 2v2s, which TE were able to clinch. But now that we've had, this is a 9th round being played out, some of the rounds we're winning are very convincing. Like, this is a very convincing anti-eco. The previous one as well, we had a fantastic look coming in from Soulmate. And I gotta say, right now, the Soulmate has... I guess he's been the more impactful Viper so far. Surprisingly, without using much utility, you know? It's just about he puts up the toxic wall. That's about the only crazy utility usage he's been using so far on his attacking side, yet he's getting all these lurk kills, all these just walking out and catching out players looking the wrong way. And Hellfighter, I mean, it's still very early days. We know how good he was yesterday, but right now he's been having a bit of a quiet time on the defensive side. Yeah,
he's been trying to lock down a lot of map control with that Viper's Pit in towards A short. He's been trying to get those one-ways going his way up in towards A short as well. Hasn't really been able to dominate that fight, even with all the advantages that he's got in terms of the defensive utility. Like you said, Soulmate has been just taking him out pretty much every time towards that area when they challenge head-to-head. And once again, they lose A short. It's going to be Shooter just running straight into Lamps. He's picked up that first headshot, and Amaterasu's out of play. And what I love about TE is they're so quick and coordinated. When they get this first kill, they don't waste any time. They get that Viper's Pit up into default, and now they've got all players just standing around waiting for their roll.
Well, they faked the plan, but in the meantime, Marzel and MW, 2 quick kills out of nowhere, and they will... Oh, no!
The spike.
Oh, no! That's unfortunate. And they've gone back to B! Dinko, what is going on?
Oh my god, surely at this point they gotta realize TE's Viper's Pit was in play, but now it's gone. That spike is gonna be spotted surely by Hellfighter. He finally sees it.
My lord.
Oh god, surely the rotation comes back quickly now, and there it is. They're coming back from B. They didn't know the spike was down because of the Viper's Pit still up and the defensive position, but now that they've taken some time, there's only 30 seconds left to try and get the spike back. If they grab it and hit the TP, they could get away, but the spike is still down, and MW1 with the 3K lines up the final 2 players, and the defenders of VLT will get another round. But blah, my god, I hope you've had your coffee, because this is just crazy.
I still am not too sure what happened in that Viper's Pit, because I just blinked and I look at the kill feed.
Viper's Pit stays in the Viper's Pit.
One thing I gotta say, though, like MW1 and Marzel, they just get 2 kills out of nowhere, it looks like. And then the two remaining members of TE, they TP towards Hookah, and they're like, oh, crap, the spike's not there. And then you have VLT rotating back towards B. It was chaos, Dinko. And you know what? Sometimes it's exactly what you want. Like you said, I haven't had my cup of coffee in the afternoon, but that really woke me up. And I'm wide awake. It's Marzel's going to open things up, fighting shooter. MW1. The recon bolt giving away his position, and Marzel's just continuing to take fights. Finally, he will fall, but not before he gets a couple of kills. Right to Ace position should be known here, and they're using their shock dot to deal quite a lot of damage, but MW1's nearby. The Empress active, looking for more, and right to Ace, and MW1's gonna shut down the B side. They don't need any help from the other two members on the A side, and that is going to be 2 rounds back-to-back. And all of a sudden, Dinko, it was looking very lopsided, but if they can get to round number 5, this is suddenly looking pretty competitive.
Yeah, I mean, you could always turn these around. In the first half, you can get a bit of momentum going, but again, I haven't really been 100% convinced in terms of the performance yet on this defense, but it only matters if you get enough rounds to compete in the second, because we know that their attacking side can be very solid. We got to see that yesterday. In their game against GE, right? It was 2 very strong attacking sides coming in from them. So I'm looking forward to seeing that, if that's going to be the case for VLT, and an early showstopper coming in for that first kill. That's going to give them a big advantage.
What?
HSB is spotted, and they peek into him. Even with the advantage of knowing where he was, because they obviously had spotted with a recon ball, it doesn't even matter, because he just gets the headshot. Shooter pulls out the Blade Storm. Another kill coming in for him, and a mad advantage for TE into this post-plant play.
Ouch. Tharasu. He's going to need some bandages after that. He's feeding fire. 4v3 advantage. Marth sneaking in from behind us. Someone is holding the angle, and I doubt he's going to let him go either. There we go. They're going to peek him together, but King able to at least trade. Amaterasu finds Shooter. That's a Blade Storm. Neutralize a 2v2. Make that a 1v2. And Amaterasu left alone. Now, he's going to deploy his smokes to provide a little bit of cover. He's going to be walking through the smoke. That's going to be ballsy. But look at King's position. He's got the ultimate ready. He's got the ultimate online. And Amaterasu is aware of this. And there he goes. Not even showing himself, Dinko. This is looking nigh impossible. But actually, he can stick it if he escapes the ult. But no time remaining, unfortunately. And it is going to be the round going the way. The 8th for TE. Valiant attempt from Amaterasu, but they took a little too long. And Shooter, man, like 15 kills on that Jet. If I ever go to a bar and I need a wingman, Shooter has to be the guy, right? The guy has no fear. He's going to be the first guy going in. He's going to be like, you know, my friend Blaze sitting over there. I think, you should probably talk to him. He's that sort of guy.
But the problem is he would end up just getting with that.
Yeah, he would probably take the girl away from me as well, which is... And you know what? I'm okay with that. He deserves it because he's been fantastic. Every time he gets a Blade Storm online, the round seems to be guaranteed for him, right? And then apart from that, he's just such a nuisance. And even if you look at the previous game we had from them yesterday against Enigma, who are of course a lower caliber of opponent compared to VLT, he was just so impactful. No fear at all. Cojones the size of Jupiter, just dragging it around. Just insanity from this guy.
Yeah, he's got his own gravitational pull, and W1. He's going to be moving through in towards showers. He's been really impressive at times as well, right? He just has this explosive ability to bend my mind in all weird directions with what he's able to do. So I want to see that come in. I love this skin, by the way. This little shorty skin.
Oh, yeah.
Marzel's rocking. Looks pretty sick. He's got blinded by the guiding light, though. Drone's gone through as well, and Shooter. He's going to try and hold this tight corner, but the shorty. Okay. Oh, it's horrible. But he actually gets away with it. How does he go from 0 to hero that quickly? Marzel on the double kill with a shorty. Storax trying to deny the plant, but he couldn't do it. MW1 takes him out of play, and this is a brilliant round for VLT. One that could have went so wrong, but one that just works.
Marzel and his boomstick, Dinko. Like, just runs in, misses the first couple of shots. I mean, deals a bit of damage, and he's like, he gets a reload in, and boom, boom, 2 dead. Thank you very much. I'll see you all later on. And King left alone now in a 1v4 rather. And yeah, there's nothing much you can do in that situation. And that is going to be the pistol round going the way of VLT. And that came down to Marzel just being the flying boomstick.
The flying boomstick of Marzel. Look at this, dude. How does he go from, like, getting screwed over and then suddenly just taking 2 kills with 2 shots, man? That never happens with the shorty for me, but he does it well. And that's all you can really say about that. Marzel, this is why he's on the team. This is why he's been brought in to play in this tournament. He has been really impressive individually, and a big reason as to why they've been able to compete as closely as they have. And hit 5, yes, TE still in the lead. But VLT starting to build up that confidence and momentum and potentially might be back in this. Hookah pressure being put on with that boom bot. Lear going out and towards B long. Looks like a quick take from VLT and towards his B site. You need to be careful, Mars, so you don't get caught in position in the middle, and he's actually going to use those paint shells to drop back and regroup with his teammates inside of the site. HSB has taken one with that Sheriff.
4v4. It shouldn't be easy for them to get this round, though. Because if they do come in to try and pick up that Spectre, which they won't, they're all going to be grouped towards Hookup. Now, smokes to try and isolate some of these angles. The problem here for the side of VLT is they're not aware of where all these members are coming in from. They are cognizant of the fact that at least maybe one player towards Hookah, one player towards Long, but all four players dropping in could be problematic. And there we go. Right to Ace, though. He's still going to find two. And that is going to be a clean round. They just lose Marzel just to one Spectre. And they give TE a taste of their own medicine, Denko. They make that look very, very clinical indeed. Now for Marzel, considering it's a bonus round, what does he go for? Does he go for the Phantom? Vandal, basically any rifle? No, it doesn't look like.
We'll see what he decides to go with here, but 8-6 scoreline. A little bit of a bonus coming right up, and what we mean by that, if anybody is unfamiliar, it's where, you know, you win the pistol, you win the second round, and you don't lose too many players, so you decide to keep some of the weaker guns, the Spectres, Sheriffs, and you try and make as much money as you can. You don't really care if you lose this one, because you can buy in the next one. It's all about getting control of the economy early on. Shower control, congestion going down. That really wasn't something we see in the first half play. There wasn't too much contest from VLT's defense and showers. I'm excited to see if that happens here for TE, but already Lamp's control being taken by Marzel to judge. Pushing forward, HSB takes him down, and now the execute needs to deliver here for VLT.
I really like how Marzel got control of the U-Hauls, but maybe overextending a little too much, right? Like, he was so sure there's only one player on the roster. They're able to find one kill right to Ace. What a snappy little burst finding Storax. Shooter replies back. Now, bear in mind, ladies and gentlemen, these are just the Spectres they're working with, and they're going to be heading back towards B. The quick TP. But there is a snake in the grass. They have left the Viper. He's hearing all the commotion. He can hear the rotations taking place. He's conveying the information to his teammates. He should have heard the player towards Heaven, right? The wall's going to be coming on up. And Hellfighter's presence here towards U-Haul is so detrimental on this defense for the side of TE. But not if Shooter's just going to get a kill through the wall. Hellfighter hugging the side of the wall, finds another kill. And the 2v2. And once again, a TP going to be going all the way towards B. But it's another fake Dingo. Once again, they're going to be wrapping back towards A. This is a circus.
This is just a little free tour of Bind brought to you by VLT. VLT tours get on the bus, and here we go. Shooter in. Oh, and he gets the second on the fallback. That is disgusting from Shooter. I don't know how he did it, Blood, but he made the Vandal look like an operator, where he's just kind of like peeking, just getting that insta kill, then tailwinding away, goes back in for more. That's what we love to see. Shooter is probably, I would say, the most individually skilled player on the server right now with how he's playing. So I'm excited to see this.
I have to agree with you. Like, look at these shots, right? And he's like, all right, I could wait for my teammate, try and play for the 2v2, or hear me out, I could just kill everyone. And the latter works out perfectly for him. That being said, though, Dinka, that was a bonus round for VLT. That was the bonus round. They had just the one... they didn't have a single rifle, right? It was the 4 Spectres and the Judge in the hands of Marzel. So they're not going to be too worried about how that played out. With Karasu playing a dangerous game. Okay! Alright, Soulmate just annihilated everyone in Hookah. How does he get that kill? Those kills, rather. I have no clue, Dinko. But what the hell was that?
And that's what we talk about with TE. They just have players that do that, man. It's just insane. You just see it out of nowhere. You just see a couple of kills immediately on the board. It's just, how does it happen? Like, 3 kills that quickly? It's really cool to see, and it's just the fact that we're seeing this from so many different individuals. Last round it was Shooter, this round Soulmate. When you have that much skill, it's really hard to deal with it if you're VLT, because you have no chance to trade that because you're all dead immediately. You either have to initially be quicker on the trigger, or you're done. And right to Ace is just going to try and find his way back into this round, but a 1v4, I just don't see this happening right now. Toxic Cloud up in towards Hookah as well. Just going to slow him down even further. And with 25 seconds, he's got to try and get out and look at the repositioning into the corner of the Spectre here. Close quarters as Phantom trying to get around the corner and store access. So ready. Headshot in, and a 10th round now for TE. They're starting to grab control of this one. They're 3 rounds away from taking victory on Bind.
It didn't even look... I want to take a look at the replay, the game face replay from Gillette. I feel like he wasn't even... Yo, come on. They weren't even blinded.
That's just pure luck, man. That's like bad spacing, yes, on the attacking side, right? Because they're all standing on top of each other, but it's just a bit of luck, man. That happens, and you just got to be accurate with that first bullet. If you are, you get that reward.
And it's also like a little bit of a cheeky off angle, if you ask me. Like usually you'd be expecting the player to be playing, you know, on the right hand side behind the boxes instead of on wide out in the open at the edge of the the Vipers. Okay, hold up. Barzil finding soulmate. Shooter running in. Okay, this is curious from TE. There is no need for them to be this hyper-aggressive at MW1. A double kill, and TE are just gifting them free kills.
Yeah, here's a round for you, presented by TE. And they're going to try and pull it back. Okay, HSP nearly gets away with a 3k. Hellfighter brings him down. Now King left alone. 1 versus 3. 2 opponents incredibly low. He has got those shock darts available if he wants it, but he's going to peek through the Toxic Cloud 1. Oh, could have got a second, but couldn't quite flick onto right to Ace. If he had just got 1 or 2 bullets off there, Bly gets a kill on the second, and then who knows in the 1v1. But in the end, yeah, that's a round given away by TE. I don't get the shower push there. Just, it wasn't necessary. And the spacing was so bad. You allow the weapon to be picked up. You allow the chance to be given away. And they take their opportunity.
Yeah, I feel like that might be the most obvious mistake we've seen from TE so far. They have been quite clinical in the way they approach a lot of these rounds. But that was just, like you said, just gifting it. They're so desperate for the trade where, yeah, sure, your opponents might have the man advantage, but that's okay. Like, you know, you have the weaponry advantage, you can just hold the angles, just set up a crossfires, that's going to be more than good enough. And this, I like aggression, but Amaterasu able to get the opening pick. That's soulmate taken out, but Shooter with a quick trade. He is isolated on this side. No, he's not. He does have backup in the form of the King, but Marzel pushed up very deep. He's got a showstopper. He's aware. Oh, Marzel, he's going to land a headshot. He should be aware, cognizant of King's position as well, maybe. He's going to keep King occupied towards the B side, but meanwhile, on the A side, they have shown a presence. They know exactly that a spike's going to be planted. And the ultimate getting used, but it's not... Wait, was that his own teammate's ultimate? No, it's opponent's. Never mind. I'm losing my mind, Dinka.
So much going on, Bly. Well, Recon Ball has spotted a couple of opponents, and that's going to allow a kill for HSB. In fact, he's taking down MW1.
The Seekers.
The screen up. Seekers coming out as well, right to Ace under a good bit of pressure. Shockdart starts to go in. That one might dish out some damage, but no kill to come in. Okay, King right to the boxes, able to find himself Hellfighter, and King does not stop. Another 3k added to the collection of TE. How many players are going to get a huge multi-kill moment for this team, Bly? It just seems like everybody's capable of doing it.
It's kind of funny how that battle between Marzel and Kingstar on the B side and ended on the A side. Like, they've been dueling for so long. But the King coming online, and that was the man advantage for the side of VLT, the moment they got the spike down. But King, the whole W King, just running in, winning every single duel. And even if he lost a duel to Marzel, his teammate was right next to him to trade immediately. So 11-4, the scoreline. Just 2 rounds remain for the side of TE. Take map number 1 here. Great recon as well. HSB finding MW1. And yeah, Marzel, if he's a showstopper, but obviously he wanted to save it, right? He didn't know where the second player might be. But maybe if it used that showstopper, this could have easily been 10-8. But still, not quite done yet. The Viper's Pit online for both the teams. We have the Hunter's Fury as well as the Blade Storm for the side of TE. And I gotta say, Dinka, when I see the Blade Storm online for Shooter, it's a bit terrifying. Yeah, because you know Shooter can do some stupid things with it. We've seen it already. We've seen him sort of take a round on his own. You know, you're down on what, Sheriffs, a couple of frenzies maybe. He pulls out the Blade Storm, and you've got a round win capability right there. So yeah, we know what is possible when Shooter's got that Blade Storm online.
But 11-7, TE with their purchase up, they've got those Phantoms and Vandals. Barely anybody, we've seen barely any operator usage here on Bind. I think with how quick the game's been and how this map plays out, they haven't really needed that operator at all. So it's cool to see that we're just seeing the rifles in play and everybody's very proficient on them. Right now, in terms of ultimate usage across both teams, TE have 3 available: the Hunter's Fury, the Bladestorm, and the Viper's Pit. Over on the VLT side of things, you got the Showstopper, Orbital Strike, Hunter's Fury, and Viper's Pit as well. So expect a lot of ultimate usage in this round, I would say, Black, because this is a very important one coming up. And unfortunately, ahead of it, we've got a tech pause coming up.
Gives us a little bit of time to breathe, right? Like, this game has been non-stop action throughout, and we're only in game number 1, map number 1 of the day. Coming up after this series, the unfortunate loser is going to be playing against Global Esports in the lower bracket finals, Dinko. So if it's kind of like yesterday, like you have a long best of 3, you lose heartbreakingly, and then you play another best of 3 like half an hour later. It's never going to be easy.
No, especially with getting it, it's the mindset thing, right? You're not exhausted from playing, but you're more so just in a negative mindset, right? It's far easier to play well and go for your peaks and be confident when you're in a positive mindset and you're feeling good about it. But if you're in this situation, then yeah, you're gonna be feeling a little rough. But 11-7, hopefully we can see a return to action shortly. You can usually see what the idea is with the buy phase. You know, you can take a look at what's going on right now. That spike is actually over towards middle. That boombot likely to go in from Marcel in towards Hookah. Just looks like it's just going to be a default stance. We have seen some showers contest going down between a couple of these players over and over again. It seems like there's going to be quite a few players over towards this A side early on. So I'm excited to see what initial duels are going to happen.
Yeah, but right now, like, obviously, they do have a bit of time to talk things out, take their time. I gotta say, like, Shooter has been, for me, like, I wouldn't say the fine of the tournament. I've obviously seen him play in the past as well. But the way he has been consistently, almost a little reminiscent of how Esquirossi is kind of like the talisman, the main guy.
The superstar.
The big stick of his team. Imagine facing off against this guy in like a matchmaking game. You'd definitely be reporting him, I guess. Except, I mean, if you're like an iron player.
What are you talking about? SK Rossi is in pretty much every gold game, man. It's just insane.
You see like gold players like, he's cheating.
Yeah.
He's absolutely cheating.
Skulls,
oh my god.
Yeah, I've definitely enjoyed watching a lot of the talent in the scene because, I mean, they've obviously been very good in terms of their setups as well, but the talent, individually speaking, has been so evident. And it's cool to see like a smart cognitive approach to Valorant because a lot of the executes have been on point, a lot of the teamwork. Like yesterday between GE and VLT, how many times do we see perfect utility combinations coming in, right? The gravity wall aftershock combo just working perfectly, the shock dart gravity wall, the shock dart aftershock combo. Like it's just our fault line, should I say. You just have so many of these combos and utility that have just been practiced and made perfect over and over again. So I think the level of Valorant in this region is really being lifted up. And the cool thing is whoever does win this obviously gets a chance in the APAC last chance qualifier. Whoever wins that gets a spot at Champions to play against some of the best teams in the world. I think already confirmed to be there. Sentinels, Latin American team. Which team is it from Latin America? There's there. I kind of forgotten.
Is it Karyu? I'm not sure. No.
Yeah. So we have anyway, some of the best teams in Valorant already confirmed for that, and obviously we're still waiting on the EMEA team to make it through as well for Champions. But I mean, it's just going to be so many opportunities for these players who, you know, let's be real, Blad. The opportunities in South Asia aren't as big as the opportunities in North America or Europe.
Yeah.
So you got to take them. You got to take every chance, and to perform, you got to step up in these qualifiers.
I feel like this particular qualifier, like, you know, the teams who played for the who are playing the VCC, I think they have the hardest path ahead of them, right? Because you're going to
Esports, by the way. Sorry.
Yeah, it's Crew Esports. Yeah, so it's like, think about it. Like, they need to not just win this tournament, like they need to win it, right? It's not just about the top 2 teams. You need to win the tournament, qualify for APAC, where you're going to be facing with Japanese teams, Chinese teams, Koreans, some of the Southeast Asian teams, and you're there. I'm not sure if that's going to be LAN or online, but if it's online, again, you have the connectivity problems. And one thing about Valorant, at least from my experience, I've noticed is at a high ping, it's really hard, right? It's always hard, especially when you start hitting that 80, 90 ping barrier. And you have like the entirety of Asia playing there. So if it's online, it's going to be rough. But if it's LAN, fair enough. But even there, Dinko, even with the APAC Last Chance qualifier, you need to win the entire thing. So you need to win this tournament, the VCC, and the APAC Last Chance qualifier, and then you qualify for the championship. That's hard, man.
And then just think about how many qualifiers you had to play in to get to this qualifier. That is basically a qualifier for another qualifier, you know? It's a qualifier
for a qualifier for a qualifier.
Man, it's exhausting, even to say it. Never mind playing all of these. And the cool thing is, you know, you're practicing, you have your own regional matchups, but then you also realize, okay, I go to the APAC and I have to play against Boom and the Full Sense, etc. And these are teams that are very good. And then that's again, I think there's some spots from China there as well that you can qualify for, at least on Liquipedia I was looking at. So I mean, you have so many regions you still have to play against, and we know how good how many good players there are, should I say, in the APAC region in FPS games. So even making it out of this region is going to be difficult because you still got to play against some ridiculous Southeast Asian teams. So yeah, it's definitely a time to shine and show that you're a cut above the rest.
Oh yeah, and the best way to show that is obviously to perform, right? So let's take a look at how this one plays out. Obviously, it looks like one of the players had disconnected. I think his power had gone, and it should be back. I do believe he is restarting his PC, so we should be ready to rock and roll very quickly. You can see the VLT boys on the camera over there. We got Mathurasa right away. 2 veterans in the scene. Marzel as well, the latest addition. Yesterday was his first game in VCC, Dinko. He had never subbed in for VLT yet. He was always a 6th man and kind of like played the main roster in some of the smaller tournaments. But he had a hell of a debut yesterday. As you pointed out, every map he played, they won.
Yeah, Marzel's insane, and it doesn't look like he's with the team either. So, I mean, a couple of them look like, obviously, they're on the sort of boot camp. Maybe he's just got a different background. But he looks like he's in a bedroom of sorts. So,
I think it's a room right next to the rest of the guys' room.
Okay, I guess it's like, Marzel, you sit in the other room. You're not allowed to sit with us. You're not at the cool kids table yet.
But guys, when can I sit with you guys? Well, once you win VCC.
Yeah, well, you do a good job here. We'll let you sit with the cool kids, man. But right now, Marzel, you're in the other room. Yeah, I think it's really cool to see a player like Marzel get those opportunities, because obviously, from his perspective, you're working towards getting some of these big opportunities. You know, coming from this region, you get very limited chances to play in the big competitions and get a lot of eyeballs on you. So, you know, when you get a chance to maybe go on to one of these bigger tournaments, you got to take it. And you finally get to perform with your team. You got to show up. And Marzel's been doing that. Hasn't lost the map yet. So let's see if he can make something happen. 11-7 as we get right back into the action. Blood TE, they're in the lead. They look like they had snatched momentum. But we'll see if this break has really caused any problems for them.
HSB. Sneaking in. Brim versus Brim. Is he going to check the angle? He's going to spot the first player out, and he faces against 2. Now, he's completely unaware of Amathros's position right next to him. But with that kill, are they going to draw out an extra defender from the A side? No seems to be the answer. They're going to be holding towards hookup. Marzel has got a Spectre. The Owl drone should be coming into use from right to ace, and it is going to be Marzel. Oh, it's a drone versus drone action. But it is going to be Storax swinging wide. Got the guiding light. Knows there's a lot of players there. He's been tagged. But the king from above should find one. Find a second kill. That is absolutely ludicrous. But Ace will reply back as Amaterasu finds Storax using the ultimate. A 3v2 spike drop. Not aware of Ace's position. And Ace is going to find a third. But MW1 will make sure Soulmate gets up to no further shenanigans. Round number 8 will go the way of VLT.
And VLT, I think, just play it to perfection in terms of waiting for the mistakes and aggression of TE. I think TE have shown that is probably one of their biggest weaknesses, is when to go for the aggression and how to go for it. Because they've gone for some of these aggressive plays and they're giving away their life. And that King step up with the 2K, imagine they don't give away that initial kill of HSV, right? That's a huge double that gives you a huge advantage. But I think we've seen some early showers aggression a couple of rounds ago that didn't make any sense. That B long push, I think, was a little too aggressive. We got to see it be curved a little bit. But here we go. Blitzstorm out for Shooter. He's getting aggressive through showers. There's a player I'll let off the leash. It would be this guy, so he can make some differences.
Yeah, he is. He's a bit scary. He's a bit
Okay.
terrifying. But here we go. It's gonna be the Lear, and unfortunately, HSB not able to pop it, meaning the B side control has been relinquished. But coming in from behind is going to be Shooter. He's making a lot of noise. He's making a lot of noise.
Timing.
If Hellfighter gets a kill, the timing is everything, and he's gonna get the kill. That is Shooter neutralized. The one player who could have made a difference for TE has been taken care of. And for a change, Dinko, it looks like, well, might be seeing a very clean round coming out of VLT, something which we have rarely had the opportunity to see.
Storax had a beautiful headshot.
Oh, no, 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 no,
MW1
no, no,
is he
no,
about
no,
to do
no.
him dirty.
Okay.
There it is, the execution from behind. I feel like in Valorant, knifing is always a little risky, Blood.
It is
You have
very
to be-
risky.
I've tried it so many times, I've just made an absolute idiot of myself, man. It's really hard to knife in this game for some reason.
I have a clip which if I show anyone would ensure I never get hired for any VLT events, where I was in a game and this guy, we both whiff our shots, we take out the pistols with both the pistol shots, and it's like a diamond game. We take out our knives, we go at each other for about 15 seconds.
Oh, did you share this clip on social media, Blood?
No, I'm never gonna do that. Like I said, I would never get hired if I ever show that. It was embarrassing, and he looks at me, I look at him, and then we go at each other, and then I finally get the kill, and then after that he's like, we never talk about that ever again. I'm like, yes, sir.
I agree.
Marzo,
There we go. He's going to try and get something out of the showstopper. A little unlucky. He was just a fraction away from being able to land some damage, but in the end we'll get a kill on his Phantom. But look at Soulmate. He's not going to be pulled in the open. He didn't fall for it. He thought that was a fake, and he made the right call, but Hellfighter still swinging into the fight. Kill comes through, and now Trailblazer going through, trying to find some information, but it's shut down early from Lamps. That Viper's Pit inside of the site itself will make things difficult for this retake. Even though they're down a player, it becomes more difficult. HSB has found a headshot. Hellfighter's extremely low, though, so one stray bullet through the Viper's Pit will be able to take it down. Shooter's starting to move forward. Operator in these close quarters positions, always difficult to make it work. Shooter's gone down, and now it's all just on Storax. He finds one. That's the Viper's Pit dropping now. Caught in the open, though. He has no covers. You'll throw the Seekers out trying to help him out in this fight, but with the time ticking, it's just too difficult. And it's another round one for VLT. They're making this comeback. 11-10, Blah. It just keeps going.
it's like that technical pause kind of woke up something inside of VLT. Suddenly everything's hitting. The takes are looking good. They're out dueling their opponents as well. Marzel there getting the open. Sorry, I think it was Marzel got taken down there. But then yeah, Amaterasu, the crossfire was fantastic, and they played this one perfectly. We've seen a Viper Spit come out a couple of times in the past. It was neutralized, but this time around, not only have they won 3 in a row, Dinko, they've broken the economy. And there is no Blade Storm available for the side of the defenders. So suddenly, a real opportunity here for VLT to tie things up 11-11 and potentially even take their opponent's map pick. As long as they don't feed the sheriffs. That's something I don't want to see. Oh, the shorty. The shorty in hands of Shooter.
Like butter, baby.
Oh, good shot. Amaterasu bringing down King. And Shooter's going to try and get close to the shorty. He heard the orb usage, but couldn't make it happen. Amaterasu comes off the orb, gets the headshot. He's got that ultimate already because of the kill, so he doesn't actually need to pick up that orb. So he just decides, right, I'm straight into the teleporter. I'm going to go help my teammates on the other side of the map. And Soulmate, well, he's still got that Viper's Pit, but now he's been spotted. Hearing the spike go down, he's got a very difficult task. Just the Sheriff, my God. That's like me when I'm on the server, Bly. Missing every single shot. 11-11. A flawless round coming in from VLT. They tied up the scoreline. And I don't know which way this is going to go.
Take out a wallet, bring out a coin, toss a coin. I feel like it's so up in the air, but it feels like a story in 3 parts, right? The first 5 rounds was so very back and forth. It was so very close. And then we saw TE just looking like the better team by far. And then after this technical timeout, VLT have just woken up, and I did mention this, Denko, earlier on. Amaterasu on bind can be a problem for their opponents. These are 22 kills. He's top ranking for a server. But Soulmate, he's got the Viper Spit online. Oh no, that was very close. MW1 not quite able to land his shots though. Oh, he's still going for the wall banks. Burning alive in the incendiary left behind by the Brim. Soulmate I'm not too sure if the Owl Drone spotted him at, but it's going to be sitting inside of the pit. Hellfighter getting decayed. The waiting game. These two have been nemesis of each other for quite a while. Soulmate taking a bit more damage. Where did they go with it? It looks like they are very committed to heading towards this A site, Dinko, despite the fact that a Viper's Pit is online.
Yeah, it seems like they want to try and eliminate this Viper's Pit, but we'll see if they are able to make that happen. There goes the Hunter's Fury to try and clear it out. Not too far off actually getting that done, but missing it out. But he got a double kill. He's killed his own teammate. Luckily brings down King. And the final burst of the Hunter's Fury. He's been able to take one out of play. And now 4v4, 35 seconds left. Still one player posturing towards B, but this spike, it's still over towards A. It looks to be changing that up in the final 30 seconds, though. They're going to have to deal with Shooter in defense. And not just Shooter, they have Storax over here as well. So they haven't made that full rotation. They have no control right now on this attacking side. They've got to make it happen. Monster's running over the top. Shooter's got 1 second as well. Somehow on the Classic. Pulls it out for a third kill. Shooter is unbelievable. And that is the round for TE. 12 rounds picked up. Absolutely no chance here for MW1. And I don't know what Shooter is able to do, but I can't believe this guy exists. The stuff he's doing is ridiculous.
I'm at a loss for words. I'm sorry. I know it's our job to like talk about the game,
Classic kill here at Blast is just stupid.
The TK was painful as well. All right, I need to see if you can probably get a replay later on, maybe after this round or after the game.
Shot, dude.
Yeah, the classic shot up close. Marzel's going to be seething. He was very low though. He was extremely low.
But how quick he gets it. It's a headshot as well, man. He just pulls out the operator straight to the Classic. Boom, headshot. Incredible stuff.
Man's cracked, Soulmate. Oh, he's trying to line it up again, Dinko. He got that 3 kill, but Marzel! He's not going to be fooled. Not the second time around. He's going to check the corner. No, he's not. And King is going to find him mid-air. It's a no-fly zone, but MW1 with the quick trade. The B site taken over. They have control of Long as well. And this retake... well, they might as well go for this. It's the final round of regulation. It's 12 and 11. And they're going to be going for it, but man advantage... We have a snakebite getting used as well. It's delaying this retake. They don't even have any ultimates available. MW1 spotted out, though. They're going to have to use a Lear to make his escape. But no, HSB is going to get the kill. And now a 3v3.
And 12 to 11 quickly could end here. TE making their retake attempt. First kill for Hellfighter. Still alive. Second picked up as well. Hellfighter shutting them down. A 3K to deliver overtime.
Okay, all right. Game 1, map 1 of the day, and we're going all the way to OT, baby. And you know what, Dinko? I wouldn't have it any other way. 22 kills from Athros, MW1 and Marzel as well, cracking the 20-kill barrier. And Hellfighter, he had a quiet game, but the 3K in the end ended. But this was all Marzel. Sure, he dies, but the insta-trade coming in from MW1, that's exactly how you want to deal this to play. Selfless plays coming out, and of course, Hellfighter to close out a round with some clinical headshots coming out from him. That was a 3v3. It looked like a potential retake on the cards for the side of Exploit, but Hellfighter says no, not happening this time around. Here we go, Dinko. Looking at the... another technical timeout. That's very unfortunate. I really don't know which way this one's going to go. Again, map pick for Exploit. They want to win their map pick. They really want it, because if it goes to map number 2, Icebox, it's a map that VLT are exceedingly comfortable on. But at least based on what we saw from Exploit yesterday against Enigma, they're pretty comfy playing on Icebox as well.
Overtime in VLT, man, seems to be their comfort zone. We've seen it yesterday. We've seen them perform really well in overtime as well. So I know VLT have got it in them to pull off an overtime win. It's on TE. I think this is their first real test so far in this tournament, because that first game, they didn't really get tested at all. VLT have been here. They've been in the trenches. They've been in these close matchups. And they've proven they can win them. So for TE, this is a real test of their grit, determination, and capabilities in the high-pressure situations. I hope that T are able to perform, because yesterday we seen 5 overtimes, was it, Blythe? Was it 5 or 6 OTs?
I lost track.
Never ending.
It was 5. It was 5 overtimes, yeah.
It was incredible. So, yeah, it just kept going. So I hope we kind of get a similar game straight off the bat here.
Well, oh boy. Defensive side now for VLT. They're going to try and batten down the hatches. I feel like the B side has been problematic for VLT, right? And usually when it comes to OT, like you have this streak of rounds on the attacking side, you manage to take it to OT. And now that you're in OT, you flip the sides. It can be a bit jarring, right? Suddenly you're like, okay, crap, we really did struggle on the defending side. What do we need to switch up right here? What's the read going to be? And usually when it comes to OT, the deeper you get into overtime, you can see the strat book kind of running out of pages, and it just comes down to a lot of individual duels, a lot of questionable plays as well. So far, though, it has been a very entertaining game, apart from a couple of mistakes here and there, which you expect to see, in all the chaos of the battle, of the bloodlust and everything. You tend to see a few mistakes coming out, like right to ace with that TK. We saw that one round from TE from Exploit, where they had rifles, and it was VLT only with the pistols on the attacking side, mind you, and they gifted away all the guns in the lost round. If they had a lost round, Dinko, this is 13-11 for Exploit. So if they wind up losing this game in overtime, they are going to be kicking themselves over that round.
Yeah, it's those situations when you're in a game of this level and this importance, you can't really afford to make those mistakes, because those mistakes really can make the difference. Just remember those a few of the rounds where they get over aggressive or overzealous or go alone, and you have no trade potential. You think, okay, we're up like 3 rounds, but you end up losing that round. Those can make a big difference when it comes to the overall score of this game, and you do not want to let that happen. So that's where we see like the good teams, the best teams, they'll not let those rounds slide. They understand the value of each and every round. So we've got to see that come out here. We've got to see that mentality out of both of these teams. And I think now they've both been pushed to OT again. I think they'll realize every single moment, every individual fight matters so much as they get into the final few here over time. The Kings peeking out early with his Owl drone. He has spotted a player close by, but they've traded out some info. Molly at the ready to try and slow things down with that incendiary in the hands of Amaterasu. Shotgun's trying to delay and separate, and actually Shooter has taken significant damage. Being healed up by his team though, with that regrowth coming in. Been a slow battle at the beginning of long, and they're actually just going to dive straight into the teleporter. They're going back over towards Abla.
Yeah, there was so much information being gleaned by TE there. He spotted the Brim. They knew there was a Sova there, and he spots a Jet as well. That's so much information that early in the round, and Exploited like, you know what, it's really not worth committing to this B hit. Instead, like you said, they take the TP. Now, Hellfighter had a great round. Final round of regulation. It's time to shine here. He's got Marzel right next to him. The hit is going to be coming on in. Dingo 45 seconds, and here comes VLT with the push. Sorry, here comes TE with the push, rather.
Yeah, TE are going to charge forward. Often the player that can get it done is Shooter, but he's taken down. Marcel on the double kill. Hellfighter and Amaterasu shut it all down. And in the end, what looked like a competitive round is an absolute shutdown coming in for VLT. They only lose 1 player, and the defense holds strong for the first round of overtime.
Marzel just hugging the corner. He really doesn't play that angle that often, so they didn't check it hard enough. Gets 2 kills there. Of course, we have the snakebite coming into play as well, and that was a complete shutdown. I like how neither of these 2 teams on the defensive side are okay giving up map control, right? They have a lot of control of. They had control towards long. They ensured that they weren't able to enter the garden area outside of the B bomb side. And it's just forcing them to rotate real quickly towards A, where they were kind of, I wouldn't say they were running out of time, but they needed to enter the site as soon as possible because they had no information as to where the defenders were. So a great round coming out from VLT. Now switching over to the attacking side, they had almost a flawless streak on the attacking side, Dinko. Do they have it in themselves to get 1 more round to take this in OT and then move on to their map pick? Smiles all around, though. Everyone's looking very comfortable for a VLT.
Yeah, if they take Bind away, VLT are in the best case scenario to win 2-0 in this series, Blow, this could be a huge win for them if they're able to pick this up. So TE have got to try and pull this one back. We've seen the defense hold strong for both teams before. With TE, they've got the operator in the hands of Shooter. We know what he can do with that when he's on defense. We've seen that already just a couple of rounds prior. So let's see how this one plays out. VLT, 1 round, and they've got Bind in their back pocket. Shooter is going aggressive at the beginning of the round with the operator, knowing that he is the star of the show. He's going to try and bring matters into his own hands. Getting aggressive up in towards a short MW1. Storax just peeking in towards Showers will realize it has been conceded at the beginning of this round. So Shooter, I feel like, is going to be the player you want to see the first contact on.
Completely given up control of B long, though. Have Exploit, they seem to be very cognizant of the fact that a hit is going to be coming in towards A. Shooter, his patience doesn't quite pay out. VLT are being very trepidant. He's only used the operator one time, Dinko, and it didn't quite pan out in MW1. Pulling a very close angle. The hit's going to be coming on in. A wished shot, but Marzel's able to trade. MW1 with a quick reply, though, and Shooter down to 26 points of health. The side control has been lost by TE. The spike planted of 4v4.
His time is ticking, swinging out through the sky smoke is MW1. He's been able to find one and dismiss away, but maybe a little too aggressive, peeking back into the open. HSB has to be aware. He's only got 3 bullets left. He's only got 3 bullets left. He swings into the open, immediately taken down by Hellfighter. Headshot in from Amaterasu as well. This is a great hold into post plant. Soulmate going through and it's done. 14-12. Great hold for VLT, and you can see what it means to them, Blah. Exploding with happiness. They know they had to dig deep to pull that one off, and now they've got Bind in their back pocket. They've got their opponent's map pick. Things are only looking up for VLT now.
I have to say, like, after that technical timeout, that comeback they mounted, I think they lost only 1 round out of, like, what, 7 rounds or something? That's just nuts from VLT. They're able to dig in deep, able to maintain that composure, able to just show that grit and determination to take it in OT. That's massive. And considering TE didn't really play bad, sure, they had a couple of rounds which maybe they kind of had misplays on, but apart from that, they were looking great, especially Shooter looking nigh untouchable. But then MW1, Amaterasu, everyone stepping up when they really needed to, and getting a very well-deserved but very, very close win.
Well, plenty of action to break down, and that's for Necro and Sia to do. So, guys, it's over to you to break this matchup down on Bind.
Well, exactly. As you did mention, plenty of action to break down, and that's for sure because, well, Shooter and Materasu, well, definitely they had the day of their lives, and as well, as Blay pointed out quite well, like, in the end, it did really seem like each and every single player from the side of VLT did decide to step up.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially, as he said, after that technical timeout, it looked like they got some sort of pep talk during that, because they came out all guns blazing, man. They were phenomenal, and more importantly, it felt like they had a better understanding of how Exploit was looking to play that map. Like, throughout the entire post-technical timeout phase, like, there's these tiny reads that VLT was making that were just perfect. They knew when the bait was being set up, they knew where the contact swing was, the reads were just on point, and you can see that reflected in the statistics as well. VLT far and beyond with this map 1 win.
Exactly, and especially, I mean, you also do see, right, a man like Shooter as well, you know, just complete chiming in. But sometimes, I mean, later on, I really did feel like Shooter was getting shut down quite well. They did do quite a great job shutting him down. But take a look at the statistic as well. I mean, you can clearly do see damage numbers leading heavily towards the side of VLT. Same thing goes to the headshot number percentage as well. But then you also do have a man like Marzel stepping up this time. And, well, I mean, if you talk about Marzel, clearly he is the difference maker inside this entire team of VLT. But on the other hand, you have a man like Shooter coming in, Soulmate as well. HSB King and Storax, though, this time, a man like Storax, I expected a little bit of more performance.
Yeah, I definitely did as well, but this is one of the key reasons I was not as excited to see this exact composition from Exploit's Storm, because while I feel like this composition is really good against a team like NODWIN Gaming, who are relatively slow, you can't do the same thing against VLT, especially when you've got players like Marzel in there. 7 first bloods to his name, he was selfless, he was determined, and he was unstoppable, continuously either winning the first engagement, or even if he dies out, the amount of space he's able to create for a duelist like MW1 to get in. He was just on fire today. And oh, look at this, Necro. We've got some cool new graphics set off for the finals day too.
Oh, exactly. I mean, these are the MVP. I mean, pretty much the MVP comparison here. 2 of the best players in their initial team. And, well, you have Marzel and Shooter comparison. You can pretty much do see, you know, how things really went down. This graph does a pretty great job of breaking those combat scores down.
If you notice with Marzel's graphs, it's like up, down, and like it might actually be a little off-putting with what it says, because what technically the graph says is that Marzel was inconsistent, but that's not the case. The up-down is only because in certain rounds he's picking up the first bloods, but in the other rounds when he's dying, his teammates are getting the trade and the territory to match. So I think the graph really tells you the story of how Velocity played through this map, especially with the comp change coming in, right? What I really appreciate about this entire map from Velocity Gaming is the trust they put into Marzul. Knowing that the last time around Bind wasn't played against Exploit, knowing what they have seen from Exploit against Enigma, they bring in Marzul, they change their composition to allow MW1 to go on Reyna, and Marzul on his signature raise that he was phenomenal on yesterday. And that trust, well, it pays dividends because he gets them this map.
Oh man, the composition change, yeah, as you pointed out, was quite huge, right? Because before when Marzul wasn't really in the squad up here, we had Vibor, right, playing the Brimstone. But this time, I mean, Vibor is not really there, so you did see that kind of Reyna being pulled out, and then you also did see that Raze being pulled out as well, and this time you also didn't really see that Sage being pulled out. Instead, Amaterasu was the man who was playing the Brimstone, so that was quite a massive kind of switcheroo coming in through. One single man can bring so much uniqueness inside the team, and this is like the entire kind of just like example being set by VLT over here. But on the other hand, though, you also do have in some rounds, if you remember, VLT was just lapping around the like the map of Bind. They were taking a TP, lapping around again. They all again took the TP, lapping around again. But in general, man, I really do feel like, after that technical timeout, it just gave VLT so much time to reset their mindset.
Yeah, definitely. And get onto the same page and understand how they want each other to play off of each other. I think the executions we saw from VLT post-technical timeout were flawless. I still remember one of those where Marzul double satchels in, he dies immediately, but the trade from MW1 means the Empress gets into the site, she gets control, and that's the sort of synergy I absolutely adore, because it shows that the team has not only put in effort for learning things like setups or lineups and stuff like that, but more importantly, spend time with each other, playing the game with each other to understand the comms they put out, the efficiency of what you need to say, the short script with which you need to say things. These things, it looks like VLT has really refined them after their last matchup against Exploit Storm.
Oh my god, I mean, this was definitely a close game, and look, I might just be a little rude to Vibor for saying this, or maybe, you guys will probably think about that, but I feel like Marzul being in the entire team has definitely gotten way much more impact than Vibor was, again, especially Team Exploit, because you can clearly do see, right, that the kill numbers coming in through, Vibor also had a lot of impact, but clearly they won on a map pick of Exploit, so we're expecting the next map of Icebox to actually won by VLT as well, because it's their pick. But yesterday we saw some trades happening as well, so we don't really know, man. It's going to be such a tough task.
I mean, definitely. On your point about Marzul and Vibor, I definitely agree that Marzul has brought about a uniqueness to the team, a freshness really. But I think the mental edge is really there because they can bring in both players who are equally that good. So we'll see if Exploit is able to bounce back with map 2.
No, exactly. That's what I really do like about Vibor as well, right? I mean, of course, he does play Killjoy as well sometimes, most of the times, and especially when he's on that Killjoy, he also is doing quite well on the fragging department as well. So I would say Vibor is just really in general, he's kind of like a flexible player. He can also be the man who can actually, open the fray up as well. But with that also being said, we'll be right back in a while. Don't go anywhere.
I'm getting freaky. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on. 신경도 보다가 제일 freaky. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on. 신경도 보다가 제일
The power of steel.
Get your mic on. Get your mic on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mic on. Get your mic on. Go. Get your mic on. Get your mic on.
The new classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
mark on.
The strength of metal.
Leave your mark on. Leave your mark on. No, leave your mark on. Leave your mark on.
The new Classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to NODWIN's Valorant Conquerors Championship with Gillette as a grooming partner and Talk Esports as our digital publication partner. I'm Crow John, alongside with me CA, and well, CA, the upcoming map of Icebox. Now, they have fought on this map last time as well in the playoffs, and especially, I mean, I don't really know if we're going to be seeing Marzel again in the map of Icebox, but take a look at the past composition. When Vibor was playing inside the game on the map of Icebox, you clearly did see Vibor playing a Killjoy. So, with that being said, that means if Marzel is actually again in the composition of Icebox, that means Vibor's missing. Yeah. So, what do you think so? Who's going to be playing the Killjoy? Is it going to be Marzel?
No, I think if Marzel is playing Icebox, he's likely to pick up the Viper, because then Hellfighter can pick up the Killjoy, since he used to be a Sentinel main before he switched over to the controllers ever since that Astra meta began. So I want to see Marzel continue, because he was the MVP. I mean, the fact is, after you win a map, if you take out the MVP from your composition, I mean, it could go both ways. It either shows that the team is dedicated to playing that 6-man squad across all maps and they have a plan coming into the game, or it could just be the fact that if you end up losing that map, suddenly it looks that much worse on Vibor, irrespective of what his performance is like, because you win with Marzel and then you know. I think Deko mentioned this as well. So far, VLT have won every single map that Marzel has played.
Yeah, man, I low-key do feel bad for Vibor, though, over here. I mean, it's nothing like that, okay? Vibor is absolutely a nutty player. Let's be honest. Vibor has also had his moments in the past, and especially, I do remember that one game as well where MW1 wasn't really able to step up, and then Vibor was like, all right, I'm going to be taking the charges in my hand, and he was the one actually doing the part of actually being the duelist, even while he was playing the Killjoy. It was just straight up entering inside the side, taking players down easily. So Vibor, of course, one of those nutty players that each and every single viewer has their eyes on. And consider the fact that Marzel, just this one man, this one single guy can bring so many changes. Yesterday we did see Marzel play Viper on Breeze as well, and I do get why are you saying we might just see Marzel on Viper as well, so which is quite understandable. But this also means that you know, we have also seen raises on the map of Icebox, so that might also just happen. Maybe Viper will be played by someone else, but hey, with that being said, it seems like the game's lined up and ready for you. It's rocking and rolling, and it's time for me to introduce you guys to the consters. Again, well, it's going to be me, Blay, and Tinko. Hello.
Hi, I'm looking forward to this one. We're hopping into map 2. Thank you very much, Necro. I'm loving the outfit today, by the way. That suit is looking so good. Since
they're matching as well.
Yeah, they are. It looks sick, right? They're kind of putting us to shame, Blow. We look like, well, I mean, we're not looking too bad ourselves usually, but they're outdoing us, man. They're
Listen,
look,
we're casters. We can even be naked. No one's going to say anything. But the analysts, like, they have to look good.
I'm pretty sure they would say something, but
I'm not wearing pants. Already going to know.
Yeah, that's true. We're sitting down. You don't know what I'm wearing below, if anything at all. But yeah, we're hopping into the game straight away. It's going to be Icebox for Agent Select before we go too far down that path. We're looking at Killjoy coming in for King. Most importantly, we're looking to see if Marzel's going to be playing. He will be. And he's going towards Killjoy. Now, if I'm not mistaken, I thought the analysts were saying they thought he might go to the Viper, but Hellfighter's going to go to the Viper and Marzel on the Killjoy. Yeah,
it looks like Hellfighter seems to be the dedicated Viper right now by the looks of things, right? But Icebox is a map I really do enjoy playing. I feel like they're, apart from the fact that you need to have the Viper, I feel like it's open to interpretation as to how you want your composition to be. And yeah, with Marzel coming in, like the question as we asked, like Vibor, he's gonna be sitting there, it's like, guys, I'm still here. I'm still, I'm part of the team, ain't I? Right?
Hey, no, Vibor, get out. He's
really
playing
good
in the Marzel room. You're going in the Marzel room next.
No.
Yeah, I mean, Vibor obviously is he's an integral part of the team and has been to get them here. And in terms of Marzel, obviously they're giving him a chance, and he is on a really good patch of form, and that happens, right? You have these players, and they get opportunities, they can pop off, they can perform well, and obviously the team have an embarrassment of riches now, right? They have so many players that you can go towards, and maybe after this tournament, Bly, they take a look at what they've got available to them. What is the best way of making it all work? How can we incorporate everybody and get the most out of everybody? Because that'll be the big question mark moving forward, because they've got so many good players within the roster.
Absolutely. One thing that does jump out to me is Shooter on the Sage. and Storax on the Jet. Now, Storax had a very quiet game on Bind. He was the one on the Sky, and I think it was kind of bottom fracking the server as well. And this is an interesting switch up. Now, we know Storax can play the Jet, but Shooter has just been so impactful on that particular duelist that it does raise a couple of questions for me personally.
Well, Storax was insane the first time we get to see them on Icebox playing that Jet, and Shooter was doing like Battle Sage work over on Icebox. It definitely seems to be just a map-dependent decision because they pulled this out a little bit earlier on in their first game. We've seen them on Icebox, so I'm expecting to see more of the same. And Shooter, well, he's getting off to a pretty difficult start here. They're going to be putting a lot of pressure on Zarin. Recon Bolt's going to go up and spot him out. Okay, right to it. So the double kill, switch back in for the kill on HSB. And Matarasu and his Sage now battling out against Storax, who's come in for his first kill. Ghost connecting onto one for a frag. And now that ice wall, it's up in the middle of the site. They're going to try and put that spike down. It's continuing to tick away. And King, he's got one. Hellfighter, MW1 stepping up. And now Storax with it all to do. Nearly gets away with a second, but they're down to low health on both of them. That spike down, though, that really causes problems. And Hellfighter with the headshot.
Hellfighter with a redemption play there. He had a quiet start to the first game. He managed to come into his own in the latter half of that very closely contested map on Bind and able to clutch it out. But Ace, though, that was a 180 second kill there. He just flips around. That would have, considering my low sensitivity, that would have definitely dislocated my arm. But let's take a look at this. Flips around immediately, and HSB is just left seething after that. A nice shot from Hellfighter as well. He completely outread Storax. He knew he was going to be going for the peak. But these pistol rounds, it's very similar to how what we witnessed on the first round of Bind. It came down to the 1v1. But this time, it does go the way of VLT.
BLT getting a very good start into this one, and you want to see that come through as quickly as possible, but tech pause coming in already. That's not what you want to see, and luckily it's a short one as you get back into the action. Storax off to a pretty strong start, 2-1. So he was definitely performing well enough in the pistol, but not enough to get the round win. As a looking towards what VLT have up their sleeve in this, it seems to be a lot of these heavy A plays. We do see a lot of that coming through in this region. It seems that you will see a lot of these team executes out of spawn. There's no like default into the mid round. It seems to be, we have an idea for the beginning of the round and we're going to run with it.
Ow, Storax, he gets the he gets the orb, but I do believe he took quite a bit of, actually no, I think it was King who took a lot of damage there. Anyway, it's going to be just the classics coming in for the side. If I say that, we have members of VLT taking it very, very slow. MW1 on the jet, he spots a lot of players. And even though it's classic, when the 4 classics shooting in a direction, oh no, he somehow manages to dash into a wall. That's a fractured nose right there and a free kill for King. So player advantage, however, just with the classics, Marzel's gonna neutralize the man advantage they had, and Hellfighter's gonna make sure that nothing too bad goes wrong for the side of VLT. Spikes down as well. Soulmate, though, finding Hellfighters. They are dealing quite a bit of damage considering the lack of investment in this round. RTE.
Yeah, the worrying thing is these kind of rounds, you don't expect too much to go against you, but right now VLT losing players, losing health, but now it's all down to Soulmate for TE. He's the last remaining player trying to get a flank in. This gun is so cool. You know, you ever see the movie Tron? Blah, I'm sure you have.
Wait, are you talking about 1984 one, or are you talking about the more later one?
The more later one. It looks like a lot of the art style in that.
You can easily know how, like, how do you let people know how old you are without letting them know how old you are? By just
which one are you talking about? The remake or the original?
It's not a remake. It's actually a sequel. It's actually a sequel.
Oh, okay.
You're talking about the one with old Jeff Bridges, and you have Olivia Wilde and everything, right?
Yeah. I haven't watched it since I was a little kid, so I can't remember too much about it.
I was in college. Oh my. Okay. Anyway, we don't talk about that. It is going to be the bonus round coming in for VLT. They got a couple of rifles. The Spectre safe in the previous round, and for the side of TE, the operator, the big zoom banger in the hands of Storax. Now, let's see what he can do with this. I did raise a question earlier. The shooter not on the jet is a bit, I wouldn't say questionable. It's just that he's so bloody good on a jet that I feel like they would do themselves a disservice if they don't have him. Recon Ball able to tag a player down. They are unaware of the Viper's presence as well. And Star's still looking to take the fight. He knows he's got a teammate nearby if he needs a trade. And it's going to be Soulmate who's going to find the opening kill. And now Storax going for the reload. That is a bit of a mistake. And MW1 and Hellfighter finding 2 back-to-back. Marzel finds King as well under rotation. And this is looking pretty grim for the side of TE. A 3v2. Marzel's presence is known. And as long as he stays alive here, he's going to keep that Sova invested in this fight. And they have a lot of options available. Marzel spotted HSB, dealing a bit of chip damage. But still, HSB, if he gets this kill, it's going to come down to a 2v2. And Marzel's doing a fantastic job. Just cutting out a rotation towards mid, Dinko, and ensuring that HSB is still pinned in that position.
Well, that spike going down in the middle of the site, easily planted. VLT now have the man advantage into the post plant. HSB is going to try and work a kill back, try and get that kill forward, but he's got his team with a shooter trying to come in mid, and they might just try and combat and sandwich in Marzel. He's under a lot of pressure from two sides, and I don't think he's expecting this side. Shooter give me a little bit of a scare there. I thought he wasn't going to walk away with the kill, but luckily the headshot does connect. And now with the 2 versus 2, the retake has to happen. Shooter is starting to make his way back in the rafters, though. Their opponent's lying wet, and they're going to push into Emma. Tarasu is able to pick up the first headshot, and Shooter from above did not expect Hellfighter to come over the top of his head. And I don't know how they did it, but VLT have won the round here, Blood. I have to say that B defense, I don't get it, Blood. They cross, they make the reload in the open. They did well initially, and then they just give it up.
Yeah, and for me, that was all Marzel, right? The fact that he catches the player, he manages to sneak his way all the way towards mid, and he just stays alive. So now, for HSB, he's like, I can't let go. Like, if I head towards the B side or the A side, Marzel's going to have an opportunity to kind of head in whichever direction he wants. So Marzel, on that lurk, staying alive for so very long, and even though he gets taken down, that's mission accomplished rather. And Storax going for an early initial pick, but he will not find anything. He's still going to re-aggress here, but he's been spotted out. The interesting thing of a lot of first-person shooters, Dinko, and especially in Valorant, which a lot of young, newer players don't realize, is if you're going to be taking a fight and you're hugging the wall while your teammates are much further away from the wall, it is going to be disadvantageous for you because they're going to see your shoulder before you even get to see a single pixel of your opponent. So that is something. And that's why, you have people reporting you. They're like, how did he see me? How did he see me? I didn't see him at all. How am I dead? Yeah. Well, because you were hugging the wall, buddy.
Yeah, you gotta play a little further out, right? It's all about angle management, creating the angles, off angles, using those. It's just selection of angles. Don't use the same one too much. Change it up and just be a little bit more unpredictable. But VLT, they have definitely been impressive so far here on Icebox on this attacking side. I think it's been pretty simple stuff from them as well, Bly. I don't think there's anything mind-breaking. There's a couple of rounds, yes, they're being put under pressure. I think some of that early B defense is good. So I do want to see that again from TE. I don't want to see them just sit back and let VLT play their game plan. Because as I was discussing a little bit earlier on, it seems like VLT are really good at coming up with the ideas of just, okay, let's just go for this execute out of spawn, and that's our game plan. But if you can get aggressive, if you can disrupt that, you can really throw a spanner into the works and cause them problems.
Absolutely, but right now, MW1 up in the air, bird's eye view, not able to really spot anyone out early on.
It's a little unfortunate as well, but that is good info that shouldn't be anybody too aggressive up here. And that gives them the confidence to just walk up into B.
Contact play, Dinko. This, I don't know. I'm never a big fan of just giving up the B side.
I hate it, man.
Yeah. Especially
I always want to play yellow.
Yeah, exactly. It's so hard to clear out yellow, and especially when opponents have a Viper, which they always will, the retakes can always be problematic. You have to worry about the post-plant snake bites as well. They've got control of yellow. 2 players perched there. And even though Soulmate is aware of that position, they're still wary. They're still very, very confused as to where the final hit might be. They've relinquished the A site, though, so Marzel could probably just sneak on in Shooter.
Oh, wow.
Going for a very brave play. The Battle Sage able to just find one, as right to Ace will trade.
Yeah, I would like the Sage to be there and just have that slowing ability, but like you said, they give up the A site, and the whole time they've just been walking up. Marzel's just cleared it out and got all the info. Oh my god, they have no idea, Blood. They have absolutely no idea. The spike's going to go down, the kill comes through. Marzel actually could have got away with a second. Fortunately enough for TE. They're actually able to recover a kill there. The Storax on his AWP at the ready, or should I say operator. He's holding the angle, and right to Ace has gone down, but Amaterasu, the correction, he's in behind. He's found one, a second picked up as well on the headshot. The Bladestorm has come through very quickly for Storax. As he picks up the operator again, he's going to be trying to figure out how we can get into this Viper's pit, how we can cause some problems and be a nuisance. He dives out of it, but Hellfighter was waiting for him on the other side. I love how he just leaves his pit behind, takes the rifle, waits for the aggressive play outside of it, and it's 5-0 for VLT.
Hellfighter has not just been hitting shots, but it's like he's playing a different game altogether. Everyone else is playing, Valorant, and he's just playing four-dimensional, chess or something. He knew exactly what Storax is going to do, right? When you have the Bladestorm, you just jump on in and you right-click and pray to whatever gods you believe in that you're going to land a shot onto the Viper. And it's like, you know what? I'm just going to step out of the pit. And you're going to jump on out. You're going to have to clear like 100 angles, and I'm just going to be waiting for that one narrow angle, land a shot, and you're done for. And despite the Bladestorm from Storax able to get at least a couple of kills, it's not going to be very effective. 5-0 for VLT. They're looking much stronger here on the first half, and it feels like it's just a continuation from the latter portion of the first map, Dinko, where they won almost 7 rounds in a row, and now they won 5 in a row. So if you do the math, they've out of the last 13 rounds played, including map number 1, they've won like 90% of them.
Yeah, it's been incredible for VLT to turn around and putting themselves in this situation where they're able to just get right back into it. And 5-0, I have to say VLT are just looking like a far more superior team, and they're going to try and keep that up. They're looking better in the clutches, they're looking better in the initial start of the rounds. Ooh. This shouldn't be too difficult for them, given how weak the weaponry is in the defense, and MW1 is cutting through them, making it look easy. My god, he's going to go for the ace play. He's going to try and find every single player, and while I wouldn't blame him, the last player though right in front of him, and I don't know if he spotted him, I don't think he did. Still worried about middle, but finally that's given away, and Amaterasu,
come on,
he's the worst kind of teammate. Stealing his ace away, man.
And he's even laughing. He's even laughing. Look at him. He's like, I took your ace.
But no.
Screw you.
Nope. You got on. Stole my ace, dude.
I can tell the comms right now for MW1. He's basically going, Amaterasu!
Exactly. Literally, dude. It's a terrible situation to be in, but yeah, I mean, obviously we're in a scenario where VLT are just having an easy round there, but here comes a very important round coming up, and I think it's important to call the timeout ahead of it, because TE on the defense, but they have had a lot of close rounds, right? They have had those moments where, they have had a chance to win a few, maybe get into this first half. We know they're capable of doing it, but they've got to do it now. They have to win a round here. If they don't, I just don't know what I'm going to expect from the defense. I want to see better decision-making in terms of the setups. If you've got a Viper and a Jet playing in towards B, have them start at yellow. Get that operator into the hands of the Jet. Have them peek for the initial kill. Viper should have enough utility to allow the fallback with the tailwind, right? You should allow for enough fallback potential and delays that you can get that Jet back into a more comfortable position, maybe playing from the site or back Snowman. You should be able to pick off members of the attacking side instead of just giving them B, giving them yellow, and then having to play retake, because that's not a good strategy, in my opinion.
Absolutely, and this is a map which does allow you a little room for defensive aggression, right? Where you can just poke and prod and try and ensure that you can at least shut down one part of the map, so you can allocate more resources towards either the A or the B side. And Storax, very, very brave, walking in through the Viper's wall. One thing I gotta say from VLT, that they have been very good at neutralizing the operator, even on bind, right? We couldn't see Shooter find anything, but this should be a free kill though. Right to Ace, crouch peeking around the corner, and Storax knew exactly what he was going to be up to. Marzel is going to go for it, Dinko. Is he going to be going for the play on top, sliding across HSB? Oh no, Marzel, you can't do this, man. You can't do this. That's almost illegal. He snuck his way onto the enemy's nest. King nearby. He hears a drone as well, and Marzel's being such a sneaky snake in the grass. He's got to find one. There's another player nearby, though, and it's going to be King with a quick trade. Marzel could have found a double, but not expecting the second player as Storax finds Amaterasu as well. And now it is finally looking like it is going to be Exploit getting the first round on board. Storax with a massive 3K, and the operator is going to sing the song of death.
Yeah, that's brilliant from Storax, and that's why he's on that Jet off on Icebox. He's comfortable, and Shooter getting picked off. He's playing the Sage. Gets taken down in this one. Nanostorm's not going to allow for the easy default plant of Hellfighter. Although, he is alone in this 1v3. They're not too close to him. So he should actually be able to get a chance here onto the peak of Storax, and he's spotted in the fallback. Oh, but he's only 25 HP. He's going to use those snake bites. He has no cover. It's going to be the toxic screen up, and the king right through the metal. Headshot connects. Hellfighter brought down at a 6-1 scoreline. It is the first round for TE. And even at the beginning of this, it looked good for VLT. So I think it's very good stuff from TE to be able to turn this one around. And it is that aggressive stance I said I wanted to see from the operator in towards B. Be more proactive. Get this operator across the map. That's what you've got to do if you're going to be the jet off. You've got to be all over the place, Blah.
Absolutely, and very impactful stuff. For Hellfighter, though, 1v4, converting into 1v2, making things a bit more expensive. And that means the operator has been neutralized, Dinko. That was the round-changing difference for Exploit, and now without the op, once more there's going to be the rifles they will have to rely on. Storax is pushed very deep. I love this. This is exactly what they're doing, Dingo. That's what a doctor ordered, and Marzel might be flanked here. He's looking around, but for how much longer? If they're going to take the time heading towards the B side, the defense is going to be just wrapping themselves around them. Oh, Marzel. Oh, that's cheeky.
Yeah, that is cheeky. He's going to walk right into the alarm bot. Toxic screen up in towards B. They're putting a lot more pressure and leaning resources for the attacking side over here. They put that wall down on default as well, so they would like to try and get in for this plant. And they've even got that Killjoy just sitting inside of mid, not allowing these flanks or rotations to come in. So it's buying VLT a lot of time on the attack towards B to get comfortable and get closer to this toxic screen. Snakebite starting to go through as well. Soulmate's just holding for an aggressive play through the screen, but nothing's happened. Marzel still locking down mid, still trying to be a problem. He's got that turret to back him up and really help him in this spot, but he is finally going to go down. Shooter gets rid of him. Now that opportunity to get in towards this B side starts to come through, and VLT realize there's a timer on their play now. They have to get that spike down, and King denies it. He denies the plant right to the boxes, and now it is all on right to Ace. 1 versus 4. He's got the Hunter's Fury, but no time to speak of. They took way too long getting onto the site, Blah, and now right to Ace has to do with the unthinkable. All they need to do is stay alive. 3 seconds left. They fight him in the end. They will get their kill, and it's a second round for TE, but Blah, that is a chaotic round, and one that actually VLT had a much better chance of winning than they allowed themselves to have.
Yeah, 2 rounds back-to-back where it comes down to 1v4, right? And they've been doing a very, very good job, especially the A-side aggression, and then King, yeah, denying the plant through the Radiant boxes. Nice attempt again from Ace. Almost feels like the previous round getting replayed just with a different player, 1v4 to 1v2, but in the end it was not to be. 6-2 though, still a pretty substantial lead for the side of VLT. And now once again the operator back in the hands of Storax. Early recon, Soulmate will neutralize. Just a solitary 1-player hold towards B. That's going to be the Viper, but you can see the rotation taking place. We have the Killjoy coming in. But Soulmate getting tagged. He's going to be falling back to a much more passive angle. Again, they're going to be going for the retake sort of setup towards the B side, Dinko, but this time around they don't have any map control. And look at Marzel's position. This is big. This is massive, and he's going to play a headshot angle if they want to break it.
Oh, lockdown.
Oh, I love that.
He's going to go through. Soulmate actually just rips it apart. Throws down the snakebite as well. Marzel ends up losing his head. Here goes the spike plant though. It goes down this time. No denial through the spam of the boxes. And MW1 has been able to find a kill. Not only a kill, but one that puts them in the advantageous position. A man up right now into this post plant. They're going to throw that recon bolt in. That spots the position of MW1. And right over the top, HSB. Quick repositioning. Shooter comes in with a headshot right to his. And the lineup gets the last 2 kills. And VLT, they answer back. Finally, back to winning ways.
Played so well there. MW1 just pushing on in. I really liked how they neutralized Marzel's lockdown there. They didn't just go in dry. They're like, all right, if you try to play the lockdown, Marzel's going to be lining up a headshot because he's playing that headshot angle, right? So they send in the drone, he gets tagged, and that means he can't defend his lockdown. But despite that, MW1 pushing in, winning some insane duels, and that's with Storax popping his ultimate as well, Dinko. And now with the Blade Storm getting neutralized, there's nothing they can do. Right to Ace with a double kill as well. And in a round where they have minimal investment, where they won 2 in a row, they were so expensive that they're down to the Martian and the Sheriffs. They would have loved to have the Blade Storm available here. Unfortunately, it is not to be, and it's going to be an anti-eco round here for the side of VLT. I feel like the anti-ecos have been much better than that of exploits. They haven't really lost any. Never mind, shooter. That's a nice shot. That is a very, very nice shot into Ace.
Oh, there is a lot of nice shots coming in from Marzor as well right now, Blair. He's just got an idea of how to manipulate the map, how he's just moving around, being a slippery, slimy fellow, just getting in behind them, causing them problems. There comes the Resurrect in, right to his, back to his feet, back to fighting fitness. And now they're going to try and get a couple of kills in. This is what I like to do. Just, I think I'm going to hit the shots, the no-scopes with the Marshall, and then I just miss every single one of them. But in the end, it is VLT with a flawless round. Everybody stays alive at the end, but it isn't, they obviously had the Resurrect coming in, Blood, so it doesn't come up saying flawless, unfortunately. But they keep 5 alive thanks to the Resurrection. And it's an 8th round on the board now for VLT.
Marcel has been phenomenal on these lurks, man. Like, he's been so very impactful.
But also, how are they letting him do it so often? Because it hasn't, I mean, he's doing the same thing most of the time, right? He just has the right read, that 6th sense of the timing to get in behind him.
Like, they know exactly where he's going to be lurking. Like, he likes lurking towards, like, towards the belt area, towards mid. And like you said, yeah, he's somehow able to... He's like a fluid. Just able to find the small little cracks and holes in the defense.
Just oozes through them, Blair.
Just oozes like liquid death just pouring in. This is a much more one-dimensional take coming in. The 3 players lying on the side. HSB tagged down, slowed down. He will manage to somehow find an escape. though, but he pushes in an MW1. He sees his head. It is going to pop it. They're going to be utilizing the Hunter's Fury as well as Amaterasu catches King midair. And this take is so brutal. They run amok on the A side, and Storax left wondering, Dinko, what the hell just happened to the A side defense?
Yeah, it's got absolutely liquidated. It was just destroyed. And that lockdown got wrecked by the Hunter's Fury. Everything just went badly. And VLT, it's going to be another round for them. And these rounds are just easy for them, blah. Like, what if they lost 1 player in the last round that was resurrected, and that's it? I mean, VLT have not had any problems in the last couple of rounds here. TE are not giving them a fight. In most of these rounds, the defense is just crumbling. It's like there needs to be a layer to the defense to initially slow them, and it's not coming through. It's just they're letting them charge straight into the core defense moment, and everything is going to get eliminated. The operator gone, the rifle's out of play. 9-2. This is going to be a brutal half coming in, Blah. We're looking at the money situation over on the defense, and because they lost everything, they're on Spectres, they're on a couple of weaker weapons. The utility's not going to quite be there. It's looking rough, Blah, to say the least.
This is a very far cry from the Icebox they played yesterday against Enigma, and also a very far cry from Bind, which you saw just half an hour back, Dinko. This is VLT.
I hope their attack size better. But even then, how many chances are they giving themselves? You know, they're 3 rounds away from a loss if they lose this one.
It is Icebox, though, right? Like, it's a map where the attacking side do have the inherent slight advantage. Let's see if they can at least get to round number 3 here, that there is a chance. A tiny sliver of a chance, but a chance nonetheless. MW1 taken down. I'm surprised he didn't pop his Blade Storm. Dinko, a soulmate! With the Spectre around, they had no business winning, and it's looking very likely a 4v2 player advantage. Ace is dealing quite a lot of damage, and a Viper's Pit is indeed online as well, Dinko. This is looking grim, but Ace finds Shooter. And Marzel once again trying to be the lurk, but Storax finds him.
Luckily, Storax is in that position. Otherwise, this could have got real nasty. There goes the Viper's Pit up now. Players in every single extremity, but right to Ace has got time. He's got 40 seconds. If he can get this kill on Storax, it would really turn things in his favor, but the angle, Ace is really strong right now. There's no way you're going to be able to duel out against the angle, especially on low HP. As soon as that first bullet gets landed, you're down. So at least a 3rd round at the half here for TE. A much needed one that comes out of nowhere, Blau. What the hell was that from Soulmate? That 3K just, I don't know, he just did nothing most of the half, and then that happens.
That happens. I'm a little surprised that, considering it was a final round, MW1 didn't pop his blades. He had his Blade Storm available. Instead, it just goes poking and prodding with the Spectre instead of just going on in and taking the duels. But can't take it away from Soulmate. That's a fantastic hold coming out from him, and a much-needed round number 3. as we head on to the second half. And just looking at the body language of TE as well, they're not super elated, even though they got that round. They're like, this is looking grim, right? They're trailing a map already. And again, reminding all the viewers, loser of this game will face off against Global Esports in the lower bracket finals. Loser goes home.
Yeah, it's elimination time now. There's no lower bracket to catch you as you fall. You gotta keep winning, otherwise you're out. And this is a big opportunity for these guys, as we've highlighted so many times, right? You got that. It's obviously a huge prize pool that can go towards your future. Also, the fact you get a chance to the last chance qualifier of APAC and a spot of champions on the line there. So much here for these guys that can really make a big difference to their life. And they've got to pull it back. Pistol round begins. King and Storax have already found 2 kills for the attack. And this is much better for TE. We know they can get off to a good start. And we know they're a team that can string momentum together. They've just got to close this pistol round out now. Shooter's coming through. He's hit the headshot. It doesn't look like this is going to be much of a retake at all. In fact, they haven't been able to find a single kill on this defense.
But for us, the last man left standing, and he's gonna get absolutely murdered, assaulted by all the 5 players there. That's a start, Dinko. If you're gonna be seeing a comeback taking place, the pistol round, it felt like a necessity for TE to win. They don't just win it, they make it flawless, and that's a step in the right direction. For VLT, they have a lot of options, a lot of opportunities available, so I wouldn't really be too surprised to see them even go for the 4 spot here, but instead they're going to be exercising a lot of restraint when it comes to the money, something that I really struggle with, and you do as well, Dinko, with your 4 Phantoms and your 5 Knives.
Boy, don't make me feel bad about myself. I'm sitting down with my mortgage expert, like, so what do you spend your money on? Nothing.
Knives.
Yeah, it's like what were your earnings this year? A certain amount. How much you got left? I got 4 knives. that's all I got left.
It's like you have all these kids and like your parents like, son, you need to start learning to invest your money. But dad, I have 4 Vandal skins and 5 Phantoms.
But a butterfly knife.
Butterfly knife. There we go. It's got to be worth so much more in the future.
You can't sell it, son.
Oh, the seller account.
Oh, yeah.
Well, it's going to be a full eco here. It should be a very easy mop up for TE. There we go. 2 flawless back-to-back rounds. Haven't lost a single player in the second half so far, but now the real test is going to be coming in. And that was a full stack they walked into, mind, Dinko. And yet, they don't lose a single player.
Yeah, flawless, just like a Gillette shave-in. This is the game face moment. Take a little Gillette razor, make yourself look fresh. I mean, I've been enjoying the little Max song, to be honest, Blad, at the start of every day. I don't know about you, but I think we need to record our own Gillette song.
We can do that.
I think we could do something. Get Sia Necro involved, maybe even Nova, the wonderful producer. See what we've all got. Someone's got to have a voice of an angel, and I think it's you, Blad.
Yeah, no. I can't sing. I can't hold a note for anything, but here we go. First buy. And it's going to be... Oh, they're not wasting any time, Dinko. It's a death ball. They're barreling into the A side, and Hellfighter is going to be the lone defense, at least for the time being, but with them making a lot of noise, and with the recon tagging at least 3 members, they know the hit's going to be coming in, and Hellfighter needs to make the contact. He's going to duel it out. He's going to find 1. Soulmate able to find right away, so Hellfighter not good for 2. And that is a player advantage. Spike yet to go down, and King on 19 points of health.
Yeah, that's a big issue, but this is more of an issue. Marcel, he could deny the plant just about. It goes down. Marcel with the headshot, though. Shooter does not get to stay alive much longer. And now the rest of the post plant needs to hold strong. Low health on a couple of these players. Storax and King getting kills, and now Amaterasu, 10 HP. He's brought down, and it will be TE winning the round on the attacker's side. 9-6 as they continue their march back into this game. We've really got a match on our hands now, Blood.
Oh, we absolutely do. 9-6 is a much better scoreline to 9-2, where it was looking like VLT were just going to run away with this. It was going to be a quick game, but suddenly we might have a game in our hands. I like the fact that they went for the A hit. They didn't waste any time. Even though the recon revealed a lot of the members of TE, they just continued on. It even made a little bit of a mistake with the Sage getting taken down. No one was holding the angle. Marzel getting a free kill. But once a spike gets planted in those close-range duels, the Spectre, the mobility afforded to the SMGs, and the close-range duels going the way of TE. Another timeout getting called, this time by VLT. They're going to talk things out. They know it's going to be a bit of a light buy, but they're that's the thing with Valorant, right? 13 rounds is what you need. And that means, even though you might have substantial lead, a couple of rounds where economy is broken, where you have to go for an eco, and suddenly your opponents are nipping at your heels. Suddenly it's a 9-6, 9-7, and you blink and you miss it, everything's tied up, and it might go to OT. We've seen this happen so many times. And VLT still wouldn't be too nervous, I guess. We know how calm they can be, how composed they can be, Dinko. If you based off at least Bind, where they pulled out that quite momentous comeback. So they're probably just going to be talking things out. They're going to be, all right, we just can't play passive here. They're just overing this A side. We need to have a plan in store. And they can even use this round as kind of like a tactical mini timeout, right? The classic existence round.
Yeah, just to sit back, relax, think about what's coming up next. Love this little gap that always seems to open up. Just peek him on the other side of it. Spike going down. Now with Ras, who's holding for some aggression, but a nice tempered approach with some discipline here for TE. They're not sending too many players to their deaths around the corners, just holding down this position, sitting back in behind cover. Now the retake attempt comes forward for VLT. Alarm bot taken out. Toxic screen up, and Storax having fun getting the double kill. Maybe swinging a little too far, but Shooter is able to come in for the rest of them. And MW1 now at the ready gets taken out of play. 3 kills for him, and a round now added again for TE. They are 2 rounds away, Black, from tying up the scoreline on Icebox. From what was looking like a potential 10-2 scoreline, is about to be 9-8 if they can win this one. But this is a very important round coming up for VLT.
Oh, how quick the turntables, right? On VLT, starting to sweat a little bit under the collar. MW1 with the operator there, Dinko. Haven't seen him wield this so far. Let's see what he's going to do with this. Defensive operator. The drone spots him out. Ooh! The timing was just so close there, but he will manage to dash his way to safety. Takes out the Owl drone as well. Only one player spotted out. That is, of course, MW1 with the operator. But it looks like TE are content, slowly creeping up towards A, or maybe not. They're falling back. A late mid to B take, perhaps. That could isolate Hellfighter, because he's pushed up towards B long, Dinko, and it's all by his lonesome. He's an island.
That wall going down definitely allows Sith Avenue straight up the tube, and Amaterasu not ready for it at all. He's got Whiplash. He's got a Clim on his hands. He might just get some money, but this is looking like an absolute decimation up here.
God,
every single kill. How does that happen? What? That's just a conveyor belt of death brought to you by TE. 9-8 on the board. 1 round away from tying things up. That's a gun round completely gone for VLT. Where have they gone? Missing persons notice right here, Bly, because VLT have gone missing.
They have gone absolutely missing. That was just... The spacing there was atrocious. They're just walking one by one. As you put it so poetically, it was a conveyor belt of death. That kitchen... you're going to have to call like the cleaning services. That one's splattered with blood. There's no cooking that's going to be going on there for at least quite a while. And now... Well, here we go. MW1. Bladestorm, it's an eco. Upgraded pistol, that's about it. And they're aware, but they find Marzil, and MW has a lot of work to do. He's whiffing his shots, and he's gonna get massacred by the rifles. And the A side is getting taken over here by TE. Ace has a lot of work to do. He's gonna find one. That's a spike spotted out. Teammates nearby. They've already rotated in. And now TE slowing things down a little bit. Soulmate able to find one. Storax with a second. They still know Ace is somewhere looking around. Ace finds a second, but that's all he's gonna find. A pretty convincing round overall. Ladies and gentlemen, the scores have been tied up. And what VLT did to TE on Bind, it looks like Exploit are giving MW1 and his men a taste of their own medicine. This has been a fantastic comeback.
It has been just a marvel to watch, and maybe even we've got a third map on our hands, Black, because this is something we didn't expect. But VLT, we can't count them out. They've got another buy round coming up. Not only that, but they've got 4 ultimates available into this one. Hunter Fury, Viper's Pit, Lockdown, Resurrection. The only thing they don't have right now is that Bladestorm. I don't think they'll care too much. Over the other side of things, though, they have got that Bladestorm, Viper's Pit, and the Lockdown available over there as well. You gotta fire some of those shock darts down towards that orb early. No one there to pick it up, though. And Hellfighter, this is more of an aggressive stance, just trying to peek out for the info, and oh, I was ready for that. Storax with the upper level peak has given them the first kill, and now they've lost that Viper, they've lost that early B contest, and this is now VLT down a member.
They could really be fancying the chances going back to the A side here. They don't really have much control. They're playing very passive towards A, so there is a real chance MW1 could have pushed up all the way towards the conveyor belt, so they're being very, very paranoid. Shooter going to be holding the back lines. He's got a spike. He does have his teammate in the form of the Sova nearby as well. Counter ultimates lockdowns being utilized. They're going to be sneaking back towards the A site, and HSB's position here, Dinko, this is everything.
30 seconds left.
HSB is trying to push forward into them. MW1 now backing off it behind the Cloudburst. It's going to be Amaterasu. Oh my god. Okay, King! What has just happened here? He's got unbelievable skills, but Marstorm right to it. They're starting to pull it back. HSB. Oh, it was a long and labored spray, but eventually will get his kill. But it's 10-9, blood. They're in the lead. They're in the lead after what has been just an absolute shutdown. And in the blink of an eye, they're in the lead as well. It hasn't been a long game to come back into this. They just walked back in. Like the door was left open. They just come in the back and just wrecked VLT. I just don't get it. VLT, where have they gone?
I don't know. Like, I guess you might as well put out a police report, like, you know, missing VLT. They have not won a single round of defensive side after having a, what was it, like a 10-2, sorry, a 9-2 lead at one point. Right here. This is looking very grim for VLT, but you know what, Dinka? I want to see Breeze. I'm okay with this. I want to see map number 3 play out, because that's the map where it did go the way of TE 13-10. But yeah, this is looking grim. Oh, spotted out. But doesn't quite land his shots though. Marzel finds HSB. Hellfighter finds another one. This is a light buy. This is a very light investment from the side of VLT and MW1 with yet another flank, Dinko. This could go very, very, very wrong.
Oh, a soulmate getting shredded. VLT with a 2-man advantage. Spike down though. And they've got to try and hold on for this post-plant. King, he's got the kill back, and now it's only a 1-man advantage. Dropping down, Storax changes up his position. He's still got that teammate with him, but Storax doesn't need it. He's got all the kills at 3k, and he has saved the day. 11 rounds now for TE. An unbelievable comeback, and it just keeps going. Even when they're down members, even when they're in an unthinkable position, they still make it happen, blood. They still somehow dig deep.
4v2, Dinko, and Storax just pops off. What a round from him, a 3k, a crucial 3k, and that is with both the players, the positions were known. VLT knew exactly where they were. They retrieved a couple of guns as well, but it was not to be. And VLT, this could be their potential final full-fledged buy to try and make something work. I mean, they do have max loss bonus for quite a while here, but it's not panned out at all. MW1 with the operator finds the first, that shooter. Taken down early in the round. At least a little bit of a positive outcome here for VLT, which has been lacking so far. And I gotta say, I did say, attacking side is, it's a little bit easier, but oh my word, the defenses of both these teams have been non-existent. It's like a paper wall.
Yeah, it's just nothing, man. It's just being melted over and over again. Well, this is better from VLT holding that first man advantage. MW1, he might actually be able to follow up on it as well with this operator. It's waiting for HSB to go around that corner. Aldron first. He can do it again, but thinking better of giving away a kill. Okay, Storax goes into the open. Another kill here for VLT. This could be the 10th round. This could be the first win in the second half for them. They're going to try and get another pick. That snake bite is going to make things uncomfortable for the Alper, but the rest of the team stepping up. VLT getting 2 more kills, and finally a shutdown comes in for them. It's the first on the board in the second half, and it's now 11-10 on the scoreboard.
9 in a row, Dinko. 9 in a row for Exploit. And it came down to MW1 getting 2 opening picks. This was a little bit of a curious approach from TE. I feel like so far they've been playing like they have nothing to lose and it's been working out for them. And this time towards an A hit, it wasn't the the fast and furious take we've been seeing from them time and time again, right? They're very trepidant. They're just poking and prodding, not really committing to the take, and leaving a lot of opportunities for MW1 to get these get us kills with the operator. And look at this, MW1 switch up the position. He's going to be tagged. He's going to stick around. Is he actually going to stick around? MW1, how are you still alive? You absolute nutcase! What?
They had to recon bolt him, and then they had to dart him from the drone. But anyway, he finally gets off the angle. Hunter's Fury coming in, trying to destroy the lockdown, but it hasn't actually been able to. So, a little bit unfortunately, Storax coming with a headshot. Hellfighter has been picked up actually by the attacking side here. So, man advantage. It took a while to get here. Just under a minute left in the clock, but it is the attacking side that have the advantage, and now they've got the spike planted as well. Because they made that full rotation back over to A, there was no one lining way over on this B site, so they've got to make a retake happen. Coming in from Snowman, they'll start throwing some utility in. Nano Swarm's going deep, and Marzel, he's going deeper. Headshot found, Resurrection starting to come through, and here comes Hunter's Fury, being invested into trying to cause a few problems, but Marzel continues to cut through them like a machete in the jungle. He's finding kill after kill. Another one for Marzel, a third picked up. Right to Ace getting involved as well, and VLT, Marzel has got them a retake, and they've won the round because of it. 11-11, they tie things up again.
When it's looking doom and gloom, Dinko, when it's looking like nothing is going their way, Marzel's like, all right, I'll do it myself. The KJ, 3 kills, even finding the Viper inside of the pit. Oh, and there was nothing HSB could do. He was so far away. He'd already expended his Hunter's Fury, so he just had to, he just had to go in towards long, and it's a 1v4 at that point in time. I really felt that was almost an unwinnable retake, right? It's a 5v4 post-plant for TE. What happens? They even have HSB towards mid, holding the flank, and somehow it's like nothing goes their way. Marzel happened. I guess that's the best way I can really break this one down. We have yet another timeout. This time it is going to be from TE, Dinko. They had a fantastic streak, but suddenly they have managed to somehow draw out a bit of a challenge from the defending side here.
And a timeout for TE, because even though they've had this wonderful comeback, there's no denying how bad that first half was from them, right? So even though they've been able to just dominate on the attacking side, they've just about got the lead for a moment, and then it's taken away from them again. And they realize, if we just lose the next 2 rounds here, this is done. We don't have a chance to come back into this. This is us out of the tournament. So massive defining moments coming up now on the server. You can see the streak of red rounds coming in for TE on their attack.
That's how you survive.
You've got to try and make it happen here again. You've got to get back to winning ways. VLT, they're going to try and get this one over the line. NW1's going for some aggression play. Very important round. That turret's going to be holding off the flank. In fact, it's going to spot that they're pushing into middle, but it's going to be the heavy A play.
They don't expect a second player as well, Storax. Now, even though they know the push is taking place, they have to commit here, Dinko. They have no route of escape available.
Absolutely no fallback, blood. This is a big issue, especially with Marzel still having that lockdown available. Even if they go onto the site, I favor a retake right now. So for TE, they realize, we can't really comfortably go into this. We've got to back off.
I'm not sure about this, Dinko. You know why? They have so much... I mean, they have only a minute left, and they have to clear everything out, right? They have to clear out mid. They have to clear out every single angle towards B. And the lockdown coming in, this is brilliant. This is preventing them from pushing in any quickly into the A site and getting any information. So with 30 seconds left on the clock, Dinko, they have to decide which side they want to head into, and it's going to be a death ball. They just have to rush in and hope they win their duels.
Yeah, but they're just going to go back A now. Now that they know that lockdown's gone, they can just run into A, and there's only one player defending. So this could get a little bit messy now for the defense. They've got to make sure that they hold on. Here comes the attack into the A site. Resurrect's still available. Slow warps. It's not going to allow right to Ace to peek out. So they should be able to get the spike planted as well for this attacking side. Wall's going to go up. HSB is taking Marzel down. I would have liked the lockdown to be used now at this point to go for the retake, but they've used up their biggest point of contest. They've used up their super weapon, their wonder weapon. And now they've got to go. Soulmate with the headshot. This could be TE up to 12 rounds now, and it's looking likely. 2 plays left for VLT and no chance in this round. Amaterasu charging right into the Nano Swarm. He will heal himself up. There's still a flank around the backside. HSB in, 3 kills for him, and I love that from TE. They waited for that lockdown. They go straight back in, knowing they used up their secret weapon, and now 12-11. TE are 1 round away from sending us to the 3rd.
I have to agree with you. I feel like the timing on that, on the lockdown, I kind of feel like Marzel was trying to funnel them back towards B. Where, because they don't have much
Too
information.
early, 40 seconds left still.
I know, but like if it waited a little bit more, right? And then when they went in for the hit, unfortunately, it was only Ace available on the Ace side. They weren't able to slow them down at all. They took control of the side. The Sage Wall comes out. And more importantly, Marzel gets taken down early on. Map point. And Marzel. Okay. Okay, Dinko. This is a first. And this could be... Oh, this could be brutal. This could be brutal. They wouldn't be expecting this, but he just spotted out. He needs to get the kill, and he will. Storax taken down. That's a Blade Storm neutralized, but they have the res available. And it has all gone wrong for Marzel. Man advantage now for the side
You needed
of
2 of that.
TE.
Hellfighter, he's going to push all the way through B. And he did have a good bit of control. That would have been a great position to hold down because it wouldn't allow for this quick play over to the B site. But because he went too far and actually died, there's no one even over a B. So now they've got to relinquish control of middle just to send a player back over to hold B. So things are looking rough for VLT. The decision-making's been a little bit off for them in the last few rounds. And it might just cost them here. In crunch time, they might just be finding themselves a loss. But we have seen VLT go to overtime before. We know they can fight back into these situations. And now Tarasu catches out HSP. Operator flicked up. MW1 has broken his wrist, but he's pulled out the Blade Storm, and he's going to be looking for a couple of kills here, but he can't deny the spike. He cannot deny the plant, and straight away, the Nano Swarm throwing down the alarm bot onto it as well. This could be a messy retake attempt for VLT. King is so low on health. If they can eliminate him, then they have a great chance. Snake Bites and Nano Swarms, the perfect combination. There goes the Cloud Burst. The Snake Bites are still available for Soulmate, but that defuse, it's coming through, Blah. It's too late, too little, too late. The round is won. It's overtime again between these two teams. VLT, it's not pretty, but it's effective, and we go again.
Overtime.
Can someone call a doctor for MW1's wrist? Because there's no way he didn't snap that,
Patch
right?
him up. Patch him up.
What was that flick? What was that flick? I feel very bad for Hellfighter because he had a perfect flank, but then you get caught in a rotation. This flick. Oh my lord. How does he find that, Dinko? And of course, King, you said he was low. And a little bit of overkill with the headshot as well with the Blade Storm. But ladies and gentlemen, second map. Second OT. Here we go. This game, it's just delivering in spades.
Oh, it's another overtime, Blah. This is, let's get a little messy. VLT have yet to lose an overtime in this tournament. VCC has been the overtime show for them. They had one against GE yesterday. They won it in 5th OT. They had overtime earlier in this game as well against TE. They took the first map in OT. And here in Icebox, we're in that situation again. Oh, Marzel, okay. Woo. That's a big headshot. Storax is holding the angle with an operator and just gets his neck cracked. And not good, not the good kind. He's went to like a budget chiropractor, dude. He's just been snapped in half.
Yeah, like you're like, oh, my neck's a little aching, and next thing you know, you're in an ER. And
it's like Google's chiropractor. That's a bit expensive. I've heard my cousin Ronnie runs one in the back alleyway down the corner. Let me try him. It's just broken.
Listen, my chiropractors scare me. Anyway, right now, speaking of breaking necks, it's been Marzel with that Vandal of his and MW1. They're getting control of yellow, and this has been a problem for them time and time again for TE, right? Just giving up so much of map control. The spike's going to be planted, but no, the Nanoswarm delays it for a second. MW1 running out of bullets, and that's going to neutralize the man advantage they had, and that's a danger man taken out of the equation. Are they going to be going back towards A? Because they can, because Ace has snuck his way behind, and he is going to be pushing on in, wrapping around from mid, and Dinko, this is a guaranteed kill for him, right? He has to find one.
Well, while they're aware of this, though, HSB seems to be clued in, and that actually might work against him, but it comes down to the timing here, HSB. Will he be looking at the right spot at the right time? This A site is so susceptible. 13 seconds left. They got to just sprint over towards the A site, and Right to Ace is in such a good position because now HSB, he has to focus in towards A. Right to Ace has got one. He couldn't quite get the second, though. HSB still stands, and that gives them a chance. While HSB is on his feet, there's hope in the round win. as he continues to try and battle his way back in, cutting through the weeds. He's got teammates in behind him to try and push into the site. Marcel with the headshot. Amaterasu lining them up, and another double for him. 13-12 VLT, map and series point. They're about to send TE packing from the VCC.
I'm so butt clenched right now, Dinko. Like, I don't know which way this one's gonna go. Like, if I put a coal inside my butt, that's a diamond for you, fresh. Oh my lord, what is going on? Marzil, though, again with the impactful opening kills. That kill on the Storax when he had the operator, which that was everything, right? And then right to ace with that look. Sure, he's only able to find one, but because of his presence towards mid, because he was able to cut off the rotation, that was a free site for the taking for VLT. Here we go, 13-12. VLT need one more round to take the series, move on to the grand finals, and for the side of TE, they need the round here. Storax finds MW1, the jet and jet action going the way of Exploit, as they have a one-player advantage very early in a must-win round. But Amaterasu on the flank again, Dinko. This could be it.
Yeah, Amaterasu can really throw a spanner into the works here. In fact, he could end it all. This whole operation is about to close if he can get in and get that timing, but with the turret holding the backside, they will get that information onto Amaterasu. So right now, they've still got that covering off the backside. 55 seconds left. Shock Dart clearing the close corners. Hellfighter is sitting back at Snowman. He's winning, and there goes the wall up. They can bring down the toxic screen, but Shooter's been taken out of play. As the spike down, it hasn't been planted. Storax have to drop back in behind Yellow. He's the spike carrier. Hellfighter fighting out of the pits of hell. He's found a double kill, and it's all one player. Storax left alone, and Hellfighter brings him dragging down. His VLT will take the 2-0 win, and there's no questions about how they can perform under pressure, Black. When they come back there, when they're in OT, they can pull it back.
Dilmange more. I want you to translate that for me, Dinko. Come on, you can do it. No?
The mango more.
The heart wants more. That's what they mean by that. The heart wants more. And yeah, like, listen, my heart
my
needs...
heart's a mango, bro.
My heart's a mango as well. And it really needs... I feel like I need a defibrillator right now, because that last round, I don't know how it turned around. They weren't even able to get the spike down. And somehow, they didn't even have to retake Dinko. They just smashed them into the ground. What a game. Both the maps going to OT and VLT. Sure, the games are close. Sure, they're like giving a lot of heart attacks, but they will move on to the grand finals.
It's incredible, and so much to talk about. And Blood, we've had enough. We've had enough talking on the mic for now. We need a little break to digest all of that. We're going to throw it over to Necro and see it to break down the action, because that was an incredible matchup.
Oh, man, I do like how you're trying to break it down in mangoes. Okay. Well, the game was definitely real close, but yeah, that little end over there, you know, the mango end, I definitely do like that. But yeah, I mean, a close game, insane game again. I mean, I definitely did want to see that breeze, but what are your initial thoughts about that previous game? It was crazy.
I mean, I think the expectation was to go to this close of a matchup always, because even if you look at the last time these two teams played on Icebox, it was a bit of a dominant affair from Velocity Gaming in the first half when they were attacking, but Exploit just as strong on the attack. They did come back just like they did right here, but as the casters are saying, those last two rounds, well, they definitely got my blob popping as well, because Velocity stepping up the pace, pulling out both of these matches in overtime to pick up the win and get their slot in the grand finals. Revenge is the dish served best goal, and well, Icebox was the perfect map to get their revenge.
Oh boy. Exactly. I mean, VLT, it did seem like they came in quite well prepared, and well, I mean, you can clearly do see that in the stats as well, right? I mean, the damage pretty much leading the charge. I mean, not really far behind. As I did mention, this was quite a close win, right? Even if it was 2-0, both the maps went actually OT. So I would really call that, I wouldn't really call that a clean sweep. I would call that quite a close win still, because I mean, it could have gone both ways, right? Like, anything could have happened. But yeah, in the end, I feel like TE just got really predictable, and VLT did quite a great job, you know, just taking that Sage wall down and making sure they're denying that plant.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Velocity did a phenomenal job. My biggest concern after their last matchup in Icebox was the fact that they were not reacting fast enough to what Exploit was trying to do in terms of their style of playing executions. But I think they did that really well in this map with their ability, especially Mozzle. He's like the Dennis the Menace, you know? He's got this vibe and he's really cheeky, but at the same time finds these really nice corners. And once again, he's the MVP for the team. Storax, of course, the match MVP. But like, this is what I'm talking about, Mozzle. That mental edge he gives, getting into the opponent's minds, the looks he's able to pull off. What comms do you give your teammates? Bro, he just outread me? Like, nah, that's never gonna work.
Exactly. And, well, I mean, we saw Marzel on Killjoy. Now, this is literally the same affair where Marzel just can't play anything at this point, I feel like. This man can literally play anything. Now, if I do see Marzel on Soa, like, the next time we watch this, man, I'm gonna flip myself. I'm literally gonna flip myself because Soa, I feel like, is one of those agents you need to have those lineups, you know, kind of ready as well.
What if he plays?
And so, well, yeah, the same thing's gonna happen with me. I'm literally just gonna flip myself. I'm gonna be like, all right, Marshall, I'm literally contacting you. I'm gonna be sliding in your DMs. I'm gonna be like, all right, I need some tips, you know, how things really gonna be working around. But yeah, in the end, VLT says still mange more, and that's for sure. I mean, VLT, oh boy, I'm pretty excited to see what they have in the future as well.
Yeah, absolutely, Nakra. I think this organization, as we noted in the pre-show as well, right? They've got such a big fan base behind them. They've got phenomenal support and an ability to continuously impress. I think that's what they've done today. Marzel, as you can see right now, being compared with Storax. I think Storax himself had a great game, but the fact remained that that mental factor where it looked like Exploit Storm, the players, they were absolutely on point mechanically, but in terms of the reads, Marzel always a step ahead. Like, I can think of so many plays, the fact that he went ziplining over an ultimate, the fact that he is able to get himself the center of attention to allow his team to get into side. There's so many rounds where he makes such high impact moves.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I would say both the players, right, the high impact, and you can clearly do see Marzel on that Killjoy is way aggressive, I would say. He just brings in, again, I mean, the main kind of key factor that he's inside the game here is that he literally brought in, because of his, you know, just gunpowder. But still, like, what are the more key differences that you notice in Marzel's Killjoy and compared to Vibor's?
It's the confidence in his lurking, really. The fact that he's actually willing to make the moves. I think the casters also pointed it out in the middle of the match where the lurks Marzel was making happen towards the A sandwich and the A410 area. They're very textbook looks. They're what you really expect, but it's the timing of them where he really outshines everybody else. He knows exactly when a player is going to be loading up, say, a utility like a recon coming through, or when they're going to be looking at ramp and not at sandwich, and that's when he makes his move. He's able to just sneak in there. And it's exactly like that is the best. It's so frustrating for the opposition team because they're like, he's doing it so simple, but his timing is spot on and you can't do anything about it except just try to outread him on his own level. And well, so far it just doesn't seem like that's going to happen because the 100% win streak for VLT plus Marzel continues.
Yeah, exactly. And after that, you know, second half, we saw just Team Exploit completely, you know, just barraging it through. They just started, you know, just all guns blazing. They started to make a comeback as well. But this man is going to be the MVP of the best of three. Imagine you literally started playing since yesterday and you're already like, you know, getting on top of the MVP charts. It's like, our MW1, you need a setback, you know, you thought you're the best. Nah, man, just hold this thing. I'm the one here to grab all the money.
Absolutely. It's exactly as you said, right? Like, he only started playing yesterday and already today he's the MVP in a BO3, which gets Velocity Gaming into the grand finals of the Valorant Conquerors Championship. You simply could not have peaked at a better moment, Marzel. So kudos to him and kudos to the squad for putting the trust in him to really come out and show his best. I think it works both ways. Without that trust from your squad, you're never going to be able to live up to your potential. And without you living up to your potential, well, it's kind of hard for your teammates to trust you, you know. So both of them getting rewarded for each other's the belief in each other and really coming through as VLT now into the finals. They get a moment to now watch Global Esports and Exploit Storm duke it out and try to set a date with them.
Exactly, and well, just to get a way much more clear picture in you guys' heads, let's take a look at the brackets and let's see how things are really going to be lined up. So next game that is lined up is, of course, in the lower brackets, and it's going to be GE versus TE. Well, this as well is going to be one of those games that I really do have my eyes on. I feel like I'm expecting this game to be as close as it was with VLT. Now, I mean, consider the fact that on that game, my expectations are definitely with GE, but if TE actually do manage to defeat GE there, that would be one of those things. But getting our heads back into this game against VLT and TE, so we did see a few mistakes coming out, right, from the side of VLT. Yeah. Now, if you do remember in that one round where lockdown was used a little bit too early, right? Instead, as the casters even pointed out, that they could have actually used it a little bit late.
The power of Steve.
Well, it seems like, okay, well, getting back to the convo that I was having, they could have also tried and use it a little bit more late, and then either could have, like, either you know, just try to use that for a complete retake, or if they used a little bit too late, they could have, like, you know, done the job of funneling them on the B side successfully.
Yeah, definitely. I think, as you mentioned, it was a little too early. I think it was around the 40-second mark. They really needed to try to scale back a little. Around the 25-second mark, or even the 30-second mark would have been ideal, because then you only have to account for 10 seconds outside the lockdown when they can get the plant down. And that's easily done with just a couple of utilities, like maybe a snake bite here, a nanoswarm there. So definitely timing a little off then, but I'm willing to let that go because of all the other plays he would make. Like, if you're talking about the lockdown itself, that one lockdown in the kitchen tube to attract all the attention to him. Even though it got destroyed, the amount of time he was able to buy for his team to get into the site, get the plant down, and get into their post plants, that's all their composition wants. It wants safe post plants to play with the utility, and Marzel delivers, man. He was a continuous thorn. They knew where he was every single round, but they just couldn't get him. They just couldn't get their hands on him.
Exactly. Now, I feel like over here in the future, if any team do want to take VLT out, I feel like their first job over here is going to be to get rid of Marzel. How are you going to be doing that? Just take him out, because Marzel is a man who's not really scared to take the same fights. And as you did rightfully point it out as well in the past, that Marzel with his Killjoy alerts was absolutely insane. And as even Koster said, that he was just like water, you know? He was just slipping through those tiny gaps. He was finding those kills. And those initial kills that he was really finding, that was doing a really good job for letting his team inside the site, also collecting a lot of info, even if he was going down. It doesn't matter, right? Even if you do go down without any kind of kills, you still have the duelist, which is MW1, who is ready with his jet to pretty much go and just directly aggress inside. So all that you really need is that right info where each and every single defender is situated.
Yeah, exactly. I really like that point as well. It's like Marzel is like this slippery eel. You just can't get a hold of him, but you know exactly where he is always. You just see him slithering about, but you just can't catch him. You know, you just can't get your hands on him. And every single time he ends up being a thorn in your plans. Definitely a huge, I think, boost for him as well as VLT, because as I think Dinko specifically mentioned this, they've got an embarrassment of riches. They've got a wealth of options really now going into the grand finals. It's very hard for any team to actually try and prepare against them, because you don't know, is Marzel going to show up? Is Vibor going to show up? The players are very different. The way the team plays with those players very different, wherein the last time we saw Icebox on VLT, a lot more executes focus, a lot more post-plan focus. This time with Marzel low power in the composition, they focus a lot more around rotation. They focus a lot more around information. So when you have a team playing two such distinct styles quite well, it becomes very hard to prepare against them.
Hey man, like literally at this point, I don't know what to like literally predict, right? I mean, maybe in the finals we might just see, you know, just Marzel playing that duelist, like that jet, and then we just see MW1 playing some controller. Like anything can happen at this point, because they have been proven that each and every single player in the team, other than MW1, is pretty much flexible to play at anything. And that's a really good thing, right? That's the same thing that Team Exploit really relies on heavily, because that's what Team Exploit is like. That's what is kind of adding the uniqueness in Team Exploit as well. Having that flexibility in the team, having that flexibility in those players. And talking about those things, right? You also did have a man like Shooter stepping up. You also did have a man like Marzel stepping up in their individual squads. And here you do have Shooter stats as well. And Marzel, these the player comparison. Or my bad, Storax.
This is weirdly pleasant for me. As someone with, I don't have OCD, but I definitely have a thing for patterns. 37, 37, 41, 41. How do both of them have exactly 1 KD? Like, what?
Well, I mean, that's just like a mirror matchup coming in through, but just still Marzul, just slipping away with a little bit more kills and a little bit more death. So, yeah, definitely death's number isn't really that great, but Marzul can clearly do see, right? Even when he was playing on that killjoy, he still he still has a lot of first bloods on his name, and this clearly just proves my point, right? I mean, he was like, even though Marzul was on that killjoy, still sometimes we saw him going in for those, early battles to try and pick off some players, and he was doing that perfect.
Yeah, it's all about attention, right? And it's a very special style of play because I think VLT do excel at information denial because of the fact that they play the double controller composition in trees. It's a style that they're really used to, but we've never seen it on Icebox. Now, the way they played with Marzul here today on Icebox, it was all about that style where, as you said, Marzul continuously tries to take those initial engagements, if not with his body, then definitely with his turret. He's always causing a nuisance. He's always diverting attention to himself, and that brings the resources from Exploit Storm towards him. You are more inclined to invest, say, a recon bolt or a recon drone, and that little change allows for your VLT to get into the extremities of the map. You saw a lot of positions where VLT, where they leave Marzul towards mid and they slowly walk in towards B long. They pick up the orb, and while Marzul is continuously diverting attention, bringing the defenders to areas like kitchen, hut, or under the tube, VLT casually just takes yellow, and then suddenly they've got the site.
I don't know why this is kind of weird. I'm just really not able to get my head over that all the mango thing they had going on. It's just always in the back of my head going on. Especially when Dinko said he's like, my heart is a mango. I was like, I was laughing the hell off in the back. I was like, oh, come on, bro.
That's a big mango.
Oh, man. That's for sure. But yeah, I mean, we need to talk about the game here. Is that now over here we also did see a mistake coming in through from MW1, which Blay pointed out pretty rightfully, is that on the first half, almost on the last round of the first half, that MW1 had a Blade Storm ready, right? But he still decided to challenge a fight with the Spectre in a long range, which was quite questionable. Why do you think so? I feel like he just forgot to use it. What do you think so? What's your theory behind it?
100%. I agree. I think he just straight up forgot to use it. I think mainly because it's also the audio factor, right? Like I was talking about, most of the times where they were pushing it towards B long, it was Marzul playing mid, drawing attention, and they were walking. They were rarely ever giving audio cues. So I think maybe it also chimed in a little bit that he doesn't want to pop that Blade Storm, give the shout out where like the Jet is like, what's this? No. Marzul doesn't want anyone to watch their moves. So maybe it is that, but I have seen him before straight up forget to use heal or dismiss on Reyna just because he's so focused in getting multi-kills. So definitely a possibility where it just straight up forgot. Yeah, it definitely happens in the heat of the moment,
Yeah, exactly. And consider the fact that the games are going so close. It's like, oh, you gotta have each and every single inch of your brain in that game, right? You can't be distracted by anything. So it's like, it's pretty understandable, right? When there's some high intense action going on in front of you, and then you just like, miss a little bit of details out, which is pretty understandable. But Blade Stormer, I feel like it could have been really game changing. Consider the fact that MW1's cracked aim, and also at the same time he has that Blade Storm pops. It gives him so much kind of flexibility to even like, jump around, move around, and be accurate, precise at the same time. So I feel like the Blade Storm over there could have been definitely insane. But yeah, in the first half, they had an insane lead. But in the second half, Team Exploit, like, what do you think? So, like, what exactly was going wrong in the second half for VLT?
It's just the fact that I think both of these teams are much more comfortable on the attack when they can be proactive. Like on the defense, both of the teams feel a little stifled, It feels like they are stuck in their coops and they're just raging trying to get out. So when they do get out on the attack, you can see that rage really come out. Now, what I will say that to give props to Velocity Gaming is the way they started understanding the setups that Exploit were going. Because slowly but surely, while Exploit was building up momentum and their win streak, you could see that their setups were starting to unravel. It was starting to become a bit more brawly style of gameplay, and Velocity answered that really, really well. There were a few key rounds that they pulled off with just sheriffs. Even if like a couple of rounds they found the kills, but they didn't pull off the round itself. The confidence it gave them, I think, really carried over onto their buys, where despite once again being down to Exploit Storm, they're able to push back, they're able to get to overtime, and they're able to pick up the win. I think that's what we really lack for Exploit Storm. They hadn't been tested before, and when they were, it did feel like their mentality was just not as strong, or rather as refined and raw as the way VLT was, who've been through grueling matches before.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and that little poster in the end as well, you know, it's just kind of a sign of showing that, oh, they were so confident that they were actually going to be winning. And yeah, why would you not be confident, right? Especially when you have put in a lot of hard works, you have put in a lot of efforts, and you are just bringing that astonishing factor in the game in the form of Marzul, which Team Exploit have no clue what the hell is going to be going on in the game. Because yesterday, Marzul played the complete duelist and Viper role on the Breeze, on the map of Breeze, if I'm not wrong. And now today, he's playing a complete different thing of being a Killjoy. And that's such a big thing to catch you off guard, right? Because you're not really going to be expecting that. If you expect a man like Marzul to actually hop in the game, you're expecting him to play duelist.
Yeah, definitely. But I think that really speaks to the value he brings to his team.
Yeah.
He is that perfect sixth man, right? Where he's learned every single role he possibly can, or where he can really thrive. And I think, yeah, definitely, while he does seem a lot more home in the duelist role, the fact that he has so much lurking potential makes him just as much a killer Sentinel player. So I'm excited to see him keep moving on forward, particularly with the team, and how not only does he grow within the team, but because of his growth, how the team itself ends up branching out into different styles, learning different metas, and therefore becoming better as a team.
Oh man, I mean, with that loss, as just to remind you guys again, Team Exploit have moved down against GE. Now, that's going to be a thing to witness as well. I mean, from what I remember, Team Exploit have been one of those teams, and even HSB as well, he has said in the past that he's kind of ready for each and every single team, right? He has gotten his books out, he has gotten his homework done, so I do want to see what they have in the back, right? Because especially considering the fact, if you take a look at Team GE here, of course, the main or the most impactful man there is going to be SK Rossi, without a doubt. And if SK Rossi, the big danger man, being shut down, that means you have pretty much the entire game open for you. So I do want to see how they can counter SK Rossi, because with his unpredictable moves, with his unpredictable pushes, it's going to be really hard to kind of at least predict what SK Rossi is going to be doing.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's going to be a clash of titans for sure. We already had one. We've got another. So I am amped up, man. I'm excited.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm definitely excited as well. But, I mean, yeah, consider the fact and take a look at the upcoming game, as I did mention, GE versus Team Exploit. And VLT one was pretty close, and Team Exploit has already had a rough day moving inside the next game. And I'm pretty sure Team Exploit should be a little shocked as well, because they lost 2-0 to VLT. So they shouldn't really be in those happy moods. So I want to see, are they going to be having a fresh mentality going into the future game as well? But are they going to be, just completely let down of even going against GE? Because if that is, then that's definitely going to be affecting their games a lot much more in the future as well. But it seems like it's time for me to throw on to a break, so we are going to be right back in a while. But remember, Mango.
The power of steel.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on. Go. Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The new Classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
mark on.
The strength of metal.
Leave your mark on. Leave your mark on. Yo, leave your mark on. Leave your mark on.
The new Classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to NODWIN's Valorant Conquerors Championship with Gillette as a grooming partner and Talk Esports as our digital publication partner. And, well, I mean, it has been a hell of a day, just like yesterday. I mean, pretty much as expected, right? These grand finals, they have to be one of the best out there, and that's what is happening. Each and every single matchup is neck and neck, unless yesterday the Enigma matches, we can ignore that. But after that, each and every single game that has been happening, it has been absolutely incredible. Especially, I mean, even the past match, even though it was a 2-0, but it's still close.
Yeah, definitely. It was still close. We went to 2 overtime, so it was basically like we saw 3 quick maps. You know, it's the same thing. So I think coming into this matchup, especially, it's so exciting because we've never actually seen these teams face off against each other before. And the first time they're facing off against each other, the stakes are so high. So I think right now we're gonna get a brilliant matchup, and I'm especially excited to see, just as you mentioned, if TE can reset the mentality.
Yeah, exactly. Resetting their mentality, and especially going against a man like Rossi. Oh man, he's gonna be a beast unleashed today. He's there like, all right, that yesterday's win, we tried so hard, still like we lost, and this time, Rossi, it's your time to unleash all the anger you have. It's time to pretty much unleash death on Team Exploit, and let's just see what Rossi has in the back. But do you expect any kind of curveballs being thrown by any other lads? But for that, let's take a look at the map veto.
Yeah, I think especially interesting here. Now, I do expect Exploit to continue on with their ban of Haven, but from the side of Global Esports, it's interesting where this could go, because while Exploit are really strong on Split, so is GE. So GE actually going to take Breeze out of the table. I guess not feeling confident after their overtime loss against Velocity yesterday, as we get to see finally Split picked up by Exploit Storm. And for GE as well, this is such a big map. I feel like this entire series might just be decided in map 1, Necro.
Yeah, this can definitely be a really kind of a thing. But gee, yeah, Split being picked up. So Exploit, I feel like both these teams are decently good on the map of over here. Split, right? I mean, we have seen Exploit. They are really freaking good. And we have seen Global Esports as well. I mean, they are good. Yeah, sometimes they have tried avoiding playing Split, but this is the time where they will have to play Split, which I'm pretty sure they're really not going to be, you know, getting like bothered that much. They are pretty much ready to challenge. And then they have picked up a map like Bind as well, where Exploit as well is really freaking good. So I do want to see on the map of Bind challenging on their own homeland. I want to see what they have in the back.
I think this veto really shows that GE is going back to what has constantly worked for them, the style, the fact that when you put in resources into SK Rossi, well, it's rarely that he doesn't deliver. So the fact that they've picked up Bind even as their second map shows that they've watched Exploit Storm, they've understood it, and now they're trying to break them down.
Yeah, exactly. It seems like by watching those games, right, they have probably realized how to like counter them on Bind, right? Because Exploit, they have been playing Bind quite a lot, and I feel like that is probably the best map you can, you know, try and learn as much as from. And I'm pretty sure at this point they have learned quite a lot from that. But and then you also do have other team like GE coming in as well, which is quite great. But I'm pretty sure, talking about these two teams, that it's already getting quite heated up. Let's take a look at the predictions as well, and let's see what the people think and what the we casters think of this. Well, GE all the way, baby. I've went 2-0, and I know it's quite a ballsy play here.
I mean, this is the first time the entire talent desk has agreed on something, which really tells you what we expect. Like, don't get me wrong, I think Exploit Storm have been phenomenal with the way they've progressed throughout the tournament. But for me, when I look at this matchup, after what happened in the previous matchup between Velocity and TE, all I see is the intense rivalry for the finals. All I see is Val Classico coming through, and for me, I think that's the biggest deal. When you build up so much, you've got such intense rivalries throughout internationally, right? Like, I know G2 Fnatic, and then there's Sentinels now behaving everyone. I think Velocity GE is one of that, and I can expect them coming into the finals.
Oh my god, man, I can already imagine the Val Classico in the finals, right? I mean, two of the best teams. Yesterday, the BO3 went really that close. I can imagine 5 max back-to-back, how close and how intense it can be. But it seems like the game's rocking and ready for you all. So, well, welcome our casters, Blay and Dinko.
Thank you very much for hopping into another great game of Valorant, Blair. You know, coming into this one, we've seen Exploits come out of a super long best of 3. They only went 2 maps, but we had overtime in both affairs. So it's been a long one. GE have been able to sit, sort of warm up, get ready for this, watch the matchup that just unfolded. I feel like GE are probably the team that I'd favor here just because this play style they play, I feel just counters what Exploit are going to be able to do. We've seen a lot of heavy executes and great combos coming in from GE yesterday, and that gave me a lot of confidence to predict them moving forward.
Oh, absolutely. And that's one thing I'm really looking forward to as well. One more thing I'm looking forward to is, of course, Shooter facing off against SK Rossi, right? I want to see Shooter on that jet. As you do have Split, which is going to be the first map here in this best of 3 series in the lower bracket finals. Ladies and gentlemen, everything on the line. Loser goes home. And obviously, you don't get a second chance. Your winner, of course, who's going to be moving on to the grand final, where they're going to be facing off against VLT in a best of 5 series. Split, we've seen it yesterday. It kind of saddens me, Dinko, that we haven't seen Ascent yet, but Split's a pretty cool map nonetheless.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool map, and this is the map I was talking about where we've seen GE look pretty good on the attacking side. So I'm feeling them coming into this. For the likes of TE over here, I'm interested to see how the KO is going to perform because it's the first time we've seen that selected. HSB's gone for the KO. I mean, pull out everything you got at this point, Blah.
Yeah, the KO getting picked. I mean, we've seen a couple of players troll with it a little bit. They're like, I'm going to go for it. But then in the end, they pull a quick U-turn and they go for something a little bit more, I don't want to say reasonable, but it's something a little bit more standard. But here we go. We'll have Kappa on the... Interesting. Kappa on the breach. Usually you see Hellranger on the, but Hellranger is going to be going to his Trident test at his Omen, and the Omen is where he has been most famous for. That's the one character agent he used to play time and time again in the beginning of his career in Valorant. So he's just going to be going back to something he's very comfortable on. We have the KJ, of course, for a Lightning Fast. Lightning Fast was impactful as hell yesterday in that Breeze game, Dinko. It went down to 5 OTs, but he was the one leading by example on that Cypher of his. And I'm curious, like you have the Brim for the side of Exploit, you have the KO, as I said, for HSB, King on the Sage, and Shooter on the Raze. I want to see Shooter on a duelist, and that is exactly what you're going to see here.
Yeah, Shooter definitely needs to be on that duelist after what we've seen across the last couple of days. He's been unbelievably good. He could be the difference maker, and who knows if he was on the jet or if he was on more of an impactful agent when it comes to the killing count over that previous map in their first series of the day. He probably could have made a big difference, but all eyes on SK Rossi as well coming into this one. You know, we briefly mentioned him, and on the desk they've brought him up as well. I feel like he's going to make a huge difference today. He's going to be the player to keep an eye on, so definitely looking forward to seeing that. And obviously we held Hellfighter over in the previous game. Now we've got Hell Ranger. You know, we're just getting all the hellish players today, Blah.
Speaking of Hell, though, I do have a couple of stories for this guy. I've known him for a very, very long time. I'm going to probably talk about it during some of the technical timeouts, which we might have, but wasting no time. Ladies and gentlemen, the lower bracket finals will go underway, and it's going to be a fast hit, or at least a fast, an early posturing from the attacking side, that is TE, and it's going to be SK Rossi looking to make contact. Hellranger's going to play bait for him. They're not going to check the corner, are they? And SK Rossi whiffing his shots, but he's going to finally recover and lands a headshot. Meantime, the push is coming in towards Heavens, but look at the amount of resistance being faced by TE. They have, however, given up control of vents, and that means there could be a snake lurking on in towards Heaven, and that is HSB, but he's going to be pushed back as well by the KJ Nanoswarms.
The Nano Swarms making things a little more difficult to stick around. Alarm bot going off. It's caught him and actually made him vulnerable for the crossover. Under a minute left, and the play into the A site has already happened. That Spike's about to go down as well. We got to look now to the retake of GE. Are they going to be able to pull this off? The Spike's going to go down the corner quite far away in a difficult spot to get into here for the defense, but they are a player up. So TE, they've got to do the unthinkable and pull this off with some of these weaker weapons. They charge forward, pinch shells in to clear out the space. 2 kills on the Classics. SK Rossi's come back in. It is going to be that Ghost finding the kill on the Shooter. And this pistol has somehow turned into this 3v3. Storax sitting down in the site. Skills come in. Storax in the double kill. King able to step up as well. And TE with a strong pistol.
Despite losing a pistol round, right, they were able to regroup. They tried early B contact first, where they lost a player. They went in for the Heaven's Take, where there were too many players to contend with. And then just slowly sneaking in towards the A side, they had the Brim smokes down and a fantastic postman. They took the fight towards the screen's area, and despite a couple of kills going the way of SK Rossi, there's nothing much more he can do with Storax and King, as you pointed out, really stepping it up and taking the pistol round. That's 1-0 up for the side of Exploit. And this is after them just playing that previous best of 3 where they lost in double OT. I mean, like two maps going to OT. Yeah. So it's a bit of a heartbreak for them. But look, there are two ways of looking at it. Either you're tired, exhausted, mentally exhausted, or you're warmed up, you're ready to go.
Well, getting suppressed early on, he will get some info on SK Rossi. He's just going to leave him back in ropes. And obviously, you can't use the Cloud Burst. You can't use the Tailwind once you've been suppressed. So he's just going to hide back. He's going to throw that Fragment in as well. SK Rossi needs to dodge that. Doesn't want to be caught out by all of the utility. HSP has come in with a headshot. Spectre's finding a couple of kills. And actually, finally, a kill comes back in for Hellranger. So at least something that will be the KO down. TE starting to regroup and re-evaluate their options, because that spike is down in sewers, player.
This is problematic. They need to take this, and Hellranger's going to make contact. He's going to find one, but King replying back immediately. Lightning fast, left alone. Classic and 100 HP. Spike right in front of him. They're aware of his presence, and a Classic, it lands the shot. Shots, rather, but doesn't quite get the kill. That was a scary round. That was a very scary round. The two of the players were kind of low on health as well, but TE will stand tall. However, for the side of GE, the guns are going to be coming out, and SK Rossi on the operator. Now, I'm not necessarily a huge fan of Rossi on the attacking side when he has the op. I feel like he's much more impactful with the rifle, but on the defensive side, hell yeah. I want to see what he's got. He's the solitary jet in the server.
Yeah, the jet op can really make a big difference, in particular when it's in the player's hands of SK Rossi that, as we've mentioned so many times, is a cut above the rest individually. Missing the first shot, though, and he's going to go back. He doesn't have that tailwind away, but it doesn't matter. It's a standard peek out. Again, he goes for it. Again, it's the lineup. He gets himself Storax. SK Rossi's feeling confident. He's got that tailwind back in after those 2 kills as well. And this attack down from TE. They're into the site. Spike eventually will get planted. It is a very poor start to the round here for TE, having lost 2 players, and there's been literally no reply. So now they're going to have to go and find some control. But SK Rossi, it's his 3rd kill in the round with this operator. You were talking about how you like to see him on this op in the defense. His teammates sort of eclipsing his victims, and luckily it is going to be SK Rossi that goes down next to Soulmate, but he's left in a 1v4, and Hellranger on the headshot eliminates him. So the bonus does not go TE's way, and in fact the operator of SK Rossi does dirty things.
It's incredible. I guess that's why he has to play the jet, right? Like, just re-peeking again and again with the operator.
He does it with no tailwind, though.
Exactly. Like, how does he move around? With, I'm going to say it again, with cojones that big. The guy, so very impactful. He even has his Blade Storm ready early on. A whiff shot, like you pointed out, Dinko, earlier on, but he recovers, finds a triple kill as well. Although, that being said, this was a bonus round for the side of Exploit, so they get a spike down as well. They get the 1 kill, so they're not going to be too disappointed, but that is going to be the first round on board for the side of Global Esports. Skills with the on the raise as well, something which you want to keep an eye out for, and is going to be playing with the Rossi takes a blind shot. The timing doesn't quite pan out, so it's going to be a fast hit coming in towards the A side, Dinko, and they're just not making it quite. Their intentions are very clear. They're just going to get the site, and it looks like GE are very content giving it up. And based off that retake we saw in the previous round, why the hell not? They were looking very clinical on that retake.
Spike planted.
There has to be a 5v5 retake at this point, because no one's down yet. And that spike yet again getting planted on this A site. It's going to be GE with the first kill. It's KO though, hanging around. Storm's going to go in behind him, and actually Soulmate King. Oh, they found all the kills. HSB comes in behind as well. And just like that, a flurry of kills for the attackers as they will win themselves their round on the A site. Again, they're constantly taking the site and getting the spike down. Even the rounds they're losing blood, they're still getting into the site. That's a little bit worrying for me.
Yeah, and even the retake, I was just touching upon that, right? Like where the retake was good, but that's because SK Rossi got 2 kills when they're pushing up towards the A mains area, and that is something which is not exactly sustainable. They can't expect him to get 2 picks every single time. Now, fortunately for GE, they didn't. They just lost to 1 player on round number 3, so they will have enough credits to afford a pretty solid buy. And for SK Rossi, it's going to be the blades. 5 blades in his hands.
Little Elder Scrolls reference for you, Blair.
Video games, man. Gotta love it.
Man, I was listening to the Oblivion soundtrack this morning. Just,
so good.
Throwing myself back into my childhood. It was awesome. I even searched it up on Twitch and started hanging with some dude and streaming it still. I'm like, dedication, man. There's like 3 people who play that game. But here comes the lockdown. And that is going to be for the attacking side of TE. They want to try and change it up. They're going to go to the other side of the map this time. SK Rossi just peeking out with a Blitzdorm.
No.
Okay, SK Rossi mowing them down. 2 headshots, shooting them like pinballs. And now he wants a little bit more. He's trying to pull them into the open, but in the end, Soulmate, he was tunnel visioned, focused in on SK Rossi. He does get that kill, but a reply is found. And HSB is now trying to do the unthinkable, trying to make it a doable scenario. And he's done that well. And he's allowed Storax to slip in behind through the sky smokes. Headshot onto Kappa. Now he's brought down. And it's just 2 players left on either side, but they don't know Skills. Is still inside of the site. He'll throw the satchel forward. He'll throw it again, but Storax's headshot comes through onto Skills through the actual blast pack itself. And now the spike looking to get planted. He's tapped it to try and pull Lightning Fast into the open, but be careful what you wish for, because Lightning Fast is in with a headshot.
Whew, that went back and forth real quick, right? Like, even despite the opening kills coming in from SK Rossi with the Bladestorm, it looked like they would be able to bring it back, but this is just illegal. The timing, Shooter was waiting patiently behind the box, and the moment he just opts to just, walk on past, and that's when SK Rossi decides to strike. Skills doing a pretty good job, trying to stay alive, and of course Lightning Fast coming in with the perfect timing on the flank, able to deny the 1v2 clutch for Storax, but second round on board for GE. And the buy will be... It's going to be a light buy for TE, Dinko. They're just going to try and just equalize the money. It's going to be the null point towards Heavens, and it is going to suppress 1. It's going to be a fast hit towards the upper side. That means Kappa can't really do much with his breach, and there's no one on the B side. It's going to be a post plant here coming in for TE.
Yeah, well, good wall up as well here from King. Actually, did it get broken? It did. Obviously, when the wall goes up, it's vulnerable for a few moments, and a hole in that from SK Rossi. He's going to try and open up an avenue back in, and well, the spike is down, yes, but TE have got to do a real difficult spot. There comes the null command. That's going to surprise them all as they run on through. They're doing the damage, they're getting the kills, and it's completely tied up. There we go. 5 players staying alive. Retake is just beautiful to watch, and it's another round added to the tally for GE as they tie up the scoreline with a flawless round.
Clean round, not losing a single player, and that was them playing the retake, right? And I was a little worried for them. You play retake on the B side, you have to sometimes take some close range duels, but it works out for them anyway. For the side of TE, the spike planted, right? That means a little bit of extra money, extra credits in the bank. Shooter has the showstopper online. Expect a fast play, probably towards Heavens, perhaps. Just might try and blast back his way in towards Heavens and toss in the rocket launcher and just wreck everyone's days there. But there is as well for the side of VLT. I like that early utility usage from the breach there. And with Kappa getting suppressed, the B side is again susceptible. Hellranger is going to be the first player to make his way back towards the B side.
The attack starting to come forward. Hellranger trying to get out of dodge of that showstopper. You don't actually need to get the kill with it. Just enough to scare the back. But SK Rossi's a psychopath. He goes back in for a 3K. Mows them all up. You thought the showstopper would be enough to force him back, but he doesn't care. He runs right towards it. He runs to where the fight is. And here comes the Rolling Thunder. HSB has got one of the fragment. Lightning Fast has come in. And now in the 1v1. It's locked down as well. There goes the suppress. And he's going to jump right up in towards Heaven, but that spike is down. He's trying to avoid the lockdown. He's changed up his position, and Lightning Fast has been given a second to change up his spot. He's gone back to the other side of the wall, and it's broken away. HSB has no idea! Oh, the whiff nearly cost him blood, but he gets the kill in the end. Brilliant play from Lightning Fast, realizing he had that second to relocate, but my God bless, so much to unpack in this one.
SK Rossi, firstly, my God, the 3K spray down. Soulmate, meanwhile, finding a kill. This Lightning Fast, that final play, the 1v1, that was a complete opposite of the all aim, no brain. This was all brain. Like, genius play, genius utility usage, his lockdown usage and repositioning, and almost completely whiffs his shots. But he manages to recover in time, Dinko, and that's round number 4 for GE. They are in the lead. Skills, he's gonna be sticking with a judge, it feels like, for the duration of this entire defensive side.
Skills the corner with his judge. Oh, here comes the aftershock. A little bit of pressure. SK Rossi actually has been able to find a kill on the King. Skill's been caught inside of the smoke and the aftershock, but he still comes out with a kill. Storax down, that's the spike spotted as well. They're going to throw the boombot in after HSB. Luckily not getting rid of him, but Shooter needs to be careful. He nearly gets caught there, down to 13 HP. That spike's alone, Blair. I don't really like where that spike is right now, and, well, the round's done. Flawless round again. GE are just winning these easily. Last round wasn't easy for them, but when they're in these lower buy scenarios, they do win them very convincingly, and that's huge for the economy, because it always means they're in a good spot. And here is your Gillette Game Face moment replay.
Skills, yeah, just making that judge sing. He's actually, yeah, he's still gonna stick with it. Why the hell not? Like, he's making that heaven position nigh impossible to take for the side of TE. I'm a little surprised that they haven't really tried the A side more often, because they know that GE like giving it up. Rossi. Okay, I like that. I like how Hell's like, let me take care of that for you. You just hold that line, you just hold that angle. And with him holding that angle, it's almost impenetrable. GE skills. He's got a showstopper, Dinko. He has a showstopper. He could get a collateral here. They are aware of his position, though. Let's see if he finds at least one. They've completely given up Vent's control and going to be slowly coming on down the ropes. Now, this is interesting. They've given up Heavens, Dinko, and both the players, the A-side players, are playing together on the A-side. So the KJ will be utilized inside of Vents. So they will have Heaven's control, but are they expecting two players inside the A-side? That's the question here.
Well, from the shadows used up to get Hellranger in towards the A site. He's actually got himself such a good position. Oh, he's just lining them up. Great trigger discipline. Coolness under pressure. Couldn't quite get as many as he would have liked there, but the rest of his teammates step up, and it's as close as you can get to a flawless as they lose one player. And that money is now really starting to look good. The credits are flowing. And this is where the from the shadows, right, because the initial attention is being drawn away to the right side, and then from the shadows out to the left side of the A side, they just had every single point of contact covered, and they shut down them their opponents so easily. But here we go into this one, Black. Stingers, Sheriffs, and a Spectre. Not the best buy coming up here for TE.
The flashpoint usage there was perfection, right? The moment they knew... The moment they knew that they're going to be pushing to the A side at the very last couple of seconds of the lockdown, that's when he uses Flashpoint, and they're not even able to get there onto the A side. They just can get plucked apart towards on the rafters. Soulmate, sit down, son. SK Rossi, he just aware. He just knows what's happening. Skills jumping in with the judge. He's even able to find one, but this is just an eco round, and I am not that big a fan of the overt aggression being showcased here, but it looks like the danger has abated. Hellranger finds HSB. Storax not quite able to upgrade his weapon, and he will be taken down by Kappa. A little expensive for GE, but the 7-3 up, they're still going to be feeling pretty comfortable.
Yeah, they got money to burn though, Blair. And so they're not feeling too worried about it. SK Rossi, again, he's just mental, so he loves doing that. Skulls in heaven. I mean, this judge is so good up here, right? You could just get all those close corners.
Yep.
And it really can make it work, even in towards that letters room. So yeah, it's been fantastic to watch so far in the GE defense, especially to the adaptations they made. Because I did point out earlier, I think there were a few weaknesses in terms of, they were losing the A side a little too easily, but mostly the defense has tightened up all those choke points, and it has been a test for GE even to get in towards the sites now. So it's great to see, and I think it's a good time to go for this timeout, as TE desperately need to come up with a new plan. A solution needs to come their way.
Yeah, they still have a little bit of time, at least a couple more rounds remaining here in this first half, but look, they've managed to pull off that incredible comeback on Icebox, but this is a whole different ballgame altogether on Split. And I have to say, right, like VLT, right now, at least in this tournament, they seem like the best team, but I feel GE are tactically the best team overall. Like, just the way,
I think
the
so
synergy,
too.
right? The synergy to usage. And it gets overshadowed because you have this this guy, I don't know if you've heard of him, this guy called SK Rossi, he's there, and everyone's like, oh, it's SK Rossi winning everything. No, it's not. He is the tip of the spear. He is the lance which goes into every opening duel. But behind this individual, there's that massive, such like brilliant structure and synergy of this team. I like this, the KO ultimate getting utilized, and that's going to push back the Raze who's playing. It's going to be skills. And it's going to be BT coming in from the heavens, something which we really haven't seen that often. But I like this. A switch up, Dinko. A fast and furious play towards B side.
It's a quicker take this time from TE, and they haven't lost a member yet. So that's absolutely huge, and now they've even found the advantage by taking skills down. Bladestorm popped, and SK Rossi, we know what he can do with this, but he's been suppressed. He cannot use it anymore. 5 seconds, he's got to wait, and that's going to feel like a lifetime. But that slow orbit was up anyway, but here comes the orbital strike as well. Everything being thrown at them. They want this round, and SK Rossi is still pushing forward. Another one! How is he doing this? SK Rossi looking for another kill. Finally, his blades will run out, but he will still get the 3K, and the round win somehow goes in GE's favor. They're hyped as hell, Blair, and you can understand why. That is an unbelievable round to steal away.
What an animal! What an absolute beast! The alpha in the server. Like, the second kill he gets, Dinko, like, he should have been dead to rights. He was so hyper-focused on the Sage, and somehow still manages to get the flick. Lightning fast dropping from the heavens like an angel of death. And this kill, right? He spots out the KO, takes out HSB, no problem, and has got enough time. And I love how
adjustment is insane.
You gotta give it
the fact that he's not even, like, trying to kill HSB there, like he's focusing to the opposite side on the right, and he still just goes, oh, hold on, I'll kill you too. And then it's just like flicks out to the left again. It's incredible. Right back into this one, SK Rossi. No rest for the wicked. He's out again.
Oh my
he is
God.
looking for an opening kill.
No,
why would you do that? Why would you do that? He is absolutely nuts. And he still gets away with it. He's still alive, and the attack is being thwarted in towards the site. It's getting shut down completely, and SK Rossi's in behind them again. God, I love this guy.
Switching sides.
He just doesn't care, man. He just does whatever he wants.
It's
insane.
like Hellranger IGL is like taking out all the keys on his keyboard. It's like just the W keys. His whole W. He is the king. He is the representative of the whole W gaming. Like, it is ludicrous. You're playing for a chance to make it to the championship, the global championship, and this guy's pulling out plays like that. I don't know what to say. Ludicrous.
Oh man, I love my excursions into Asian FPS, man. there's always somebody that's just so good.
Yeah, there's somebody in China, and they have SK Rossi in India.
Yeah, man. I absolutely love it. It's so good. It's absolutely brilliant. The Observer Silva's just said to me, he's watching this, and he says that this guy's like the Indian CNED. It's true, man.
It is true. It's insane. And imagine, like, you have someone like that in your team, and the rest of the team are tactically they're just so good, right? It's like, what else do you need? What else do you need? Like, everyone's doing the job. Lightning Fast has been fantastic. Hellranger has been so very solid as well. Kappan's skills just doing the job on the defensive side, and then you have this beast who just running around, taking duels at will, and getting kills whenever he wants. If I'm Exploit, I'm having a bit of a nightmare. This feels, even though we had that first half on Icebox, where it was, I think, 9-2 for VLT, this seems even more lopsided. This feels like GE just completely dominating, at least in the first half.
I've been loving this, but the cool thing is about Exploit, right? You can never really count them out, because we did that over on Icebox in the first half, and then they came back and nearly pulled it all the way. So I think we've definitely got a chance on our hands here for a comeback from Exploit if they can get into this. There have been a few rounds where they've come close, and then SK Rossi's just denied them. It's like they're at the finish line. He's come over and just kicked them in the face or something. I don't know, but he's doing something to them. The 9-3 scoreline could quickly start to get out of hand here as the second half. Pistols at the ready. A minute left, and yet no one has perished just yet at the beginning of this round. Shooter hanging around in middle. It looks like the drop back and the A posture starting to come in from GE. They want to lean in towards this A side of the attack in the final moments. Take a look at what's waiting for them in defense. It's not a whole lot on A. but they've been held back, and actually they're going to decide to go through sewers back up into middle blur.
The null point, the late null point, actually giving a lot of information towards the defense. So now they know. Oh, there we go, Storax. No one checking his angle, and he is not going to have time to go for the reload. SK Rossi with a quick trade. They need to prevent his take from taking place, but a pain shield prevents the KO. Aftershock comes in. Soulmate is in a very rough problem as SK Rossi once again. There's no stopping this man. He's going to find 3 for himself, and all of a sudden it's all on HSB in a 1v3. The spike's been planted, and Dinko, I don't fancy his chances.
No, with Rossi doing what he's doing right now, I have no idea what can stop him. HSB is going to try and get back into the site, but now they know exactly where he is. They're going to throw that 0 point in. It's going to suppress 2. I don't really think that's going to impact much because they've actually made a triangle of death. They've grouped up as a threesome and will end up taking HSB down 10-3 on split. GE off to a good start on the attacking side as well. Now they're only 3 rounds away from victory. SK Rossi is 20-7 right now.
Man, there must be something in the Geneva Convention for this. Like, this is a war crime. Shooter. Like, I was talking about Shooter versus SK Rossi. SK Rossi has 20 kills. Shooter has 1. I mean, yeah.
You're broken, Black. You're actually just broken.
Look, I've watched him play many times, but I always felt like in a game like this where everything's on the line, like SK Rossi would probably be a little, I wouldn't say muted, but a little bit more passive in his approach, maybe a little bit more trepidant and not just taking fights like this, but he's just making this look like a pug. He's just playing like it's a matchmaking game, and he's just out-dueling them. And bear in mind, we've seen the side of TE show individual plays and moments of brilliance against VLT. Like they can kind of hang on their own, but then they're just made to look like just amateurs by this man. And not just this man, everyone looking really good. I like this though. They managed to push their way into sewers. That could catch a player off guard, but are they aware of the second player? No, they're not, but Storax just clotheslines the player, but Hellranger's there as a contingency. He's able to find just the one, but SK Rossi with the Vandal is going to find, again, just 1 kill. All of a sudden, it's a 2v2. This is very winnable for TE. Finally, something might go their way.
Lightning Fast and him back in the corner. He's got his teammate with the flashpoint to peek into the open. Lightning Fast swung out and tried to take the fight, but this post plant, it is looking good. Best form of defense is attack, and Lightning Fast lives by that mantra. 11-3 as he peeks in. Great teamwork in the post plant. He's using the utility of the breach, peeking out, taking the fights. An 11-3 scoreline now, Blah. They are 2 away from victory on split. And, I mean, with the Classic, it's cool to get them into this situation, but at this point, you know, it's not enough to just come close anymore, Blood. You gotta start winning rounds. And, you know, it is cool to see close rounds in those scenarios, but, yeah, like I said, you need the round wins.
At this point, I'm just going to pull off a Tom and say, GG, go next. Like, I feel like buying this somewhere where, you know we can definitely see a game. They can definitely play that map. TE, they look very good. They dismantle Enigma on that map. It was a very close series as well against VLT, where they had a lead for the longest time, but unfortunately, they weren't able to quite close it out, and VLT mounted a massive comeback, but this map just looks like Global Esports Playground. Hellranger is just calling a masterclass of a game. Have and also if you look at his attacking side, right, one thing which was lacking for the side of TE, and they didn't get punished too much for this, they really didn't have any map control. They always used to group up towards one side of the map and just go for the commit, and if that doesn't work out, they rotate back towards the other side where they get cut off in the rotations and they don't really have a game plan in store. Here you can look at how the extremities of the map are being controlled by GE. They always have a player looking for a flank towards B, towards A, and the remaining members just grouping up towards mid. They take their time, they do the due diligence. And right now, once again, map control with the side of Global Esports. Question is, what are they going to do? 40 seconds on the clock. They need to commit to one side, and it looks like it is going to be A, but it is going to be SK Rossi on a one-man mission towards the B site.
Okay, he's actually been caught for the first time, Blair.
He's human.
But it was all a ruse, right? It didn't even matter because he's actually not even the play going in the right direction. It's going to be this A play. Oh, it's going to be the blast pack straight up in towards heaven. Those nano swarms made it a little difficult to get towards the site. In fact, they've actually bought enough time to allow the rotation to come over for the defense. Shooters managed to get one, but the rest of GE are getting kills, and that's a big problem. It's just B still on the site. Spike trying to go down, peeking into the open. Hellranger manages to get off the Spike, but getting it down is just about done in the dying embers of the timer. And Storax now in the 1v1 needs to pull off the retake. He's only got a stim beacon, no utility left really to play with. And he's just holding, waiting for the angle, making sound and trying to fade out the drop with a shot. But Hellranger, as soon as he knows where his opponent is, it's an easy peek out for the headshot. And GE on map point, styling on TE right now, Blair. This has been a masterclass in how to play split.
It's like, hey guys, we got Rossi. He's dead. All right. And Hellranger's like, well, I'm sorry, I'm still alive. And if there are two players on his GE side who I want to see alive in a clutch situation, it's not Rossi. It's Kappa and Hellranger. And Hellranger, the veterancy delivering. My word. Yeah, I have to agree.
Well, you wouldn't mind having SK Rossi in a clutch.
I wouldn't mind. I agree. But you know,
it's a nice luxury to have.
In a 1v1, he'd go dashing in with the operator, and I would be pulling my hair out, and he would still hit the no scope. So you know.
You gotta support the Boomer Union, right? You know, like you gotta represent your boys, man. And you know, obviously, what you say is like the experience definitely is obviously what you want in those clutches. I think a team initially in Valorant that's seen a lot of success was the 100 Thieves. If you remember, they won the first strikeout in North America.
Yep.
And the main thing that they were doing was just winning the clutches off of Steel and Hiko, right? Or Nitro and Hiko, should I say.
Absolutely.
And those two players were just winning every clutch. And they literally talked about it in interviews saying that's their play style. You know, we just like set it up so Hiko and Nitro are in clutches. And because they just had so much more experience than the rest of the players they were playing against, they were just winning pretty much every single one of those clutch scenarios. So it's definitely a thing where these veteran players have a huge advantage in those clutch scenarios because they've been there. They've seen how to play these kind of situations.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and you can clearly see it happening over here in South Asia, and even in if you look at Korea, right? You look at some of the plays Solo pulled off during the Masters as well. Like the guy is older than I am. He's like Mega Boomer, and he's placing top 3 in a brand new game. Yeah, like you know, Boomer power, right? But then some of these new kids, they're so bloody good. But here we go. Null point getting utilized early on. They know where a lot of the players are, and it's going to be HSV long-range duel with a Spectre. Usually won't go your way, and SK Rossi, the blades have been popped. Soulmate sneaking in from behind could potentially get a flank kill, but Kappa is more than ready. He spins around. He finds 2. Shooter now showing where he is. It's a 2v5 and Storax walks into SK Rossi. This one's done. Pack it up, boys. We're going to map number 2. 13-3 global esports. They make it look so damn easy.
What can you do about SK Rossi when he's performing like this, Blair? It is just unbelievable from him to be able to pull off a scenario like this. And Blair, it's cool to see a player like SK Rossi do all these mental things and have it work so much.
Yeah, he's just not getting punished at all, right? Some of the plays he's going for. And I feel like for the side of Exploit, there may be giving up too much space, playing it very, very scared. I can see Dinko's image is frozen again, but I can tell you that's exactly what it looks like right now. He's smiling having watched that game. Yeah. But we're not going to be wasting any more time. We have much more smarter and better looking gentlemen on the desk to break this down. So gentlemen, take it away.
Well, it seems like our predictions, I mean my predictions, 2-0, they are starting to come true over here. A complete single-handed stomp. I mean, oh my god, we did not expect this, right? I mean, a team like VLT is having a tough time against a team like Exploit, and G is making it look easy. What the hell? It seems like they still haven't really found the answer to SK Rossi.
Yeah, absolutely, man. SK Rossi was at an absolute tear this game. He's a man on a mission, getting ready to set up that revenge matchup against VLT, and he gives no dice to the team in front of him. 13-3 on one of Exploit's best maps. G are just on a naughty level of form today, and SK Rossi, well, he's the tip of the trident.
Well, he's literally on the tip of the top, baby, and taking him down is going to be like pretty much next to impossible at this point because SK Rossi's already like doing so good, and I mean he's making TE look like they're nothing. He's literally smurfing over them. He's straight up rushing inside the sites. He's getting those kills, and well, he's like, "All right, team, you can come inside." It seems like things are pretty much clear here. There's no one's around me, and that's what he's literally doing throughout the game. Right? There were some moments he was getting caught off guard, but now taking a look at these entire statistics. Now, this also gets my mind over Head Ranger using Omen, and then you also do see some switcheroos coming in through. You also see skills on that raise.
Yeah, they go back to their original composition after that Breach over fiasco the other day against Velocity Gaming. They're like, yeah, you know what? We don't need to complicate it too much. We go back to comfort.
Soa on Split has always been such a weird choice, right?
Yeah, definitely, exactly. It's because there's so many corners, you rarely ever get full value, and in general, it rarely ever works out unless you're playing for one man, and it was as the SK Rossi show with that, but you know what? They can still make it happen without that, so with 24 kills for SK Rossi, he was absolutely phenomenal. Now, I have to bring the discussion towards that KO pick because it's something I've asked for a lot. But before we do that, let's have a look at this graph. As you can see, SK Rossi just hitting unimaginable highs. What are these peaks, man? Round after round.
Oh my God, Soulmate, not even close. Anyone in the team of Team Exploit is not even close to him. We had to talk about Shooter being the insane guy, but in front of SK Rossi, everyone's a baby.
Yeah, absolutely. In front of SK Rossi, it looks like you just started playing Valorant, and it's like, you know, a Gold player playing against like a Radiant player, the Gold player just like, please, let me breathe. Let me just do something, anything. For SK Rossi, just so you know. No, not that Exploit Storm are that, but it's what it made it seem like, right? 13-3 when we're left to the top 3 teams in our tournament, like, that's astounding for me. The fact that they're able to do it with such ease, that too, on the map of Split. This is a map that every team has banned out against Exploit Storm. G, be like, you think it's your fortress? Let me show you how it's done.
Well, I feel like over here now, Team Exploit definitely needs to slide in VLT's DMs, and they need to ask, give us some tips on how to counter SK Rossi. Please, we really need that because he's the single man who is just pulling off some insane stuff, and he's the only one we're not really able to get hold of. If we do get hold of him, we're actually able to win those rounds. So how do you do that? VLT. Well, I mean, Sia as well can help you out here.
I mean, my advice would be just that I feel like they played way too passive. With KO, what I really want to see, especially when they're playing the Sage KJ KO composition, you need those pre-planned executes in your composition. You need, like, for example, what the KO is really good at is shutting down a Killjoy on Split. You know for a fact that if a Killjoy is playing A, you can set up your 0 point to land just on top of that train billboard sign, so it covers all of the positions the Killjoy could play. Her utility is suppressed, and as soon as that knife lands, you go, because if the utility of that Killjoy is suppressed, the site is as clear as as clear as a normal day in a box. So for me, that's what was really missing from the side of Exploit Storm. It really looked like they'd lost their confidence after their previous loss against Velocity Gaming.
Yeah, the side is as clear as the Infinity Pool, you know, which has just been refreshed and which has just been cleaned. But hey, it seems like talking about cleaning, it's time for getting ourselves cleaned out of this desk for a moment. We'll be right back in a break.
The power of steel.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on. Go. Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The new Classic Mark III. Get your mark on. the strength of metal.
Keep your mind going. Keep your mind going. Yo, keep your mind going. Keep your mind going.
The new Classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to NODWIN's Valorant Conquerors Championship with Gillette as a grooming partner and Talk Esports as our digital publication partner. And, well, getting stomped like that by Global Esports shouldn't really feel that good, huh? So, what do you think, sir? Going inside the next map, what should they do to not get stomped at least?
I mean, going into bind, it really has to be about getting shooter in a much more comfortable place because the tempo that Global Esports exhibited on the map of Split, that is not going anywhere. It's going to be pedal on the metal coming into bind as well. And I think for me, it's to try and stop that, you need to be proactive. You need to get into their own faces and take away a bit of that confidence. Once you've sort of settled the score right there, once you've got the brawliness out of you, then Global Esports themselves will slow down a little bit, and then maybe Exploit can bounce back. But till you put a stall to their momentum, there is simply no way out of this because GE, they don't want to stop.
I mean, of course, why would you want to stop, right? I mean, I would say not G want to stop. I would say SK Rossi not going to stop. He's not going to stop. He's just going to be moving it, pressing the W key. He has removed all the other keycaps on his keyboard. Maybe, he has probably A and D as well, to strafe around the corners. But yeah, those are the only keys that he has because the rest, everything else, he just doesn't need. I mean, just go inside, just straight up kill people, open the site for your team. And as you all were also mentioning, right, about the composition. Now, pretty much that's what they have been playing. They do like to play that kind of breach jet combo again. Yeah. And, well, if you do see that coming in again, I mean, what do you have to say about that?
I would say that if a Split was close, maybe G actually has to consider changing up their style going into bind. But 13-3, G just going to be like, okay, we just continue. You know what, SK Rossi, you had a field day with just the breach. Well, let's pile on the pressure. Let's get Kappa on Sova, give you more resources, and you can continue going. So that's what I expect coming into bind for GE. And if you think about what you can get from the side of Exploit Storm, the question really has to be, how do we counter this breach? Because it's not going to get countered by a Sky Sova comp. Sky Sova is too slow for that.
I feel like for that, they would definitely have to be aggressive as well from their side, right? Not just let XK Rossi. On the other hand, Team Exploit will also have to find some astonishing plays to make, or especially get that jet on that aggressive stance. But also with that being said, it seems like the game's locked in and ready for you all. So it's time for me to get your attention onto the casters. It's going to be Blay and Dinko again.
Thank you very much, Necro. We're looking forward to hopping into this one, player, because SK Rossi, we had to take a little break away from him during that little break just to sort of mentally reset, but we're ready to be thrown back into the madness again, because he was playing like an insane player, right? He was just doing everything he wanted, and it was working. He never got punished, he never got stopped, and even when a scenario didn't play out exactly as planned for GE, they always have someone to fall back on. It just feels like this team are very well-rounded.
Yeah, and I feel like he wasn't really getting punished enough, right, for some of the plays he was making against TE. And if that's going to be the case on map number 2, I feel we're just going to be seeing SK Rossi, the SK Rossi show part 2, which while it might be entertaining for the rest of us, it won't be as entertaining for TE and their fans. So hopefully they're able to fix things. The problem here, Dinko, bind, it's GE's map pick, man.
Yeah, that's the worrying thing, isn't it? We just watched Split just be a masterclass, and now we're going to watch GE play on their map. This should be exciting, but I mean, Exploit have shown that they're capable of playing this map. In particular, Shooter has looked incredibly good, so I'm definitely looking forward to seeing if he can keep that level of performance up. Over for GE, though, will be Lightning Fast pulling out the Viper, Hellranger pulling out the Breach. We did see a lot of Breach usage over on Split. It's an integral part to GE's performance. I think the Aftershock, they were getting a lot out of it, the Fault Line, the Flashpoint, really making the most of his utility kit. SK Rossi, you better play something exciting here, because I want to see some crazy stuff coming out of SK Rossi.
I like the Sage, a battle Sage. He can take a fight, heal himself, and go for another fight, right?
I mean, that's cool. Yeah, I mean, I can kind of get behind that. I wonder what composition they'll end up going for, because we have got one locked in here for the defensive side of Team Exploit. Brimstone on HSB, no surprises. I mean, it's pretty standard what they've been running pretty much the whole time, right? The Sova Sky combo. And we're still just waiting. There's the Jet coming in for SK Rossi, and Kappa should be locking in the Sova, and a pretty good composition for both sides.
Yeah, I mean, these are like just standard comps, right? As Shooter once more on the Jet, he had He had a quiet game, Dinko. He's a player who has consistently delivered, and for everyone in HSB, he just
What? That's not good for your spine, man. He's gonna need a chiropractor, Blam. What we've discussed earlier on today. I don't know if you want to go.
It's on one leg. It's both his legs.
It's both his legs. Like what? What is he made of? Plasticine?
My hips hurt just looking at that. Oh, thank God I can't see that anymore.
He's been doing Pilates or something, hasn't he? He's like a yogi.
Man, that's
a master yogi.
Listen, I went for a yoga class once. Like when I used to like hit the gym all the time. Like, yeah, I can do yoga, man. It broke me. Like there were 40-year-old mothers who made me look like a weakling. That
my
shit is
girlfriend
hard,
keeps trying to get me to do yoga, man. I bought the yoga mat and I haven't done it once. I can't even touch my toes, dude. I can't do it, man. I'm never doing that.
You always have the excuse that you're really tall, so you can't reach your toes. Anyway, yoga aside, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be jumping into map number 2. Everything on the line here for both the teams. Of course, GE, they have the 1-map lead, winning on their opponent's map pick very, very comfortably. And SK Rossi, well, whole W gang in full effect. The tag comes in, and he's looking for the kill. Look at him just pushing in. Finds Soulmate. There's no escape for him. And the B side is very, very compromised. King by his lonesome. Backup is arriving, and it looks like King is just going to come spamming around the corner, Dinko. They can't even push into the smoke because there's an incendiary lying in wait. And 1 minute and 15 seconds on the clock. The spike is down. It's a 5v3, and SK Rossi is looking for more.
Yeah, just the package they put together here for GE and this pistol is just beautiful. I mean, it's so difficult to deal with if you're the defense. Not only do you have some mental utility coming in with the breach, but you also just have SK Rossi charging you down with a frenzy, and then you try and fall back, you try and flee the scene because he's about to come and kill everybody. You get blinded by the flashpoints on the way out. It's just looking pretty rough, but all the kills start to come in here for TE. They're fighting back somehow. They're getting the kills. It's important, and here comes the aftershock to get them off. The defuse, he's done well to keep him off it. Hellranger turned this into a 1v1, and somehow Hellranger does it again and again. Clutch for him. When everybody falls, you can rely on Hellranger to pull you out of the pits of despair.
Clutch Ranger, more like, yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like they purposely did it just so he could pad his clutch stats, maybe. This should have been an unwinnable round, but good
Look at these
attempt.
kills just keep coming.
Yeah,
I mean,
like
that's just stupid. Like, swinging out long, I feel like they won the... In their mind, they won the round already, Blood, which is why you could see them becoming a little bit complacent. I don't want to see that anymore. As much as they have been good, they shouldn't be going for those. You know, you're still a lot on the line. You don't want to give any rounds away.
I was speaking to Hell earlier before the tournament, just like talking to him, trying to understand what his team has in store. And he did say like the one problem they have is complacency that starts to creep in, right? And that is something which can definitely bite them in the butt. Like when there's everything on the line, and you have SK Rossi completely switched on, and then everything's looking good. Why do you want to go for these unnecessary fights, right? Why are you just giving away so many unnecessary duels? But just the utility usage. Oh, that's a good trade. Shooter able to find SK Rossi. They've doubled up towards U-Hauls. I don't think Kappa's going to be expecting this. A classic. Frenzy picked up. Shooter trying desperately to get a kill, but instead it's going to be King who's going to find one. This is already kind of expensive for the side of GE, but Soulmate walks out in no man's land, and that is going to be... It looked a little exciting, I think. It looked like, something might happen, but normalcy will be restored. And that is going to be 2-0 up for GE. The bye going to be coming in, however, for TE.
Great start for GE, but Team Exploit have got the operator out into the hands of Shooter on the defense. This can be quite the deadly combo. We've seen it earlier today, how he's able to perform. I said earlier on he was the most mechanically gifted player on the server when he was performing on Bind. I don't think he is anymore with SK Rossi on the board, but, just talking about how good he is, it's undeniable. So let's see how he starts things off. That operator has already found its victim at the beginning of the round, and in fact, it is SK Rossi.
They can't just sit back and play from the sites. They need
They
plays
do this
like
too often, right?
Yeah, they need to take these fights. They need to ensure that map control is not given for free. Lightning fast, getting spotted out and tagged by the recon vault, however. An advantage now for the side of Exploit. Now, when it's a 5v4, I can totally completely understand why you want to play passively, but right now, they're wasting no time. Aftershock in, Storax is going to swing wide. That's massive. The fact that it's even able to find one, but a quick reply from Lightning Fast. Still player advantage. Are they going to stick to the plan is the question. The wall comes down. The timing could not have been worse, but skills. Someone replies back a whiffed shot from Shooter. And suddenly, even though it's a 2v3, this is still winnable. Never mind. King is gonna find a head. And it's all the Hellranger once more, Dinko, in a 1v3 clutch. But Shooter will deny him 6 points of health, but he needs just the one bullet to land.
Yeah, this is looking good. In terms of the first gun round, it's cool to see that Shooter is certainly going to be performing. And that's one thing we always want to see. One of the players that can be a little bit quiet here on Bind is Soulmate. You know, he has impact with that Viper util, but you want to see him have impact across the board and some of those kill counts as well. So keep an eye on that. I mean, Shooter is certainly going to be playing well, but I feel like TE, especially in the situation being a map down, they're going to need everybody to be able to perform. And in particular with his composition, right? You don't have heavy duelists. That puts a lot of pressure on Shooter to be able to perform. When you're going for those Sova Sky comps, you need someone else to step up, and maybe that could be Soulmate. But Shooter is going to be all over the place. Again, play. At the start of a round, 2 in a row now, he's taking out SK Rossi. That's a huge play to find.
Absolutely. Back to back. And it's a completely different opposing ends of the map, right? They will be able to pick up the orb, but with the guiding light aware that there's at least one more player there. Dog comes out. Dog's put down. Or actually, he got concussed a little bit. Anyway, 5 and 4. Early mat advantage. Always something which you want. Kappa has a Sova just looking around to its hooker. They have a lot of map control here, right? And now they have kind of given up showers, but look at the long control. They have the Viper just holding towards B long. Giving up hookah. Now that is an potential entry point here for GE. They have that the brim. Smokes could be put down. And if they do hit this A side, sorry, this B side, Dinko, I believe it could be a retake setup coming in from the side of TE.
Off your feet! Launching smoke.
30 seconds left.
Well, here comes the Rolling Thunder. He's going to try and clear out this B site for the attack, and GE are very good at not going in without that utility, allowing them to set up. Here come the Seekers as well. A lot of ultimates being invested in this round. 15 seconds left in that timer. Spike not down. Shockbot's trying to take out Kappa. He's going to send the drone and he wants some info. That Spike finally goes down. Drone's going to spot 2 players heading their way towards elbow. So they know what they've got to deal with. They know there's going to be an onslaught of players trying to come in from elbow and defend their spawn. So they need a couple of kills here on the attacking side, but they're not getting any of those. They're not finding any frags. And finally, one will go, but it's King on the double that secures the round win. They only lose a single player for TE in this one. And yes, they can see the site, they can see the Spike plant, but in the end, if you're only losing one player and getting that round win play, you're not complaining at all.
Absolutely, and the fact that, like you said, like on the retake, I feel like GE did a pretty good job getting the Spike down, but then on the retake, barely even taking any damage. That was a very, very clinical take coming in, and the only kill they got was Kappa inside of the bomb site. He was very low in health and actually a bit fortunate, I feel like, to land the headshot. But apart from that, all the duels going the way of TE. So signs of life, Dinko. We might actually have a game in our hands here. Shooter once more with the operator going to be going for a peek towards B long. They're leaving just one player towards the A side. That is the Viper in a form of Soulmate. And with the door picked up, SK Rossi. For 2 rounds, he's been sitting out the majority of the rounds. Dinko getting found early on, but now time for him to strike, and strike he will. And look at him just pushing on in, looking for more. Spots out a second player. 1 bullet is all King needs, and King's gonna find him. He's gonna be forced out of his position, but King able to still get another kill, dodges the Hunter's Fury, and he's doing all the work by his lonesome.
Toxic screens up and crossing, and this is the play out mid. They heard the teleporter, but Storax is ready, and now they're just diving through. The Spike is down. Guiding Light knows it can deal with the next problem, but lightning fast with the headshot. He's picked up the Spike. Where does he go with it, though? His only remaining friend in the world is over towards this A side of the map, and I think the defense have got a good read of this one. TE over here at the ready. They've got the operator up in heaven. Toxic screen up, and GE have no real option but to go and try and just plant default here with the Viper's Pit. That certainly helps matters. Shooter doesn't have the best weapon for this, so he realizes maybe the Frenzy's probably better for clearing out the Viper's Pit, and actually gets the lineup blood. That is just stupid. He finds Kappa trying to plant the bomb, and now here comes Hunter's Fury. They can't put the Spike down. They cannot plant the Spike, and Lightning Fast is going to be. My god, this round has everything.
Oh, this is nuts, Dinko. He will have time to just put it down, but a 1v3, Dinko. They even have the ultimate if they want
way.
the orbital
He's
strike.
out.
The flank coming in is walking into the flame. The shooter with a wall bang. That's the kill. Shooters everywhere, Dinko. It looks like you look one way, he's there and we're ready and waiting. You go to the wrong side, he's still there as well. And GE, valiant attempt there to at least get a spike down, but him getting the kill through the Viper's Pit, like a great sound sense, right? He hears the plant coming in and immediately triangulates where the player is. And despite SK Rossi with the Blade Storm opening it up, King and Shooter really stepping it up.
It's insane. The lineup he decides to go with is the perfect headshot with a frenzy. I don't get it, blah. It's just perfect. But 3-2, timeout coming in for GE. This hasn't been the start that they would have hoped for. And TE, I mean, they're a team that are just good on bind, man. And we've already seen it. Shooter is such an impactful player that he can make these differences. Issue is, earlier they did look so good against VLT at the beginning, right? And then they kind of slipped it and let it go. So I know that this is by no means a comfortable situation overall for TE. They still got a lot of hard work to do. And actually, the harder part isn't getting control of the game. It's maintaining that control of the match, right? Because you can let GE right back into this, and this 3-2 scoreline just goes away immediately. So I think most importantly now for TE is to keep up this level of focus and performance. Because right now they're doing a good job at getting rid of SK Rossi in these gun rounds. They're not going to be able to keep him at bay the whole time.
Yeah, for sure. But right now, though, like every play they're making is working out, right? Whenever you have Shooter going for an aggressive peek, SK Rossi's there just lying in wait. Now, it looks like once more. Oh, this time SK Rossi's got his operator of his own, Dinko. Who's going to come out on top, though? SK Rossi is going to re-peek. Yes, of course he is. Shot rings out. SK Rossi aware of where Shooter is. This is going to be a very interesting duel if it does come down to these two jets going up against each other. Meanwhile, King with the Owl drone. I know there's a player waiting towards the hookah lane. And Kappa with a drone of his own. They're trying to gather some information, but this is a curious setup from the defensive side. Triple towards Garden, Dinko, just giving up hookah.
I like it, though.
Oh, yeah, it's very unorthodox, but it could work out. And, the timing, Dinko. The timing. They could have spotted the player out, but now they know. They have to know it's going to be an A hit, and they're going to come charging on in. It has to be a retake setup, but they still need to find a kill here. HSB, spotted by the
orbital
recon.
strike. He's got the orbital strike if he wants to use it in towards Lamp, so he's going to pull that out in just a moment, and he's called it into default instead, and no, it's not caught anybody. The spike wasn't even being planted. Here it comes. Orbital strike down. Guiding light's going through. Orbital strike's going to keep them off. That's going to buy time for his teammates to get into a better position. Soulmate has got in behind him, but Kappa, I don't know how, but Soulmate's found him, and finally SK Rossi turning around, getting rid of his victim, and now looking for the operator. Shooter putting blades into the sky, but it's SK Rossi on his third in the round, and King is gone. He is running back over to B. The spike has got over there already. The molly is keeping him at bay. He cannot get to the other side, and the fire and flames will keep him away from the remaining players, but 3 of them have been damaged up so much for GE. King just needs to try and get some opportunities, though, and if you're GE, you can't give those away. You've got to just sit back in this 4v1.
It's unconfirmed damage, though, right? I don't think he's aware of how low the majority players are. And
this angle.
He's going
to check it as well. Headshots in. He's got that recon port as well. He can try and pick up some info. Problem is, hookah is just such a difficult spot to clear out anyway, and he actually didn't get much info on that recon port. Doesn't know how many players are in towards long. He knows there's someone in the corner, but Skills is doing really well not to peek out. Eventually, he will lose his life, but this time it's ticking. And hookah, they're running away. It's going to be King. Can he make it to the teleporter at least? And nope, he won't. So he's out of this one. And it will be around for GE, finally back to winning ways, and it's SK Rossi. As I was saying, Blair, you can't keep him at bay all of the time. Eventually, he will come. He's inevitable.
He's inevitable. He is always going to be there. He faces Shooter, man. He knows he's got a Blade Storm, and he's like, yeah, well, you know what? I got a bigger gun. Yeah, my stick is bigger than your stick, and he just whacks him into the ground. This has been an interesting, like, if he can bring out the stats so far, the head-to-head matchup between Shooter and SK Rossi. I guess it's tied right now. It's 2-2, or maybe 3-2 favoring Shooter. Whatever it is, it's definitely an interesting battle we have here. Early, Pit getting utilized by the defensive side, but it's going to be SK Rossi pushing in towards Garden. Now, he doesn't have the operator in his hand, and that's quite a bit of damage being dealt by the Shock Dart. And Shooter, though, is going to drop one down. They know where he is. HSB lying in wait. The flank is perfection. Molotov comes out a little too late, so Hellrange is going to get the kill, but Shooter, he takes him down before he pulls off the escape. And that flank was everything, Dinko. And I'm guessing Hell's going to be a little ticked off with the fact that there was no one marking that position, no one cognizant of the fact that a flank was possible from Hookah.
This put them in a real difficult spot here. GE, now they've got to pull off a 2v4, and getting back into this B side with Shooter holding the long angle without losing a single player, it just seems a little unreasonable. In fact, impossible. Shooter does not fall for the bait shot. He doesn't shoot away. Instead, he goes in and gets himself the 3k. A reply, a response, and the defenders find 4.
We got a game on our hands, Dinko. We have a game on our hands, and that's all I care about. This flag was everything from HSB. And sure, like you said, he doesn't fall for any of the... we call that a spawn jump. It's a classic, the bait jump. It goes back all the way. Player called Spawn from Sweden, and he invented it, Dinko. Or rather, he made it more famous rather than inventing it. Anyway, it's going to be the light purchase coming in. SK Rossi, he's that guy. He's an insta-lock jet on your team, Dinko, where everyone's ecoing, and he's like, I'm going to go for the Vandal.
Well, I can't really blame him, right? It's the hero Vandal play coming in. We'll see if he can make it happen. Aldron going out doesn't really have the same level of utility to help him out with that breach that usually is so good at like getting him in with the fault lines, the aftershocks, the flashpoints. He's got to wait though in Hookah. Here comes the rolling thunder. It's going to put a lot of pressure. I don't know how, but Shooter still got away with a kill. Soulmate as well, getting something done, and this double long setup has been working so well for TE. And Storax on the double kill. They're throwing everything they've got, and it doesn't matter. That rolling thunder came in and it didn't even seem like it did, Blah. They just didn't care. They disregarded it completely and just stayed and fought and won every fight.
How does Storax hit those shots? Like how is
like
he hitting
that.
all those shots? Like that, okay, but fair enough. Look at this, Dinko.
He's in the fault line and he's just killing everybody. Like, at that point, Hellrange is just wondering, is my stuff working? Like, is it doing stuff? Like, what the hell?
Did Riot just nerf the fault line while they're playing this game? What's going on?
Doesn't do anything anymore. Just makes your screen weird, that's it.
Absolutely. And I feel like this has been a tale of redemption for Shooter, though. 12-3, he's been looking fantastic. Storax, once again, being affected by the fault line, but one thing we know about him is he doesn't care, Dinko. He just doesn't take any damage. He's somehow able to deal out those headshots. Blind, concussed, shook, doesn't matter, it seems like. Definitely a tale of redemption for this entire team, I might feel like, compared to map number 1.
Maybe like Sky is so at one with nature, even natural disasters like earthquakes don't affect her anymore. Maybe that's the lore we're going for here, Blood, because that's the only explanation I can see as to why Storax hasn't been affected by any of that stuff. But Shooter, once again, he's holding this long angle, Blood. He's been so good here.
Is Shooter Japanese? Because the Japanese are so used to earthquakes. Oh, I love this! SK Rossi caught with his pants down, and King's gonna spank him. Shooter's there as well to find one more. Kappa with a trade, but the damage has been done. Kappa looking for more, but as he drops to his feet, he will drop to the ground, and it's all on lightning fast once more in a 1v4. He's got Spike. I love that cheeky jump out from Soulmate, not really giving an opportunity, but lightning fast with a 2k. Now it's doable. A 1v2. 26 seconds on the clock, and he's going to leg it, Dinko. He's going to leg it all the way back to the A-bomb site.
Yeah, well, his teammates may have been spiked, but he's looking to leave a red hand on the back sides of TE as he runs back over to the A site. Those Seekers have gone out. They're a little too far away to get much done, so quick relocation from Storax coming over. Toxic screens up, Guiding Light. He's going to run through with it. Can he stop the plant? His plant goes down, but he should have come off it in the end because Storax is so damn quick. He realized, well, he may be able to get the plant, but I'm going to be able to kill him immediately after. So great pace, great decision-making in the moment to get back over to B on time, or towards A, should I say, and just make that happen. And in the end, it's another round for TE. I thought there was a chance there, though, from Lightning Fast. He looked like he had pulled it into a doable scenario.
I love this aggression, though. The aggression with King catching 2 players off guard. Shooter as well holding a close angle. Nice attempt from Lightning Fast. And I guess he wasn't aiming for King, but he still gets to kill nonetheless. But in the end, it is going to be the round for the side of Team Exploit. It has definitely been a turnaround for the side of Shooter and his men. And once again, it's going to be going for the fight towards Long. Of course, the fault line comes in. Player spotted out. They saw SK Rossi and Shooter. He wants to kill, but he's getting tagged down. It's not worth it. We saw around yesterday, Denko, when they played, earlier today rather, against VLT, where they had the weaponry and they lost to just the pistols. And they would not be looking to recreate that, but SK Rossi, he's got the Blade Storm, and from above, he's going to deliver Death and Hellfire. Skills as well, the ultimate comes out, Shooter's going to fall, and how they pull this off, Dinko? It's a 4v2, SK Rossi is in heavens with his Blade Storm active, and even though King has found skills, this is not going to be easy, as SK Rossi dealing a bit more damage. However, he's out of his blades, but he's picked up a Phantom.
Oh yeah, but he's been caught. Actually, a couple of bullets going through that cloud burst, but they run right through it, and SK Rossi, they're the easiest kills he'll find all day. A thrifty round for GE, and it's put them right back in contention in this first half. You cannot throw those rounds away. You cannot allow those to go and slip, because they're the kind of rounds that make the difference. And SK Rossi, once again, Blade Storm just charges right through, Acupuncture to open up the round, and I mean, it's just exactly what you want to see from a player like that.
Acupuncture usually heals, Dinko, but yeah, this is the acupuncture of death.
Yeah, this is the same. This is the acupuncture at the same place we had that chiropractor earlier, Blah. I mean, I don't know what we're running out the backyard here.
Alley.
Yeah, man, it's like hell's salon and spa, man. It's just got everything. You do not want to see the masseuse.
Oh no, might actually break me. Shooter though, taking a leaf out of SK Rossi's playbook, being very aggressive. An early utilization of the Hunter's Fury as well to try and find a bit of information. Again, it's going to be this long battle, right? Where 3 players are there. Those bullets have given away the position of Hell and Kappa. However, SK Rossi. Oh, the timing! He unscoped at the worst time possible, Dinko, and Soulmate's he's not gonna complain about that free kill. He also has the pit available if he wants to use it towards hookup. But the play is going to be coming in towards the A side. Storax turns around, but still spins back and finds 2, not the third, but has done his job, and it's a 2v4, heavily favoring the side of Exploit.
Well, looking good for Exploit right now, and to really pull this one back, GE would need an incredible step up. And Shooter is still alive. That's a bigger problem. He's got everything he could want. He's got that operator looking to try and deny. There goes the orbital strike. Spike does get planted. Shooter even killing him on the fallback. And oh, Hellranger. He did have the lineup there, Blood, but he couldn't get anything out of it. And so there goes the defuse being stolen away. And it's now 7-4. A much needed round win there for TE.
Last round before the switch.
He's doing his squats, Tinker.
He's doing squats. That's all it is. There's nothing behind it other than squats. It's his new gym technique.
Yeah, I tried squats like a couple of days back. I haven't been able to walk for a while now. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, it's always gonna stretch though. You know, it's been a weird couple of years.
You gotta stretch when you're young, right? Because then when you're old, your body doesn't move.
My body started moving.
At least I've been told.
Anyway, here we go. Viperspit going to be online towards short early on the final round of the first half here. And SK Rossi is going in for the fight, but the angle being held. That is something which caught TE by surprise, but they will get the hell out of dodge. They will survive the initial skirmish. But Kappa spots out the player in the corner. Unfortunately, they can actually find Soulmate. And if they find it, that's a pit going to be taken down. This is complete chaos, Dinko. Kappa does find Storax, but Shooter replies back on the lightning fast with a quick click of his ultimate.
Yeah, the Blade Storm coming out for the kill, and now 4v4 situation. GE still haven't taken the site though, and that's an issue because they have used up pretty much all of their utility. You cannot replenish those sky smokes, so once they're used up, they're gone for good. And they are the only smokes they have available right now. So they're gone. And that's a big problem for them. because that Viper's gone as well, so there's no toxic screen. There's nothing to try and dissect up the site. You've just got to go into an open field of play, and that's never really an easy battle. So they're all going to come out of the showers. Cloudburst is the only smokes they've got available, and they're actually using them up. That's perfect. That gives them a little window to default, and that's actually forced Shooter back into more passive position, and he's spotted by Skills. Spike's going to go down, and they made the most out of what they had. 3 Cloudbursts, and they get onto the site.
And they know where Soulmate is, and it's been tagged on at 35 points of health, Dinko. It was a double peek as well. I love that. Shooter had to decide who he wants to shoot at, and instead he in turn falls. Now Soulmate walking out. King finds a wall bang, but Skills waiting, lurking in the corner, and it's all on HSB, and Skills will find him. 7-5 the scoreline. We definitely have a game in our hands as we head to the second half of map number 2.
Yeah, that was a good half of Valorant coming in. Definitely felt like GE were always fighting on the back foot, though. TE definitely looked like the better team in that first half. Shooter was unbelievably good. SK Rossi, he got neutralized in 2 gun rounds. You got to remember, like that was huge. When you get rid of him at the beginning of 2 rounds, those really make a difference, because those 2 gun rounds turn into not only just 2 rounds off the board, it turns into maybe 4 or 5 rounds, because you got to remember, if you lose a gun round after investing everything convincingly, you got to go to lower tier weapons in the next. So eliminating SK Rossi and not allowing that impact is absolutely huge from Shooter, and he continued to have moments like that across the board. And it wasn't just Shooter. I mean, everybody had their moment on the defense to get them into the situation of 7-5. But GE still very much in this game as we get into the second half. The pistol begins, and it's going to be SK Rossi going for some of that classic aggression.
The previous round of Dinko, you did. SK Rossi gets a kill. He's tagged down to 22, Dinko. But a free kill is a free kill for him. And now they know there's a little multitude of players towards a short area. And Lightning Fast tapping away in the smoke, hoping to find something. As the remaining members, along with the Spike, are going to be legging it all the way towards Hookah, where there isn't anyone playing up close. It's going to be a site for them to take. Hellranger, though. He needs to do a lot of work. Flashpoint timing is perfection. Finds one. Could find a second kill. Instead, it's going to be Kappa and Skills jumping in. It's a menage a trois of death that TE find themselves in. And it's all on Shooter, Dinko. He has been magnificent so far. But this might be too far gone.
Well, Shooter starting to burn down inside of that toxic screen, and Lightning Fast just jumps up and snaps his head off. 7-6 and a team ace in the pistol. Everybody getting a piece of the pie. And 7-6 scoreline is exactly where GE wanted to be, because now they're on the comeback trail. They're coming back to equalize this out. You see everybody just getting a little go at things. And that's a pistol that you love to see from GE. And we said it earlier yesterday, you know, when they get a good start, GE can build up that momentum really early. VLT were stealing away a lot of those early pistols yesterday, and GE, if they wanted to compete, were always having to fight on the back foot. Now that they get off to a good start, this is where GE can really ramp it up.
Absolutely. Again, just reminding everyone that this is the map pick coming in from Global Esports, right there. They are very comfortable on this map. After Split being picked by Exploit, really didn't go their way. All of that being said, if you throw your mind back to yesterday, Dinko, like it was VLT and GE just winning their opponent's map picks, right? So anything can still happen. Bit of a timeout getting called here on what should be an eco round for the side of TE. Just going to talk things through, Dinko. Just going to decide what they want to do with this round, considering it should just be the classics in play. For the side of GE, that's interesting. Are they really gonna... Okay, all right, there we go. I thought it was just going to be playing with the pistols, which would have been very questionable. Have you ever encountered this? So when I started playing Valorant and I was playing some of the lower ranks initially, people, like, you win the pistol and people are like, let's eco. I'm like, we just won. And they're like, no, let's
dude,
eco.
It's just people that don't understand anything. Yeah, because they've just been buying the whole time. Even when you win a round, they don't have any money. So, yeah, economy management. Gets out of the aftershock, and Shooter, I don't know how, but he's got a kill, and SK Rossi's decided he wants 3, so he takes 4 kills in the end. SK Rossi with a shutdown. 7-7 as we tie things up again. It's GE who have pulled the comeback and equalized the scoreline completely. And 15-9, it really is the Shooter versus SK Rossi show. And the operators come out early under the SK Rossi defense, and we know what that can do.
$15 for SK Rossi, 16 for Shooter, kills in the server. And SK Rossi's the only one to crack double digits for his team so far, right? It's been, he's just been so impactful individually. It's gonna be the fight towards long. Oh, look at the wide swing. Oh, no, Rossi. No, 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 no. You can't do this, Rossi. You can't do this, Rossi. And Storax punishes him for that aggression. That was... Okay, listen. I love aggressive play, Dinko. I'm a cheerleader for the whole W gang. But that was a little too much. That was ridiculous from Rossi. And I'm kind of glad he got punished for it. Because you can't keep getting away with plays like this. And eventually you will be punished.
Yeah, I mean, it is one of these things where, okay, it might even work in this qualifier, but if you go to, like, the APAC last chance qualifier, you probably get punished more often, even more so if you go to Champions, then it's probably not going to work at all. So, yeah, I mean, it would be nice to see him level up in that respect and maybe have more of a sustainable playstyle in some scenarios. So far in this qualifier, he hasn't been punished too often. And 7-7 scoreline, that's about to be it for TE, because this is a much better round from them.
Clean round. The guns will, however, be saved, especially the operator. We toss towards Rossi the next round, but this is a good start for them on their first buy round from the side of TE. Won't be losing any players either. They don't really want to go in for the hunt as well. So 8-7, neck and neck. Much more reminiscent of the VLT game against TE earlier today. It almost feels like a lifetime ago.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, we've only had, what, 3 maps of Valorant today, and it's been a full day of broadcast. That's just how many rounds we've had to see play out. Because every single game, apart from Split, has been incredibly close today, which is exactly what you want to see in the grand finals of a qualifier of this magnitude. And tomorrow we have that best of 5. So plenty of action to unfold still here at the VCC. And I have to say, Blah is being fantastic being put on by NODWIN. It's been an incredible show put on production-wise. It's everything you need for South Asia. You know, really got everything going. And I'm excited to see what this region can do, because we've got the teams, we've got the production, we've got the talent, with Sia and Necro as well. So yeah, we've got everything you need, really.
Yeah, and considering how young the game is as well, right? The future looks very, very promising for the region. Right now, though, aggressive posturing. And SK Rossi delivers. Oh, he's going for more, Dinko. They should know this, right? Like, when you're playing Rossi, you know he's gonna go for more. And even then, even though they're aware of the potential of him re-peaking again, he still finds another. And that is going to be 5v3, the 2-man advantage for the side of Global Esports.
48 seconds left in this round, and GE already have this 2-man advantage, and you can't really say they're in a bad spot right now. They're in a fantastic position to try and win this one out. There goes the poison orbs out. Soulmate throwing his up, receiving one in return. It looks like that spike is going to start going back over towards B. There's 2 players currently lying in wait. Hellranger inside of the tuna can. At elbow, Silver lies in wait of Kappa. Help each other out in the last 15 seconds. All they've got to do is defend this final attack coming out of Hookah. Soulmate's hit the first headshot. Recon Bullet spotting the remaining 2 players. Hellranger's trying his best. He couldn't quite follow up, but luckily there's so many players still alive. And SK Rossi with the 3K, of course. 8-8 on the board. It is tied up yet again as GE snap right back.
Off the saved operator as well, Dinko. Just the impact he has. It's almost like he is magnetically attracted to going for the repeat. Like, he gets the first kill. Fantastic. Dashes away. And he goes for more. Survives on 21 HP, despite the amount of utility being thrown his direction. Hellranger, able to find just the 1 kill, but that's okay. The rotation already taken place, and that is going to be, once again, the scores being tied up. SK Rossi now heading towards B Long, where he hasn't been tagged.
Oh, SK Rossi's just going to charge it. Oh, it's a bit mental, isn't it, Black?
This is getting to the realms of why? Why are you doing this?
That was a little too much, that. Didn't really... Because what makes it work a lot of the time is the support Hellranger is able to give him on that breach, because he gets a lot of util, if you're not going with any support, you're just not going to get away with those kills. You know, you're not going to be able to get those kills. And if you're not getting them against teams like TE, good luck getting them against some better opponents. You need to realize, it only works when you play mental, when you've got support from your teammates. If you don't have that, then it's better just to play the numbers, play the percentage.
Absolutely. I mean, aggression is great and all that, but not all the time. As Kappa, one man left standing, is going to try and go for the reload, but King able to just go for the wide swing and find the kill, and it's all on skills. Ooh, fancy. It's like everyone has a butterfly, except me, Dinko. Makes me sad, but it's okay. I'll probably buy it later on. Still got time. Skills. Molotov, unfortunately for him, there was no one inside of the cubby, and that means his position has been compromised. Ooh, his bullets are so very close to potentially dealing a bit of damage, and King is showing his presence inside of the tuna can, as you like to call it, Denko, but Skilled, who realizes this is not really worth throwing his life away, and that is going to be the round and the save coming in. And yeah, like you said, for Rossi, it's almost like he didn't get punished on the first map. Here, it's like he goes from hero to zero in alternating rounds, right? Either he just gives away a free kill just by being unnecessarily too aggressive, and sometimes he just pulls off a 3K or a 4K and they win the round. So you can be forgiven for believing that that means that GE wins, like they ride or die based on how SK Rossi plays that round, but that's not the case. It's like when you lose an impact player like that early in the round, you're a 5v4. Man disadvantage will always favor your opposition, no matter how talented the rest of your teammates are. So, I don't know. Like, I love it. At the same time, I hate it, Dinko. It feels like some of my old relationships.
We don't play. I've got a therapist in that back alley as well. If you need a,
no, I'm good. I'm good.
Oh god. Well. Recon Bolt going out early, trying to pick out some info in towards this B long position. You see a much more passive setup initially here from GE. Eyes on SK Rossi. He's up towards heaven this time, so he's not going for any of these mental plays. On the other side of the map, it's Shooter now putting pressure in towards B long. And in fact, once they realize there's no one really pushing down, we don't have to worry about dispelling that initial attack. They can start focusing in on Hookah. Trailblazer is going to go in and clear out Hookah. Gets in for this. Likely going to be that heavy long presence, and that allows Shooter to dash on out. That tailwind straight into the middle of the site. Good opening kill. HSB stepping up as well. It's completely shut down. This is a perfect execute. Sky smokes in on the choke points. Now it's onto the Bladestorm trying to pick them up through the gap, but they haven't been able to make it happen. And now things are crumbling for GE. If they want to win this round, they got to pull this off. And while Hellranger, you madman, is running right into the site, but everything ends up crumbling. And SK Rossi, he's invested in the Bladestorm blade, but nothing's coming out of this.
2 blades, 150 points of health, Dinko. The 1v5 clutch ace for the highlight isn't gonna happen.
Oh,
no,
one
it's
blade.
Not. No, it's not. That would
Flawless
have been
round.
That would have been a little bit too much. I might have just switched off the stream and just walked away if you pulled that one off. So not gonna happen. None of the blades find its mark, and 10-8. They have a 2-round lead. That being said, Dinko, that was the eco, and we have another timeout getting called here. Hellranger is going to talk things up. He doesn't want to go to Icebox. He does not want to take us to Icebox. He wants to end this 2-0. The TE, they're not going to go down without a fight. They want that slot. They want that rematch against VLT tomorrow. But to do that, they need to win on Bind, and they also need to win on Icebox to pull off the reverse sweep. While it's not impossible, it is looking a little improbable, but not if they can take this map. Right now, 10-8. And especially the way they're winning some of these rounds, Dinko, it is looking convincing.
It's cool to see that TE are always able to come back into games, though. Because even earlier on, right, when things were looking a little rough for them, every time you thought, all right, it's over, they would always just randomly appear back into the game. So it's cool to see TE having this mental fortitude, because we cannot forget the fact that they had to play a best-of-3 earlier today as well, just to get to this point. And they lost that. So, I mean, you have that mental block in your head. It's like, oh, well, we've just lost again today. You come into this one feeling a little deflated. You lose the first map in such a convincing fashion. Like, you have everything going against you, and yet they're still able to compete this well. And now they're going again for a structured attack in towards B. They're leaving one prong to the approach over towards A. And speaking of A, there is a little bit of aggression into showers, so that's some info for GE.
Absolutely, and again, this battle for Garden. Kappa going to be peeking with a flashpoint and is met with a barrage of bullets. Dinko, again, the opening kill goes, but here comes a rolling thunder and a flashpoint as well. Hellraiser wants desperately to get a kill, but the cloudburst to save the day, and again, he's exposed. Again, 4 rifles finds a kill. It's all on skill. The dog comes out, and Storax is gonna bite into skills, gets the kill. That's the round. That's a round done. 11-8. And as much as I like the re-aggression from Hellranger Dinko to try and get a trade, I felt like he just overstayed his welcome there.
Yeah, I think GE have actually started to capitulate on this defense quite a bit, and TE have just looked like the better team in this second half. And it's cool to see that their attacking side is so coordinated and so well thought out. And they've got those ultimates available on 4 players even in this next round. GE, I don't know if they've got it in them to pull this back now, just with how many resources TE are going to have available to them just to try and get 2 more rounds. So it's definitely feeling good. If you're a TE fan right now in the chat, South Asians have been incredible. Everybody in chat has been awesome. So I'm enjoying the support we're getting from all the South Asian countries over the past couple of days. Everyone's been really warm, welcoming in the English chat. I don't really understand Hindi, so can't really speak on that behalf, but it's been awesome to be a part of this.
I do understand Hindi, and... Ooh, no, that's unfortunate. The last second, Meneske Rossi, the sandwich of death, Dinko. There's nothing you can do there. I feel like overall, like, I think it's been overall great. Yeah, sure, you find a couple of bad eggs in the chat, but you can ignore those guys, right? It's just good competition overall, and... both these teams are delivering. The first game, I mean, the VLT game is fantastic.
Look at GE's buy.
It's okay. They have the money. They're going to be playing for OT though. They're not committing everything because they know the money's not enough to just go for a full-fledged buy. So instead, they're just going to be going for a light buy. And why the hell not? It's worked out for them in the past. The dog comes out lightning fast. Oh my lord! Shooter straight on in, but Hellranger replies back with the judge dealing quite a bit of damage on his Storax as Kappa sneaks in from behind. That's a 3v3, weapons retrieved as well, but HSB ensuring that Kappa doesn't get off to any further shenanigans. Now Eskerossi with the Marshall spots out the elbow, trying to find the shot, but it's going to be Soulmate who's going to find the kill on his skills, and there's nothing Rossi can do despite those 2 kills going the way of GE.
Match point.
At least they force TE to expend the Viper's ult, but honestly, I don't think they were really hard-pressed there. They still have 4 ultimates online, and they have 4 map points to work with. Dinko, 1 round all they need, and we're going to be seeing Icebox.
Yeah, I think we are going to be seeing Icebox. We already seen some Icebox performances earlier on today. We know how close Icebox can be. So I'm looking forward to seeing if we can get that out again. But it looks like we're going to be going to a 3rd map. No problem here. TE have every ultimate they could ever want, and GE, they've got to pull 4 rounds in a row. They haven't really been able to show too much consistency on this defense at all. SK Rossi peeking down in towards B long, waiting for the walkout around the corner, and they aren't giving him any of those fights, any of those chances, and SK Rossi has been much quieter here than he was over on Split.
Is he using his S key for a change?
I think he is, blah.
He's backpedaling, oh my lord, he's evolving.
Yeah, and it might actually work out here. He's going to get that shot baited out. He's going to peek again. And yeah, SK Rossi not getting anything out of the early peaks and actually just taking damage instead. Now they got to think about what they do want to do here on the attacking side, right? They've got that B long control. They forced that operator back. Do they go B now, or do they go back into this A side attack? It looks like they want to go over towards B.
Might be everything coming to a close here, Dinko. The dying embers of the map. Unless this man does something really ridiculous. The Seeker's going to be coming out, so will the guiding lights. But SK Rossi finds Shooter. as the ultimate will be utilized on a side, but there's no one there, no one available. Soulmate being the lurk, he's got to find a kill towards the A side, but the spike will be planted towards B. Player advantage for the attacking side. Skills, they're all blinded, they're also taking so much damage in a snake bite. One player remains, it's SK Rossi with the operator in a 1 versus 3.
100's Fury starting to come in. SK Rossi's going to miss the shot. 13-8, a convincing scoreline answered back here on Bind and Exploit. They are still in this tournament. They're still in this competition. And GE, I think that's a little unexpected for them. You know, they're going to feel a little bit shocked by that blood because they had just such a convincing performance over on Split. And now we come back to Bind. We're expecting maybe this to close out in a 2-0 fashion based on the performance out of the first map, but you never can count out Team Exploit. They're right back in it. Shooter, again, he's cheering at the camera. You can't really deny this guy's skill. He is just an unbelievable player. We've seen it time and time again, what he's able to do on Bind. I'm looking forward to seeing more of him play. Any final thoughts?
Just a great performance coming out. The fact that they had the mental resilience to dig themselves out from what should have been a mental hole off the map number 1 is really commendable. But heading into Icebox, look, it's anyone's game. Anyone's going to be, anyone can really deliver and make it to the finals. But it's not a job to break the map down. It's of course a wonderful desk where we have Sia and of course Necro.
Exactly. I'm involved. What a way, man. Team Exploit, you can just never rule them out. Never, ever. And it seems like they've finally found a way for themselves to, you know, how to counter Rossi. In the Bind, this is what we were exactly talking about, right? How good Exploit can be, and that's what they literally proved. Exactly. And as you did mention, I mean, in general, Exploit is just a team that you just can't never rule out, especially on the map Bind, as I said as well. I mean, this team is just a team that you always want to like keep your eyes onto them, right? Because on the map of Bind in the past as well, we have even seen them give quite a close calls to a lot of big teams.
Yeah, definitely, exactly. Right? It's all about how Exploit respond coming into this map, because after a 13-3 loss on one of their best maps, I think the cast has mentioned as well, this really was a test of their mental resilience. Now, I do want to applaud Shooter, the fact that he had such a horrible game back in map 1 and he's able to bounce back so convincingly here in map 2. You can see on the stats, 21 kills, 7 first bloods, and he's on par with SK Rossi in that regard, but I feel like where Shooter was really able to step away from SK Rossi is in the way he was able to create the impact, especially on the defensive side. Being denied continuously his options with the way they were overwhelming him, the way he was able to adapt and find new angles every single time. I became a fan of his work after that map.
Yeah, man. I mean, SK Rossi in general, I feel like this time there were so many moments where he was just being really way too aggressive. Way too aggressive. It's like on those kind of aggressive moments, you pretty much know that, okay, I'm probably going to be dying, right? Because the way he was aggressive with an operator on the B long side, and then he's just challenging fights like that. And of course, what do you expect, right? You don't really have any kind of info, how many players are waiting for you, you know, with the angle being checked. And SK Rossi was getting shut down. So many moments where he should have actually held back and try and play safe, where he was really going aggressive. I feel like those kind of played a really massive factor in G's loss on the map of Bind.
Yeah, and you can see that in the graph as well. Every single time Shooter's graph is at a peak is where SK Rossi is almost at its bare minimum. He's dying early, and that leaves Shooter a lot of freedom to maneuver around the entire round, and he takes full advantage of that. And I think that's where I think Exploit Storm really stepped away from how they played on Split, where this time they were aggressive, they were proactive, they were not giving away map control for free. It's these tiny things that really make the difference, you know. Like I noticed, for example, HSB using that Brimstone stim beacon, something we rarely get to see, to spam out that hookah entrance. Like these tiny things, it really speaks to how much Exploit communicate within themselves as to what is going wrong and how do you fix it. And I, for one, am a big fan of teams that have that level of communication, because that's the best way to holistically improve across all aspects of your gameplay. So love the fact that Exploit is discussing even these tiny matters, and they're able to use that to gain a significant edge in the map.
No, I mean, exactly, this is the same thing, right? Again, maps being traded, right? The first map was the pick of Team Exploit, and now the second map, Bind, being the pick of Global Esports. Maps being traded again, but the third map that we're probably going to be playing on is going to be on Icebox. It's the map of Team Exploit. And, well, I mean, if the maps trades keep on happening, then we will probably see Exploit moving in onto the Grand Finals, because VLT is already a team, the first team that have already made their mark in there. And then this is the kind of match in the lower brackets to find out who is going to be facing VLT up there. So, I mean, so far, I would say after that first dominating win, man, none of us expected, even the casters were saying this, because that none of us expected this to actually be this way, right? Because Team Exploit won, and I mean, I would say they won by a decent lead as well.
Exactly, definitely. It looked like Exploit just forgot all about map 1. They focused on map 2 and keeping their tournament hopes alive, and they definitely pulled out an amazing win. So going into Icebox, they are going to feel a lot more comfortable. They've already played on that map once. They went really close against Velocity Gaming, almost pulled out the win, and in that regard, they have that comfort. But still, it's still a double-edged sword, because GE watched them play the entire match. So GE definitely have a lot of information, and we'll see which edge pans out for which team.
Yeah, exactly. Talking about information, I'm pretty sure both these teams have a lot of information about each other, and I'm pretty sure Icebox is kind of a map which is commonly played between both these teams. So I'm expecting pretty much counters being made by both these teams. And SK Rossi, again, I feel like over here he should not try and be aggressive a little bit too much. But with that being said, it's time for me to throw on to a break. So that's what I'm going to be doing for now. But I'll be back in a while.
The power of steel.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on. Go. Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The new Classic Mark III. Get your mark on. the strength of metal.
Need your mind going. Need your mind going. Yo, need your mind going. Need your mind going.
The new Classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to NODWIN's Valorant Conquerors Championship with Gillette as a grooming partner and Talk Esports as a digital publication partner. And well, today has been a day of surprises. Without a doubt, today has been a day of surprises. We have seen surprises in the pretty much composition of the team. Then we have seen surprises in the Asian. Well, going in forward in the ice boxes, what surprises are you expecting, CA?
Honestly, zero in terms of compositions and strategies, because think about it, right? This is the last map for both of these teams in this tournament before the grand finals. Either you go to the finals or you just go home. And for both of them, like, it's not just about the finals that's online, it's also the huge money gap, right? Like, you finish third, you get $3,500. You finish second, you get $8 grand. So there's a lot online here, which is why I feel like both of the teams are going to go back to comfort. They're not going to experiment and they're not going to look to take risks right here. But if one team does, I will be on their side, I think, automatically, because I am a big fan of really putting everything on the line when it really matters.
I mean, that's what SK Rossi is as well, right? He just puts everything on the line with that initial push. If it does work out, then it just heavily kind of favors his team. If it doesn't, then, well, it kind of catches them off guard. We have seen a lot of moments like that in Bind as well. But hopefully, I feel like this time, SK Rossi should make a calculated, controlled aggression, right? With Head Ranger, of course, the man, he likes to have him all the time by his side. And I feel like up till now, it has been quite a great kind of a combination throughout, right? And we expected a lot of greatness in the map of Bind as well, especially with that Breach Jet combination. But what do you think really went wrong?
I think what went wrong for the side of Global Esports on Bind is something that has historically been an issue for them. When Plan A seems to fall, they default back to Plan B. But what they don't realize is most teams are already ready for their Plan B. They need to find a way to set up conditioning strategies where they're making teams think they're going towards something, but they're actually doing something else altogether, rather than playing one predictable style throughout. They need to have some sort of conditioning where a team is scared. You know, you see a Breach fault line come towards one area, the fear needs to be in you. Oh no, SK Rossi is going to dash in, but SK Rossi doesn't need to dash in every single time. That one fault line, that conditioning can cause a lot of issues. And I mentioned that, Necro, because coming into Icebox, conditioning is the crux of the game, the map right here. Like, if you have that on point, you're likely to win it out. And what we usually see from Exploit is that style. They're very aggressive in their initial rounds, trying to set a particular mindset for their opponents, and then they take advantage of that. So I want to see how GE responds to this style.
I mean, G as well is kind of a team which is like counter to counter, right? I mean, G as well is kind of a team which is really aggressive as well. So I feel like Team Exploit is going to be matched up with a team that is pretty much at same pace as them, right? I mean, in the past game against VLT, right? VLT as well, in some moments they were really being aggressive, but VLT is kind of a team who does heavily rely on that tactical and strategic way inside the game, right? So they take their sweet little time to set themselves up, and then only they just, you know, try and follow pretty much the mood or the wave how the game's falling around. And Team Exploit is a kind of a team, we do know they have some cracked aim, and also they are really good when it comes to that strategical approach, but still, as you did mention on the map of Icebox, they are quite aggressive.
Exactly. And what really strikes out to me is, if you remember just earlier today when Velocity played Exploit Storm, one of the key reasons Velocity Gaming picked up the win was Marzil's looks. The ability for him to continuously get into the middle of the opposition, like behind enemy lines, and cause utter chaos. Marzil did it brilliantly. But the pioneer of that style of play is Skills. He's been doing it for eons now. He's been doing it for months and months. He is absolutely random when it comes to his pushes, and he finds value in places where you can't even imagine. Like, even objectively as an analyst, you cannot imagine that this man is going to randomly swing in on the zip line with audio cues. Let me get that straight. While giving audio cues and still find advantage. So I want to see how Exploit Storm shut down Skills, because if they had issues against Marzil's look, I can only imagine what happens with Skills.
No, I mean, one thing I can definitely tell you, the guys on the side of Global Esports are absolute maniacs. That's for sure. I mean, it's like when they start feeling themselves, there's like nothing in the world that can hold them back. And one thing we can definitely say, this is the clash of the Titans. This is the clash of the Alpha Titans, without a doubt, because both teams are pretty much equally matched when it comes to that skill level as well. Because the first map being taken by VLT, and now by GE, and now second being taken by Exploit. This is quite neck to neck. Well, it seems like the game's locked in and loaded for you all. It's time for me to throw on to the casters. Welcome, guys.
Thank you very much. This should be an absolute bloodbath heading into the final map of this best of 3 Blair, right? It's going to be Icebox. What we seen earlier was a recessive defense, I would say, coming in from Exploit. They didn't exactly contest for a lot of the main choke points, and I think that came back to bite them in the end. They were so close to getting the win, though. They were so close to taking that over the line and avoiding possibly a scenario where they're here in this matchup, right? So yeah, I feel like this is definitely going to be a closely contested match that could go either way. And I initially predicted GE to win 2-1. I'm going to stand by that. I think they should be able to take it, but Exploit have looked incredible throughout today.
Oh yeah, considering the fact that after that first game, you must be depleted, right? You must be mentally and physically as well kind of exhausted after losing a series 2-0, where both the maps went to OT, and then coming into your second game, where it's a must-win game, you get completely thrashed on your map pick, where SK Rossi just making it look like fools, and then you manage to mount the comeback on map number 2. Which is a map where we've seen a few flaws from them, but at the same time for GE, I gotta say, like, they looked incredible in map 1, but some of the plays on the second map, I'm not a big fan of, especially SK Rossi. As you pointed out, he's either a hero or at times a zero, and there were multiple moments on that map where I like controlled aggression, but that was a little ridiculous, just going in, just walking in with the operator, making as much noise as you can, and no one next to you to trade. So I'm curious to know what's going on in his head at times.
Yeah, sometimes you have a little bit too much confidence in yourself, I think, and I don't think maybe you realize how much your success relies upon the assistance from your teammate. In particular, I think Hellranger really allows SK Rossi to get away with a lot of his stuff he does. We've seen it in the pistols, for example, when it does work and it works well. It's because SK Rossi is firing those, or should I say Hellranger's firing those fault lines of flashpoints in, helping out his opponent, the opponents be shook up and allow SK Rossi to catch them off guard. I feel like that's almost essential. But here on Icebox, you're not going to be seeing that breach come in for Hellranger. He looks to go towards the Viper for this one. On Icebox, Viper's pretty much a must. Most every team going for the Viper on this one. Kappa looked to lock in the Sova. Overall, pretty standard composition from both sides. It's actually identical. So, I mean, this is just the Icebox comp, isn't it, Bless? So there's no issues here.
Yeah, it's a typical comp coming in here. Like you have your usual Kappa, and then you have HSB on the Sova. You want those recon darts to gather as much information as you can. You of course have the usual Sage, always a prerequisite towards controlling kitchen, or maybe on the plant towards the B site. Of course, a Jet is going to be interesting. However, this time around, again, Dinko, we saw this on Icebox in the first game against VLT as well. It's Storax on a Jet and Shooter on the Sage. And one thing we saw from Storax was he was impactful, but he wasn't as impactful as Shooter can be on that particular agent. So they seem to be committed to this particular composition. They seem to be committed, and they have the trust and faith in their individuals to perform, and why the hell not? What a battle we saw on the previous game. Even the first 2 maps they've had. Apart from Split, if you ignore Split, if you kind of forget that map ever happened, it's been some very, very close games so far from the side of TE, and they're looking to make it happen. They're looking to get the win, knock Global Esports out, and have the revenge matchup against VLT, where the winner will move on to the APAC Last Chance Qualifier.
I think you hit it on the nail on the head in terms of TE having a lot of close matchups. It also adds another facet to what this match means, and it's the fact that, unfortunately, one of these teams will not progress and will not have a chance to compete anymore in this tournament, and that's kind of sad because everybody, I would say both of these teams kind of deserve a spot, in terms of how they've been performing. They've been looking real solid, so it's we're in that point where there is no weak links left in the tournament. I think personally that Enigma kind of disappointed. I didn't really have that much competition between the teams.
Yeah,
but pretty much the other 3 teams have just been neck and neck, really. There hasn't really been a clear favorite. I'd say VLT are performing like the best team, but on a certain day, anybody can beat anybody, I think, in these three teams, which is awesome. And it's exactly what you want for like a healthy scene for these teams to all be so closely contested and battling it out and improving as each other play on it in these competitions.
Absolutely, you just don't want one team to be like, you know, by and far and away the favorite team and just like dominate the region. So having healthy competition is always really, really paramount for a region to really blossom. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. You can see the countdown in the clock as well. It is going to be Global Esports starting on the attacking side. Oh no, technical timeout. No, it's been taken care of. All good. Everyone's ready. Everyone's ready. Raring to go. Tinko, this is going to be a spicy match. I know you're not a big fan of spice, but this time around, I'm sure you're going to be okay with a little bit of extra spice.
You know, I don't mind spice. It's just my body hates it. So it's not like I don't want to have it.
Mind over body, Tinko.
Yeah, mind over body. It's a little hard to live by that mantra the next morning, Blah. You know, motivation kind of goes away after a while. He could trust you on that one. But yeah, I mean, well, hopefully this will be a good kind of spice that doesn't leave me in pain the next day. But it's 0-0 pistol beginning, and it's going to be GE making their walk in towards A. The defense over here is looking quite strong, especially with Shooter jumping up with a classy. He's going to put that... Oh my god, he's walled up his opponent. Oh, he's given Lightning Fast a good position, but in the end, no kills yet. Finally, it's changed with Kappa taking the first, and now the picks continue to come through. Kappa with one. Storax and Itch B, though, are getting kills for TE.
It's back and forth, Dinko. 3v3. Lightning Fast. An uncomfortable spot to get the spike down. He gets found out by King. Hellranger, the Clutch Meister, having a lot to do here. He does have back him in the form of the one man he wants, the young gun in his team, SK Rossi. Has been spotted out, and Hellranger, amongst all the commotion, looking to find something. He needs to land a headshot here. If he gets spotted out, that is going to be the spike down. Finds one. Soulmate down. Now he's going to stick the spike with his teammate, providing a little bit of covering fire from above, and SK Rossi is looking to find the final player, but Hellranger's done all the work, Dinko. Spike's still not planted, though. They have 14 seconds. They're going to finally put it down. SK Rossi caught looking the wrong way, but he will somehow spin around. HSB, a couple of fluffed shots, and he's going to get punished for it. And what a round from Hellranger there, Dinko. It looked like it was going to go the way of TE, but once again, the Clutch Meister says no.
Yeah, clutches from Hellranger are just unbelievably good. I don't know how he does it so often, but him and SK Rossi, they seem to be a great duo working together. So I feel like whether it's SK Rossi's success, there's Hellranger's support. And I think that's always going to be the key to success here for GE as they get the pistol win. Looked like TE were up and out of it, but in the end, GE are able to pull rounds back that you think unthinkable. The King is pushed up quite far with this classic. Again, we're looking at a buy here for TE that just hasn't really got much of a buy at all. You're on these classics, default pistols, and yeah, the Marshall can make a difference.
It is Shooter with the Marshall, but the fact that he's on a Sage obviously gonna...
He's been spotted with that recon bolt.
How is he still alive? How does he get a kill? That's illegal. That's criminal from King. He should have been dead to rights the moment he got recon there, Dinko, but somehow gets a frag. HSB out in the open. He's spotting the players out. Shooter's going to find Lightning Fast, spamming away with that Marshall. And all of a sudden, a round with almost no investment from TE. They have the player advantage. Hellranger finds one. The quick jet dash in. Shooter having to do a lot of work, but Hellranger and SK Rossi, the two-man wombo combo. And it's all on Storax. And unfortunately, the Lombot gives away his position.
They know exactly where he is. Again, not really expecting too much out of this round. RTE, they were just coming into this one trying to inflict as much economic damage as they could, and honestly getting 2 kills in this scenario, it's pretty good. SK Rossi will find himself his headshot, and it will be a 2-0 start for GE, feeling very good about this one. Here comes the buy, though, for TE. The rifles pulled out, the Bulldogs, Phantoms, and Vandals out across the board. Take a look at the ultimates. We got one real close there on Hellranger. He's just 1 point away, and he will have his Viper's Pit available and online. A couple of players close enough over for the defensive side. King 3 away from getting his lockdown out, so that's probably the closest. Same with Shooter on the res, or a couple away from the res, 4. So, I mean, we're looking at a couple of ultimates coming online in the next few rounds or so, but right now, GE... It's all about trying to get rid of this first buy round coming in for the defensive TE, and it's a quick play from Lightning Fast. Living up to his name, Blah.
Living up to his name. He's even hit the speed of Mark 3, Dinko. just running on in, looking to get a clean kill as well. The B side has been relinquished by TE. Look at the amount of control they have, Dinko. They have the one player towards Snowman, that is of course Soulmate. Now 3 players gathered up together. And TE, that's going to be King finding skills. Okay, that's a huge kill to find. And now, what are they going to do? They have the
Well, they
sight.
come for you.
What you gonna do when they come for you? Well, Lightning Pass is going to be coming for a player. It's going to be Soulmate taken down. Now the 4v4. Spike planted as well.
Wow. Lightning fast with a headshot. Feeling good about that one. 4v4. SK Rossi. He's got the Vandal at the ready inside of the kitchen. They're about to walk into a double lineup. SK Rossi. Double headshot. Easy cleanup. He's gone bowling and he's got a strike. And Kappa with the headshot on the Bulldog. It's 3-0 for GE. A brilliant start into this one. And a lovely musical rendition from Bless. So, loving this round.
That was so bad that we won't even get copyright struck because
that's the point, right?
Yeah, because algorithms like that's
they'll
not a
pay
song.
you to help you out.
Oh boy. Well, that lineup though for SK Rossi, he's gonna take that any given day. Once more, a bit of a light purchase coming out from TE though. We have the Marshal for shooter. And then, of course, the Sheriffs. Double Marshals. Okay, I like this. You know, trying to deal a bit of damage. They have the extra money to work with as well. No ultimates online for anyone quite yet, though. Still early days. Although SK Rossi and Hellranger, as I pointed out earlier, just 1 point away, 1 orb away. And likewise for King, who's on 6 and 7 in his ultimates. King, in the meantime, I take his name, and he's going to make his presence felt towards mid. Gets spotted out, though, by the turret, and that's a dead giveaway. He's going to try and take down a turret, but that's a tanky turret. Didn't go. Ooh, looking to land another shot into Kappa. But it looks like the hit's going to be coming in towards A, where it is all on Storax. Holding the angle, but unfortunately, the bullets won't connect, and this should be, I was about to say an easy round, but never mind. King will deny.
Yeah, King with a headshot, making it happen, and now 50 seconds left. SK Rossi is taking the elevated position, but he's being decapitated somehow. The Marshal landing the headshot, but lightning fast. Fair play going up into that area after what just happened to his teammate, but he's avenged his fallen comrade and now looking for more. King on the double. The Sheriff is in town, and it's the first round on the board with a thrifty for TE.
The return of the king, baby. What was that? I knew what they had in mind there, Dinko. Like, they wanted to force him to take that fight, but I feel like the Sage, I'm not sure who the Sage was there. Yeah, it was lightning fast. I feel like he peeked a little early. He could have waited a couple of seconds, but you cannot deny King. Those were some clinical shots from the Sheriff, and a thrifty round going the way of TE. Well, it was 3-0, Dinko, but that's they're going to be very happy with that. Of course, the buy is going to be coming on in, and Storax with the operator. But this man, he's got his blades out. He's going to be walking in, looking for any aggression to come out from the defenders on towards the B site. He scares me, Dinko.
I don't blame you, Blah.
I mean, in both a good and a bad way. In a good way because of how damn good he is, and on the other side, he hurts my mental state because he goes for plays which almost breaks me.
I can get behind that. I think I'm of the same philosophy when it comes to SK Rossi, but he's pulled out the blades, and let's see what he's got up his sleeve in this one. Still got one of his updrafts, 2 Cloudbursts, Tailwind still available. Those knives are out. He's just waiting for his chance to strike. 45 seconds. What I love about this is a much more tentative approach. They've got an idea behind this. Lightning fast, you big brain boy. He's found himself a headshot. Storax is out of play. And now these blades looking for their victims, but he hasn't been able to spot anybody just yet. Snake bites and Viper's Pit all over that spike. Hellranger throwing one down, but he has been found, and that's going to be the Viper's Pit dropping down around him. Lightning fast has just gone nuclear. 4K picked up, and everybody has fallen victim to his Oni Phantom.
SK Rossi, who? Lightning fast. What a delivery. The Battle Sage, right? Just pushing. This is fantastic. I love everything about that, Dinko. You hear the wall go up. What do you expect? You expect the Sage to put the spike down. Instead, it's screw planning the spike. I'm just going to go for the fight. And SK Rossi, maybe he's going to be a little annoyed. He's like, man, I had my Blade Storm out. Could I just get my highlight? And Lightning Storm's like, no, not today. He's even got the revive available, but so does TE and Storax, being a bit cheeky here. Bear in mind, this is just the... Oh, never mind. King just pushing up in the recons, giving them so much information. 3 players spotted out, but the slow is going to force them back. I like the aggressive stance coming out from TE, and Shooter with the flank, Dinko. The Sage is playing like a jet.
There's another flank coming in as well behind. That Viper's looking to try and push in B. That Soulmate trying to get in behind them. So they're actually kind of pinned right now, GE. They don't only have too many places to go, but King is just a bit mental. Continue to push forward. Eventually we'll get picked off. SK Rossi has been able to get in behind Storax and reply and equalize the kill count again. But HSB headshots here. 4TE has actually made it a 2v3, and finally SK Rossi is not meant to be. HSB will go down, and now we'll have to see if Soulmate can make this round work. 1 versus 3 for him. It's the Phantom in hand. He's found that at least. He has actually just spotted 1 drop down. He's actually in a decent position. I don't know if they're going to be expecting him to be so close behind them so quickly here.
Can do this.
Work. He's in behind. They have no idea. SK Rossi's about to go down. Quick headshot on the first, but now they're both looking at him, and Skills is the player able to make it happen. 5-1 for GE.
Nice attempt though. You know, doing a bit of damage there. Shooter, the aggression. Why does my classic not get kills like that, Dinko? Like,
Well, Vlad, there's this thing called individual skill, and
oh gosh, shut up.
it doesn't seem like you have that, Vlad. If I'm only joking, man. I'm in the same group as you, Vlad.
That's why we cast games, because we're complete garbage in the game.
Yeah, literally. Those who can't play cast, and those that can't cast do what Sylv's doing.
Observe.
And that's flying around. And now
shout out to Zilv though. Like, he's been fantastic with you know, not missing any of the action. But if he does miss any of the action, as you pointed out yesterday, Dinko, you know who to blame. It's not the casters.
He didn't take that one too kindly. He's giving me a few angry messages. Wants to fight me outside, so maybe we'll have to do that after this.
Social distancing, man. Come on, you can't fight right now.
I'll wear a mask. Just
1v1 him in Valorant, easy.
Yeah, that's what he wants. Fight me 1v1. He said, okay. We'll have to get that done. Observer versus caster. We'll see who's actually better at the game. Probably Sylv. He actually plays.
I mean, we all know, right? Like, the observer controls the game, the analysts start the game, and the caster is just talk.
So if the game's ever late, just blame Necro and see it, right? So that's how it goes.
Yeah, if there's a technical issue, it's the analysts. Always the analysts.
And then the casters are infallible. You know, it's never our fault.
We are always infallible. All right, there we go. Vipers pit early towards the A site, meaning, they're going to be going for a fast play towards mid, but not a B split, Dinko. They're going to be wrapping around towards the A site. Oh, here comes the wall. Skills going to be going on up. The double players pushing up towards the wall, and this is an interesting take. I don't think I've seen it so far at all in this tournament.
No, this is really cool, actually, coming in from GE. And King, he's got a headshot. Lightning Fast has actually gone down. King is just nipping away at them, bringing down their numbers. And there is a lot of ultimates available right now for TE. In fact, everybody with an ultimate online. And Skills, he's holding for the aggression. King! Oh, another brilliant headshot. Skills is taken out of play. And now a 3 versus 5, a 2-man advantage in play for TE.
They will not be denied. King is just winning his duels. Just a wide swing out. And despite having control of the middle of the map, Dinko, it's the classic case of where do we go from here? Storax. Sound of the tube.
30 seconds.
Time could be everything. Spots out a barrel, though. An instant snap on the Hell Ranger, who was already very low on health. 24 seconds. This round's done. Kappa able to at least get a constellation frag. And Eskerosi might find one more onto King, which he will. Aware of the Sage's position as well, but it is going to be Shooter, is going to come out on top, so second round on board here for the side of TE. And that felt like GE didn't really know what to do once they got that control. I guess they were looking for an opening pick, right? Just getting that mid control, but they found nothing at mid. And Lightning Fast, I feel like he fluffed that. King was just running at him, Dinko, and he just completed with that spray, and then picks up a second kill, 3v5, and they kind of run out of ideas. They have no control towards the extremities of the map, just the middle. But they will still have enough money to eke out a very comfortable buy here. Well, GE. Kappa trying to go for the early reveal. I don't think he wanted the recon to go in that particular spot.
No, I would question him if he did. Aldron going in to try and pick up some info. SK Rossi is going to be at the front of the charge. Get me on this other side of this toxic cloud as cloudbursts begin to come through, and that's going to allow safe crossage over towards yellow. 1 kill for Kappa. That has been the replying kill to avenge a fallen teammate. Soulmate was the player that go down. Well, again, remember, Lockdown available, Hunter's Fury available, Resurrection and Bladestorm, everything is over there. But to use that Lockdown, you also got to worry about the fact there's Hunter's Fury available on your opponent's side. And that's required for both teams.
Storax getting healed and getting a hell of a lot of dodge there. But yeah, the Hunter's Fury, as I pointed out, more impactful.
There goes the Lockdown. See if the Hunter's Fury comes through.
Do they even
He
need
might
to
just
think
shoot it. Yeah, he's gonna shoot it.
He's like,
Yeah. Why would I do that? Here comes the Hunter's Fury, though, on the other side of things to try and shut down the Lockdown. They are going to use up those Lockdowns, and it actually hasn't been destroyed, Bluff! Well, it doesn't detain anybody, but it hasn't been destroyed.
oh no, Cap. Oh, that's a free kill.
Oh, quick
This
trade,
is-
though.
This round's been a nightmare for TE, man. It's a 1v4 HSP. He's not winning this one. He's not winning this one. So it just kind of like the sheer cojones on Kappa to not use his ultimate and to just run in, get the kill, and take down the Lockdown. The guy's a madman, Tinker, and he still has this available for the next post plan. But 6-2 will be the scoreline. Now, if you're a fan of TE and you're feeling a little worried, you're like, oh no, what's going on? It's going to be 10-2 half. It's going to be a 9-3 scoreline. Don't worry, because TE's attacking side have been fantastic. It was incredible against VLT. It was just unfortunate that they weren't able to close it out in OT. But if I'm GE, I'm not going to ever lift my foot off the pedal. I'm just going to be going all in, try and get as many rounds as possible. Because even with 2 rounds, TE, I'm still going to believe in them. Some of those A takes they had earlier today was just fantastic.
Yeah, I seen earlier on we had the scoreline, was it 9-2, was it 9-3? And anyway, TE managed to come back and nearly pull it off. But the issue was, the reason they didn't pull it off, Blaze, because they didn't give themselves enough of a fighting chance going into the second half. They'd love to pick up a few more rounds here, TE. Need a few more on the board, and not looking good at the start of this one. They've lost 2 members, but there's the fight back from at least HSB, but the rest of the squad getting the kills for GE. 7-2 now. And GE are feeling very, very comfortable. Looking at the buy phase, though, we'll see what kind of buy is available for TE. If we can look at the scoreboard, that would be awesome. And we do see the fact that there is, of course, the Operator and the 4 rifles across the board, Vandals and Phantoms, aplenty. And the Resurrect is still available as well, Bless. So it's a good buy coming in here for TE. They've got to make this happen, though. They don't, and we are looking at a real rough spot.
Yeah, absolutely. And that Operator has to be very, very impactful indeed, as you pointed out. And Storax should get this kill, right? He should find this kill. But how long is going to hold the angle? That's the question. Ooh, oh, Rossi is taking so much damage. There we go, Storax. He finds a kill. Patient pays out for him. Skills will fall. That's the spike spotted out as well. Now HSB very aware of where this one player is, and Storax continuing to take the fight, and he's gonna win the duel. He's gonna be sitting on top of the spike. Meanwhile, his teammates are falling all around him, Dinko. It's a 3v3, but Storax is looking to do everything on his own, holding a very forward position as HSB finds SK Rossi finally getting put down, and now player advantage. But look at this, the double boost on up. Hellranger walking straight to his grave, however. And with that, it's all on Lightning Fast, who has been incredible so far on this map. But this time around, Dinko, I do not expect him to do much. What is he up to? Finds one, but King will reply. Lovely movement, though.
Yeah, great round to win as well. We talked about how important that was to be able to pick it up, and they've gone and done it. They've got themselves that round win. 7-3 now on the board, and a few more available in this first half, of course, to pick them up. Storax, this is what you need. You got to take some risks sometimes. You got to contest some of those early positions, and that's what we're talking about coming into this one, Blay. You know, we know that their defense can be a little bit stagnant, and sometimes they give up too much control of B. That is much better from them, and I think they've kind of clocked that in now. It's like we can't really allow GE just to play their game plan. Speaking of GE, though, they have 4 ultimates, and that's the Blitzstorm popped immediately.
What are they going to do with it, though? Just all grouped up outside of B, Dinka. I'm not a fan of this. I would really like them to leave one of the players, just watching the flank.
I think it's fine because there's no one actually contesting this time. They've gone immediately back to the same scenario where the defense just give them B control and allow them just to execute on default like this. You gotta play retake. And that's not easy against a team this good. And with all these ultimates available, making a retake happen against all the weapons and utility you have available, that's just too difficult. So you've got to make a play like this. And Storax, you madman, this is incredible. He tried to make it work, but couldn't get a kill out of it.
Might as well just save. Hold on to that operator. You're gonna need it, but he's getting trapped here, Dinko, and he's been spotted out. He's gonna try and make his escape. Run for the hills. Run for your life, Storax. You want that op available into the final round. He's still sticking around, still looking for some exits, which he will find. Nice. And he will continue on his escape, but SK Rossi denies him. He sticks around maybe a little too long there. He was expecting the push to come in from B mains, but unfortunately with the operator gone, the money, Dinko, this is not looking good at all for TE. Final round and the buy isn't that great.
Yeah, you see what I mean though, Blood? The fact that they just give up B and you can just walk in, throw the Viper's Pit down, and immediately have the site. And there's I understand, you maybe don't want to go for the same thing twice in a row, but man, you had 3 kills from that B spot with the operator. You don't even have to really be too risky. You can just sit at yellow, go for that early peek and just have cover, drop back, use your teammate's utility to allow you back into a safe spot with a tailwind. You got so many chances to get away there, Bludge. I would like to see more action in some of those early choke points, but you are getting to see that over towards A this time. Shooters come in with the double. Hunter's Fury now pop. They can use Resurrect to try and come through. At least they were going to. That Hunter's Fury makes things a little difficult to stick around.
4v3, a golden opportunity for TE to at least clinch round number 4. But lightning fast, he has been a treat to watch so far this map.
Okay.
That's a free kill, that's a free kill! 2 kills in tandem, Dinko. As Barloff likes to call it, stereo frags, and now the 2v3, somehow the advantage has been neutralized. Now, the KJ for the side, that is, I do believe his kills, he's very, very low on health. But with the spike planted, advantage definitely with the side of GE. The slow orb coming into play as well. And Dinko, they had the advantage, but it just fell apart so very quickly.
GE are good at working their way back into this, but it's not done yet. They still have somewhat of a chance, but lightning fast, up the rope, King will fall, and Skills comes through with a headshot. 9-3, as the attackers will go up to another round. GE looking good going into the second half. 9-3 scoreline. This was the scoreline that TE were able to come back from earlier on today, Bless. So I'm not counting them out, but I would like to see them have a strong start in this one. I do not want to see the pace still go the other way. Otherwise, yeah, we're probably looking at quite a difficult comeback.
Yeah, and look, I'm going to state the obvious here. This is something we've said across multiple esports titles, Dinko, but the pistol round this time around, it is imperative for TE to clinch it. If they don't, it's just going to be nigh impossible for them to mount the comeback. But that's what they did. They won 9 rounds back-to-back on the attacking side against VLT in order to pull off the comeback and take it to OT, where they unfortunately lost. And I am 100% sure GE were watching that game. So I'm curious to see what game plan Hellranger has in that 500 IQ mind of his. Or Hellranger, as I used to call him back when I used to play with him, play with him, Dinko. Like 2013, he was like a 15-year-old teen, 16 years old or something. We just play matchmaking, and every time I invited him into my matchmaking lobby, people used to leave because they didn't want to play with him because of how toxic it was. And it wasn't like he was abusing people. He just used to get tilted when people make the smallest mistakes, right? Kind of like Simple when he was younger, if you remember.
Yeah.
And then for him to grow into being one of the more well-known IGLs in the region, in the country, leading GE. And bear in mind, this is his brainchild. Like, this team operates on whatever plans he has in store. He watches all the demos, all the VODs. He puts in so much work. He's such a clutch player as well. So to see such an angry young lad turn out to be such a calm, mature individual, it gives me hope for a lot of people.
Yeah, it's like he took it to the extreme. It's like, when you're watching something that's frustrating you and you want it done a certain way, if they're not doing it the way you want, then do it yourself, right? You got to take the reins, take control, and if he has to be a dictator, who cares? As long as you get the results, that's all that matters in Valorant.
Absolutely, and especially when you have such tenured players like you have Kappa, right? Someone who can ably support you, and then you have skills as well as lightning fast, who are so very impactful when they need to. They play the roles perfectly, and then you have that lunatic madman animal. That's SK Rossi in your team. You're just gonna be happy camper. He's going for the sheriff, Dinko. I love it.
Let's hope he keeps it and doesn't sell it. He is a bit of a troll.
Come on, keep it.
Looks like he's gonna keep it. That's good. Let's go. Sheriff in play. Little pumpkin, because he's looking for a Halloween surprise. With trick or treat. Here comes the sheriff. Let's see if he can pick anything up in the pistol. Of course he can. SK Rossi handing out haircuts and decapitations. He is the back alley barber.
Well, this is a back alley barber I want on my team right now, because he is just going to be giving haircuts and as well as slitting a few necks at the same time.
Sweetie doll.
Reference game on point there. That's Thorax walking in, but it is going to be Skills. Oh, he was vulnerable. Skills even going for the reload, which is very curious indeed. He's dealing quite a bit of damage with the classic. Soulmate at least able to trade. But here comes SK Rossi. What the hell was that? And one member remains. Oh, SK Rossi, you can't do them like that. You can't do them like that. 10 and
That's
3,
just BM,
Dinko.
man.
Oh
BM.
my god.
SK Rossi is just an animal, and he's been let loose. And yeah, Hellranger's calling a timeout for GE after the win. This is that early shot. This is your Gillette game face moment. There isn't more of a game face moment than this. Silky Smooth frags brought to you by the Silky Smooth grooming product of Gillette, our grooming partner here at the VCC. And of course, our replays brought to you by Gillette as well, Blatt. And I'm so glad we got them, because that replay was needed.
It was needed because it was so clean. It was so smooth. Just like your cheeks, Dinko. Just like your cheeks. I won't specify which cheeks, though. That's
oh god, yeah. Let's keep that.
All right. At this point, I guess Gillette might as well start paying us directly, right?
Dude, start paying me in razors, no problem. I need a lifetime supply, so one should be enough.
Like, yeah, the classic, I shave once a year when I have like a tiny little stubble. But all right. Right now, though, 10 and 3 to score line. Jokes aside, the pistol round, we did point out, Dinko, we alluded to the fact that win might be something they absolutely need in order to pull off the potential comeback. But losing that's forced their hand. TE have gone for the force buy. And this is something we haven't seen at all yet so far in any of the games we've casted.
Well, at this point, you got to pull out all the stops if you're a TE to try and get this round win. Because, like you said, if they don't win the pistol, you got to make a round like this work. So here they go, drone out early into A, trying to pick out some info. SK Rossi still on that Sheriff. He's got a Spectre in his back pocket, but at the long-range angle that he's holding, it's not exactly the best weapon to fight at long range. So it was initially an A play, an A posture from TE, but they've dropped back and are going into middle.
They're going to be going for, looks like, a very similar play as GE tried earlier, but that's spike down, stroke taken down. Now kitchen control has been lost with Skills finding 2. King able to reply back, but Rossi running in through the snake bite, and blink and you miss it, ladies and gentlemen. That force buy got nothing done, and GE are 2 rounds away from having a matchup against VLT tomorrow.
Again, that would be the, I think our analysts and hosts were calling it the Val Classico, which I really like. I feel like that definitely is what most people were expecting coming into this qualifier. I think that if there was an upset team, it would be TE, and they have actually brought the heat in a lot of these games. But
force buy, Dinko.
It seems like they're a little far away now, and they're going to go for the force buy. Again, it really does feel like they're clutching at straws. They're going to try and do their best to make this happen, but yeah, it feels like they're in a straw boat in the middle of the sea.
That just stinks of desperation to me, Dinko. They don't want to play for OT, but it might work out if you're gonna hit shots like that, Shooter. As Skills and Kappa do, however, reply back, but not before. They've taken quite a bit of damage. Has Kappa the wide swing for HSB, good for just one. Soulmate with a trade. Shooter replies back as well, and all of a sudden, this is winnable. This desperate buy.
Yeah, you could have. You could have called this Mission Impossible at the start, Blunt. He was swooping in like Tom Cruise with that gun right there. Just Shooter taking them down off the ropes, dropping down with the Spectrum, and now here goes Hellranger. Shooter takes him down. He's had enough. He wants to stay in this game. 11-4. Shooter coming in with all the shots you need. Flying by the ropes, smacking heads with a Sheriff, picking up the Spectre. That's a ridiculous round.
I just need a replay of that Sheriff kill on the ropes. He did the same thing to Enigma yesterday.
Yeah,
if memory serves me right.
I mean, you're accurate on those ropes, which is the most crazy thing.
Yeah,
it's like,
except when I'm on the ropes, Dinko. Then my shots don't land anywhere.
Dude, when I was playing DM one time, and there was a guy just flying in and around the ropes, killing like everybody. It was OP.
And when I do it, my shots land in Dubai. Like, I don't understand. As a bit of a battle here. And a fast hit coming in towards B. Hellranger rescue Rossi! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no, 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 no. This is not good at all for TE. Storax left vulnerable, but Soulmate will reply back. That's SK Rossi deleted, but still player advantage with GE.
That was right through the screen as well. SK Rossi's head rolling across the floor now. That's all they've got. Maybe they could put that on top of the snowman. A little bit morbid, but still, they would make something. 1 minute, 4 seconds left. And at this point, you're looking at a very good start to the round for GE, and you know their buy coming back into this even after a round loss was very good. So a good start, and they've got good weapons. It's a difficult task here for TE. Beautiful right-sided perspective to show you the execute from the overhanging angle. Skill's able to take one headshot. There goes the Viper's Pit. Oh, the spam coming through. Luckily gets out of dodge. That'll allow the spike to be planted. He's going to drop back inside of his Viper's Pit. It does make things a little difficult. Storax is thinking about what his next move is. He can stay inside of this pit. He can just use that cover. His teammate has just found Soulmate, though, and that reveals Storax immediately. That is horrible, Blah.
You said he needs to decide what he's going to do in the pit, Dinko, and the pit goes down.
He's like, uh-oh.
Well, oh, this is a nightmare, Dinko, for TE. Like, they win around with the force buy, and you're like, okay, this is the time to mount the comeback. And then it's just, again, SK Rossi with the Marshall, Hellranger as well. Everyone chipping in. This isn't really a one-man show. So, sure, SK Rossi's an 18 kills, but everyone is putting in the work here. And for the side of TE. Oh, 8 in a row, Dinko. It's been done before. But it's not impossible. But again, I repeat, it is very, very improbable. And Hellrangers is just gonna pop his ult from above. That A site. It's, yeah, I really wouldn't be looking to head into the A side. It's not looking good, especially with SK Rossi lurking on around. But Shooter's going to come charging on in, but Hellranger's going to find the kill. They're still not aware of SK Rossi's position from above, but SK Rossi, he doesn't have to do anything because Hell's going to find everyone. It's all on Soulmate left in a 1 versus 4 to stave off defeat, to stave off elimination, Dinko. And Hellranger and his merry men 1 round away from qualifying for the finals of the VCC and facing off against VLT in the grand finals.
A huge step up from GE here on Icebox. I thought it was going to be a closer affair, but TE have been destroyed and toyed with. GE looks so good, and now Soulmate has everything to do as he enters back into the site. He's got the first headshot. Kappa has been taken out. He nearly ran into the lockdown. That would have been a little questionable, but he's going to stay outside of it. He's going to start running back for that spike. They've actually traded out positions. In the upper ledges, there's a player waiting for him to try and grab that, and that Skills with the headshot. Good angle, great position, and cheers of victory. They looked hyped as hell to make their way through to the final. The final spot on the line for GE as they once again will go and face the biggest rival in the region, VLT, the 2 best teams in South Asia, battling it out for a spot at the APAC Last Chance Qualifiers.
I guess it's fitting, right? Once more, the El Clasico, right? Like, it's going to be GE and VLT once more. Hellranger there showing glimpses of his past with a little bit of ragey moments there, but Our man of the hour, SK Rossi, calm as a cucumber, not making, being very, very comfortable there. And what a game. Commiserations to TE. I feel like they really put on a show today here. It could have easily been VLT against GE in its lower bracket finals, Dinko, if they had managed to win those 2 OTs. But unfortunately, that's not the way things quite panned out for them. Great showing overall. I was really impressed with Shooter, the team as such. I feel like they're definitely going to be a contender in the future tournaments in the region.
Well, we've got a grand final now, Blow. We've had some great matchups, but it's time for us to say goodbye. We'll be back tomorrow, but until then, back over to you guys on the desk.
Oh man, what is going on? It's absolutely crazy over here, man. In the start, dominating win again on the bind, completely. I mean, it going in the favor of Team Exploit with a decent win as well. And then on Icebox, a one-sided win again. Global Esports, absolutely going crazy, going ham.
Yeah, exactly, right? The maps, the pace at which they ended, it's astonishing to see, but it really speaks to the fact that these teams are playing each other for the first time now. Looking at the stats, Necro, Exploit Storm ahead in headshot percentage, but behind otherwise, and I think it speaks to what Blair mentioned as well, and Dinko, like the fact that this team has improved so much across the tournament. It wasn't just their day in the VLT matchup, and I feel like the fatigue definitely carried over into the global esports matchup, at least over in map 3. So it does mean that they're out of the tournament, but I don't think they're out of our hearts. I definitely hope we get to see this team come back in a future iteration.
No, I mean, exactly, man. Team Exploit, I mean, we got to give props to them, right? They've always been one of those kind of dark horses, right, in this entire run. A lot of teams underestimated them, one of them being VLT as well, but then later on, VLT were like, all right, Team Exploit deserves that respect. They gave them that respect. They studied over them, and then VLT pretty much, in today's playoffs, they decided to kind of throw them down in lower brackets, and Global Esports just completely ruled them out. They just completely stomped Team Exploit out, but in the end, as you did mention, they're never going to be leaving our hearts. They're always going to be staying there. But this also just makes me wonder. It's so weird, right? I mean, one-sided affair, and then on the bind, it's just Team Exploit taking it away. It just kind of plays with my mind.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of the audience is going to be perplexed about how quickly these matches got over as compared to the velocity matches, and I think it has to do a lot with the styles the teams play, right? Now, we've always talked about Team Exploit Storm as a team that likes to mirror the styles, and with Icebox, we see mirror compositions across every single team playing it. Like, all the top 4 teams we have play the exact same composition. Now, what does differ among these teams is the way they execute. Teams like Exploit Storm and Velocity Gaming are much more aggressive in their setups, especially on the attacking side, and they look to take control in early parts of the map. Now, Global Esports, they're not exactly one-dimensional in that way. Of course, you have players like SK Rossi who are very aggressive, but they mainly play on rotations, which I feel like flustered to a certain extent Exploit Storm today. But looking at this MVP comparison, it's kind of hard to not notice the SK Rossi graph just hovering over here.
Oh my god. I mean, it's SK Rossi, man. What can you expect, right? That Deagle bot in the second half as well. Oh boy, I mean, that Sheriff just doing so much damage, dude. It was just in the pistol round, especially if you do have a man like who's on a cracked aim, just like Rossi. I mean, that's what you expect, right? He's yielding the Sheriff already in the pistol rounds. I mean, and he's delivering. It's just like at that point, you would rather just throw your guns away and you'd be like, all right, you can come and kill me, bro. I'm done. I do not even want to try at this point. But, I mean, yeah, getting to the convo back, as you did say that, these games ended way too close than how it really went for VLT. I feel like over here, it just really comes down to the pacing of the teams, right? Both these teams are really like, when you talk about the aggression, both these teams are really kind of high aggressive teams, right? If you talk about Exploit as well, quite an aggressive team. Same thing goes with Team Exploit as well.
Yeah, definitely. SK Rossi, no surprises, is going to pick up the MVP of that best of 3. A 308 ACS maintained over the course of 3 maps, 15 first bloods. Is there anything that this player cannot do? Well, I guess that's just not press the S key, right? I guess that's the only thing he can't do.
Well, he's a Jet one trick. He can't play any other agents. That's the one thing he can't really do. He's a Jet
Maybe
one
we'll
trick.
see something different tomorrow. Maybe
imagine
saving the strats for the finals.
Oh my god, imagine you see Hellranger on Jet and then you see you see SK Rossi on Breach and he's like, all right, this time I'm the one going to be staying back and flashing for you. You're the one, go in and kill everybody. Imagine that though.
I have to say, it boggles my mind quite a bit. But I will assume, even if SK Rossi plays Breach, it will be duelist Breach. You know what I mean? You're like, I'm flashing for myself, Hellranger. Get out of the way.
He just be like, all right, Ranger, you on Jet? I don't care, man. I'm pushing
you
you,
learn.
bro. Well, I mean, over here we have the brackets. As we do know, it's going to be Global Esports versus VLT in the grand finals, best of 5 tomorrow. And, well, it's going to be such an interesting affair. The Val Classico strikes again.
From our very first final in the Valorant Conquerors Championship, all the way back to Qualifier 1, to our very last final in the Valorant Conquerors Championship, the grand finals of the grand finals. It's the Val Classico, baby, and I'm getting goosebumps.
Baby, let's
just
go.
Saying,
Exactly.
my body is feeling the excitement, and honestly, I'm not sure how much longer I will be able to contain it. So if you do see me explode on screen, please call 911. Oh wait, it's 100.
If you explode, CA, this camera will be filled with blood. That's for sure.
PG, let's keep the stream PG-13 and bring back the conversation to the map in itself and the series. Like,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So for me, Necro,
Well,
I
I mean-
think what I really found today was, we were talking about this yesterday, right? The idea of esports athletes, the fact that Exploit Storm played 2 overtimes and then 3 maps. Not only do I have to applaud them for their progress across the tournament, but I think they've proven that they definitely are esports athletes in a way, and they're such young players. So I think the progress is going to continue, the improvement is going to continue. I don't think this is the last we see of the name Exploit Storm.
Dude, this team, as I even mentioned, right, entering as the dark horses, entering as the underdogs, and proving this good, you're all the way up to the grand finals. I mean, you've already proved a lot of things for yourself. You just have so many opportunities lined up in the front as well, right?
Yeah.
But at this point, it's fun. I feel like over here, they're a really good team. They are a team that can actually give like a really close call or a close affair to even a team like Global Esports, but it was just Global Esports today, as we can say. It was just Global Esports just coming in huge, and it's just classic SK Rossi for you, right? You need to find a way to counter him. If you can't really, then, well, I don't know what else to do.
I definitely, right? I think, as you said, you need to find a way to shut SK Rossi down, because as you can see, top 5 players of the tournament, SK Rossi leading it, not surprising, but the fact is 146 kills. Exactly. The next closest player is Shooter with 111. Rossi's picked up 4 MVPs. He's hunting for those $1,500, man.
How are you so good? It's just what I wonder. How is he, like, just a lot of grind, man. I can already imagine with like 146 kills, 107 deaths, and then 21 assists with first blood of 30 freaking 9, almost 40 there. Oh man, tomorrow's Val Classico. Oh, I can already like feel my heart beating quite loud, and yeah, it seems like my heart will explode as well. Like, oh my god, I can already imagine what can happen tomorrow, CA, because imagine the days have gone by so fast. We started off with all the regional qualifiers with so many teams, and now it has just came down to these top 4 teams, and that also 2 teams have been taken out. The only final 2 teams left over here. If the guys don't really know who got taken out, I'm pretty sure at this point everyone who's watching over here pretty much knows. But still, just for your information, today Team Exploit got eliminated, and yesterday it was Team Enigma who got eliminated. Pretty much 2-0s on that side. But one thing again, I mean, that's really boggling my mind here is that Global Esports just made it look so easy against Exploit. On the other hand, though, VLT on that struggling phase, even though VLT has been defeating Global Esports. Now, what do you think so is behind that? Like, why is this so weird?
I mean, I think the one thing we can assume is that this is Valorant, not mathematics. You know, A greater than B, B greater than C. Doesn't mean that C is greater than A. They're all different teams here. And at the end, like, I definitely get what you mean, but I feel like we can't really take this as a standard. Yes, definitely. What Global Esports have proven is that they are currently better than Team Exploit Storm, but I don't think we can take how a team plays against the other for just one set as a standard of how they will pan out in general. So because of the fact that Global Esports, you know, we know the kind of players they are. We are bubbling with excitement. We are bubbling with energy. Imagine them watching Velocity versus Exploit Storm and being like, I want my chance. Give me my chance. And as soon as they get their chance, they're like, okay, this is why we wanted Arshaz. We're just going to obliterate you because we want to get going. We want that grand finals to come up.
Global Esports is all right. Let me show you who the real hero is. Yeah, you guys thought you're giving a close call to VLT. You guys gonna defeat us in your dreams? Easy. It's like SK Rossi is like, all right, guys, you don't need to do anything. It's fine. I got this. Let me take the matters in my hand. Why you guys? Getting this rage? Calm down. Sit back. Relax. I got this. And SK Rossi throughout the day was absolutely popping up. But let's stop talking about SK Rossi way too much, right? Because I feel like over here his entire team has had an equal contribution, because there were some times, as we did mention, SK Rossi was getting caught off guard really early off, and still you have man like Lightning Fast coming in, especially he had so many pop-off moments in the map of Icebox.
Yeah, for me, my standout players were absolutely Lightning Fast and Hellranger. Lightning Fast for those moments, and the consistency is able to deliver across multiple agent picks on multiple maps. I think what is really underappreciated about them is how much of a foundation you need to enable a player like SK Rossi. Like I think the casters mentioned in the second map that a lot of people compare SK Rossi to like the Indian CNET of sorts, and I love CNET, but I always feel like he lacks support, and SK Rossi has a ton of it, and you can see the difference in the impact they're able to create.
No, exactly. I mean, his teammates do a really great job, supporting him for those pushes, helping him out, and pretty much, just setting him up for success in general. And that's what Hellranger, I feel like he's like a dedicated man for Rossi. Hellranger's like he's like his personal secretary, right? Like he just helps him do everything. He just helps him like make those plays as well. But Hellranger as well is kind of an incredible man. Like I'm his fan in general. But hey, seems like with that being said, the day 2 has been coming to an end, and it's time for us to conclude it. Well, we'll be back tomorrow, guys, with the Val Classico. So hopefully you guys tune in again.
I'm getting freaky. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky on. 신경보다 같이 freaky. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky on. 신경보다 같이.
The power of steel.
Get your mic on. Get your mic on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mic on. Get your mic on. Go. Get your mic on. Get your mic on.
The new Classic Mark III. Get your mark on.